Good evening, West Orange. This is Joe Fagan, Public Information Officer for the Township of West Orange. Welcome to the Township Council meeting for June 13th, 2023. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President Williams.
Good evening, West Orange. Today is June 13th, and this is our meeting number 13 of the Township Council. Madam Clerk, would you please?
Certainly. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Williams?
Present.
Mayor McCartney?
Please allow the record to reflect that Councilwoman Castellino has not come yet, but we anticipate her arrival forthcoming. Thank you. And we would, as I receive a text message from her indicating that she'll be here in 5 minutes. Excellent. This evening, in the month of June, we celebrate several holidays and observances. Pride Month is the entire month of June. Juneteenth holiday is celebrated on June 19th. We will be celebrating here in West Orange on Saturday, the 17th. National Flag Week is this week. Flag Day is tomorrow on June 14th, where we will have a ceremony at our firehouse to retire any worn or used flags. And then, of course, Father's Day is on June the 18th. So I'd like to begin by certainly saluting all of our dads and wishing them a happy Father's Day. This evening, we're going to have a couple of presentations during our conference agenda. And if Mr. Joe Alper and Samantha from the Alper Group are on, we will begin with a presentation on senior housing. Senior affordable housing.
President, Mr. Alper is online and available to speak. Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Alper, and we would love to have just a brief presentation from you on senior affordable housing and what's coming to West Orange.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I think the slides are going up. So thank you very much. We are very excited right now. We feel we're in the middle of a great success story for the township. We, as you know, were designated designated developer for the old library site. The township had mentioned that there was a need for affordable senior housing. And we worked with the township on this aggressive plan to relocate the library and at the same time reuse the current library site for new affordable senior housing. And this township had this great success in securing the library grant and the property where they're relocating the new library to. And we were able to apply for low-income housing tax credits from the state of New Jersey, which are unbelievably competitive. Only about 25% of the applications are funded. And we were awarded the allocation. And pretty much within a week of the library vacating to relocate, we started our demolition of the old portion of the library. The library was built in 2 phases, a 1959 portion and a 1979 portion. The 1959 portion was the older portion in need of a lot of repairs. So that has been demolished or is in the process of being demolished. And on that portion of the property will be 65 affordable senior housing units. These units that are normally only deed restricted for the term of 30 years will be deed restricted forever in perpetuity for affordable senior housing. But at the same time, we were able to salvage the newer section, and we have worked out a deal with the township that the township will get back rent-free in perpetuity forever 7,500 square feet to use at their discretion. So it's kind of a great use, what they call in New Jersey, a smart growth use that combines a lot of housing and other ancillary uses. So we are really proud of being able to design this with the township. We also wanted to mention that we were able to keep the project financially viable. When we started this, interest rates were long-term rates were at 3.6%. They're now at 7%, and construction costs have gone up. We were able to go to the county and show them our financing plan, and they did award this project $1.3 million of Essex County home funds. And it was really critical because of the cost increases. We also had to go to the township, and we received an allocation from the township's Affordable Housing Trust Fund of $500,000. It should be noted that these funds are not raised through taxes. They're raised on fees for market rate housing and commercial housing, and they are earmarked solely for affordable housing. So this is really the only use they could be used for. So we were able to do that, but still maintain a payment to the municipality of $1 million for the site. People have talked about the $1 million. The $1 million was needed because without, if there was any additional payment, the job would be deemed infeasible. In addition, the banks and the lenders on this project appraised the property for that $1 million acquisition price back to the township. Lastly, these rents are set at very affordable levels for the seniors. They're set as a percentage of area median income of Essex County. And currently, the rents range for the one-bedroom units from a low of $315 a month to a high of $1,124 a month, and there's some units at $908 a month. This is significantly below any market rate newly constructed building in this area. So it's really a great benefits for the people who are going to reside there. People also had talked about, what is my company's involvement? We're the development company, and we do charge a developer fee. That fee is mandated by the state of New Jersey and the NJ HMFA as part of their tax credit program. And they not only set a maximum fee, but there's also a minimum fee. And that is what we are programmed to receive on this project. I think one of the slides you can also see, I think it's the second slide, is the timeline. We've begun the demolition. And you could see the slide of when we anticipate completing construction and leasing up the building. And I just want to thank the administration, the council, and everyone involved in this project, because like I said, the ability to relocate a library, build a brand new library, to build 65 units of affordable senior housing, and have this 7,500 square feet of community space, all for forever, for the forever, for the life of this project, is really an amazing feat. There are other towns in Essex County that are having to bond for this obligation because the township has a obligation for COA to produce these affordable units. And West Orange was able to achieve this with allocating way less assets than the surrounding neighbors. So I want to thank everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, may we and my colleagues ask just a couple of questions before you leave?
Of course.
Certainly, thank you. So we're kicking this off because of the 1 June observance that I neglected to mention, which is near and dear to my heart, which is Home Ownership Month, right? And so what's important is that we make sure not only those who don't need affordable housing can live comfortably in West Orange, but we certainly want to make sure that those who do need senior affordable housing have an opportunity to live here and continue living if they're already here in our great community. So Mr. Alpert, you indicated that these are affordable units and that they are affordable in perpetuity. One of the questions that I had is, normally when you do these type of projects in other communities, does the affordability component, is it normally in perpetuity, or does that typically expire after so many years?
Yes, it does typically expire. Some programs expire in 30 years. Some programs expire in 45 years, but there's almost always a reversion to market rate. These units, at the request of the municipality, will be affordable housing forever.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? No? Any questions? Yes.
I apologize to my colleagues and to the public for being late this evening. Mr. Albert, I'm not sure if I missed it, but in regards to did we speak about the 7,500 square common space already?
He just briefly mentioned it.
Briefly mentioned it, okay. And as far as the time frame on that space, that is committed to the community for indefinite amount?
Forever.
Okay, so.
And how do you determine, for instance, the cost analysis of donating that space? 7,500 square
Yes.
feet.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, they've talked about retail space or community or office space in that area of that quality would be a minimum of $20 a square foot and have a value of approximately, really on the low end, a minimum of $150,000 a year for really forever, but say for the useful life for the building, which would be another, 70, 80 years. So there's a very significant benefit to the town to having that space.
Thank you. So we just want to thank you. We wanted to make sure we updated the public, as certainly we do see the demolition taking place every day as you traverse down Mount Pleasant and Northfield Avenue. And Councilwoman Castellino has one additional question,
Yeah.
or maybe more.
Yeah, just a couple, sorry. So I appreciate the update and I appreciate Council President for getting you here this evening because I had inquired about that. Mainly because there's, it's been a while since we went over the plan. There's been some misinformation about the proposed plan. So I think it's great for the public to be able to see this. When we first approved this plan, we talked about the walkability for our senior community and connecting both buildings and looking at the most updated rendering. I'm pleased to see around the corners here, both sides up front, connecting both buildings together. Are there plans on the far side? I know we talked about when you were first proposing this to us, a kind of a pocket park or some kind of outdoor recreation spot. Would that be would there be a courtyard on the other side of the building, closer to the rent a house? Are there any planned shed or are there any connecting walkability options on the other side of the building that we don't see from this view?
Yeah, really, there's not much on that end of the property because as you know, there's that slope there and we have to have an exit out to, sorry, the side street. I'm losing the name,
Yes.
out that way. So there's not that much that way. There is walkability from the lower end of the portion of our building closest to City Hall is on the same grade as the rent a house. So there is some walkability there. But in the back, there's really no opportunity for a sitting area per se. But in the front, we do have some landscaping areas that are in, and the full plans are in with the building department. So there's some greenery on Prospect and some on where your existing parking lot is, but less so. Let's call it the back of the building towards Rena because of the slope and the drive lane.
Is there any will there be any sidewalks on the back side
Yes.
of the building? Okay,
Yes,
so
and-
there will be sidewalks to connect over to the
Absolutely.
sidewalks that flow over to the rent a house?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just looking at it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Alfer. And then,
Oh, no.
just the community space will be closer to town hall, like where the existing library building,
Yeah, you probably, if you know that overhang, you probably
Yeah,
enter, you probably still enter it the same exact way. Still 100% accessible from town hall.
okay. All right, great. Thank you so much for.
Sorry, this is Samantha Hennessy with Joe Alpert's. Just to add to that, Councilwoman, we've had some really great conversations with Laura Van Dyke about the senior services that you guys already provide at the town. And that's sort of one of the reasons that we think this is so great that this is located so that we can work together to provide those services.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So again, thank you so very much. June being Home Ownership Month, we just wanted to make sure we communicate to the public where we are and where we're headed. So thank you, Mr. Alper and your team for being present today. Thank you for the renderings, and we look forward to seeing continued development.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes. If you'll come to the mic. Okay.
We know by resolution that the 7,500 square feet is used, the township will have our discretion on what to do. And I have spoken to the chairman of the Older Adults Advisory Board to put that on his agenda for the commission, the board, to make those considerations and recommendations to the council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, and we have something that you have been very involved in for the past 20 years as the Sustainable New Jersey Coordinator. So I have asked, again, a member of, or dear friend, member and resident of West Orange and the West Orange community for over 20 years, who currently works with Atlantic Health Systems and their sustainable projects, which, not to my surprise, they are the leader in hospitals in making sure their sustainable footprint is exceptional. So without any further ado, I would like to bring to the front Ms. Carolyn Dancy. Did I say that right? Okay. And she's going to talk about our footprint, our carbon footprint, sustainable New Jersey, how we can continue to participate and be the recipient of some upcoming grants.
Okay, thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much, Council President, and good afternoon to you, Madam Mayor. I'm so glad to be here today. I did not do slides because I think this should be a conversation about sustainability and what we do. But first, let me tell you about my role at Atlantic Health System. I am the Executive Director of Health and Safety and Sustainability. So I oversee 6 of our hospitals, 400 sites of care, and our 10 urgent care centers to make sure that we are reducing our carbon footprint. And like Madam President said, we are one of the top 10 hospitals in the country for sustainability. So what's my role at Atlantic? We look at, everybody knows that environmental is more than just recycling, right? We know it's more than that. So when we measure sustainability at Atlantic, we measure it through what we call an ESG. Environmental, social, and governance. So we look at that, and that's how we measure what we're doing. Environmental, are we recycling? Are we looking at hazardous waste? Are we looking at climate change? Are we doing things for climate change? On the social side, we look at food inequities, corporate social responsibility. Are we making sure that people are paid fairly in the community? Are they're paid fairly throughout towns? In the governance, who are we doing business with? Who are the people that we're giving contracts to? So that's how we measure our sustainability footprint at Atlantic Health. But why I'm here is because in 2018, I was selected to be on the Board of Trustees for Sustainable Jersey. And I have been there for the last 5 years, looking at communities and how to get them to be more sustainable. Since I am a West Orange resident, I have been looking at West Orange ever since I've been on the board. So I want to commend the mayor on some of the actions that she's done. So my role at sustainability, what we look at 3 equal interrelated components of sustainability. We look at people, how we contribute to the strong civil society that provides opportunities for all. We look at prosperity, support local economies and use community resources. And we look at the planet. We practice responsible environmental management and conservation. So Sustainable Jersey's impact this year. I want to read you some numbers, the impact that we've had on communities. 91% of the New Jersey Lives is registered as a certified community under Sustainable Jersey. 220 municipalities are certified, 69 silver, 151 is bronze, and the city of West Orange has a bronze certification with Sustainable Jersey. 354 schools are certified under this program. We do certain programs, the Digital Schools program, and look at helping the schools have community gardens so you can actually help out in the community. So we have 354 schools certified, 48 silver, and 306 bronze. There were 23,467 sustainability actions conducted by Sustainable Jersey, both in the municipalities and also in the schools. And this last year alone, Sustainable Jersey awarded $7.2 million in grants that is funded by the PSE&G Foundation. So West Orange has achieved bronze status, and that was certified in November of 2019. 2023 is the year that West Orange needs to be recertified. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for actually putting your actions in. And I can be a conduit to lead you to where I think that you should get the grants from. I can't do the actual grants because this is my town, so I can't do that. But I would like to work with you or whoever you assign to actually look at these grants. There's a lot of money that we can do just for walking paths. You know, some of the actions that you did doing your original certification, you talked about, you adopted measures to mitigate flooding, emergency communication planning, buying fresh and local fruit campaigns, you know, anything that will help the 3 Ps that are called out in our sustainability arm. There's grants for that. So I would welcome you to give me someone to work with if you want to work with me, and so we can get some of these addressed. You also, in your plan, developed smoke-free and tobacco-free public places. That was another certification that you got. Free transportation. You provided free jitney services in several neighborhoods and other transportation sites. That was a plus. Sustainable land use pledge. You adopted the pledge to ensure that the decisions balance economic, environmental, and social needs and provide the highest possible quality for all the residents of West Orange. And we appreciate you for that. Tree protection ordinance, because trees benefit everyone. It reduces the carbon from the air, cleans the climate, and reduces heat island effect. So these are all of the impact of the actions that you put in place, that West Orange has put in place to have a community-wide impact. I would like to see you continue that. And by me sitting on the board, I could certainly help stir you that way. So does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Nance, for being here, and such great information, because as soon as I hear grants and bringing in more revenue, I perk right up. So just cross-referencing some of our efforts, and I could take this offline later, but just for the prior conversation we just had with Mr. Alpert, we are AARP certified.
Mhm.
And I don't know if and we practice 8 domains of living from ARP. And so I'm not sure if that's helpful or not. Are we able to
Yeah,
cross-reference
I think
various?
that when you're talking about
efforts?
sustainability, we're past just environmental. It's what we can do socially, what we can do to uplift people. I think one of the things, a lot of areas, especially the Morristown area, we're looking at food inequities.
Yeah.
Our kids going hungry. So we're rolling out scholarships, grants that says we will give you food to purchase food for the kids when they're not in school, because we don't know if they're not in school that they're not getting fed.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that, that we're looking at. And I think it's very important that we take and look at.
Great.
Also, I think that we should look at who we do business with. We should look at who we sign contracts with. Are we being fair and equitable? Do we give it to veterans, disabled people? Do we give them a piece of the pie? So I just think that we can continue to uplift the community if we re-look at our whole environmental, social, and governance.
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to ask, just on that last point, with regard to contracts. So you mentioned socially, it's important to consider some of the groups that may not normally or haven't historically participated in those contracts. You specifically mentioned
Absolutely. I think
veterans.
that, on the hospital side, we're controlled by a GPO, a group purchasing group. So what we do, the cut is 80-20. So we try to give that 20% and shift over more, because naturally a person cannot supply gloves to me for 19,000 employees. And so we have to look at the portion that they can give us. So we started to drill down and put in a program called Supplier IO that actually looked at the background of our suppliers to say, or reach out within our reach to say, okay, there's a woman-owned business over here that can give us this. There's somebody else can help us dispose of this. So it's very important that, and that's how you continue to uplift the community, by getting them involved and saying, my business may be small, but I have a small contract with the city of West Orange.
And you award additional points to municipalities that demonstrate that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
We sure do.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
It appears that we have a member of the Zoom audience who may have a question. May I permit them to speak?
We'll ask that the public ask questions when we have public comment.
Thank you for the
If there's anyone in the
clarification,
public
Council
that has
President.
questions, certainly.
So I would like to lead our 2022 sustainability annual report and our impact statement. So I'm going to give it to the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for your time. Thank you for your attention to your community where you reside. We appreciate you, and we look forward to grant opportunities being ushered into West Orange.
So I'm sorry that our paths have never crossed before. So thank you for inviting her to this meeting. Tomorrow, there is a Sustainable Jersey kickoff for the program that we introduced with Comfort Partners. We had a presentation here, so we will get additional points for that. What I did want to say was last year I mentored a team of graduate students at Stevens Institute, and they put together a sustainability management plan. So I would like to invite you to one of our environmental commission meetings. We meet the last Wednesday of every month here in Town Hall. And that's what we are going to look at next, is our sustainability management plan. So everyone's invited, but that's what we're going to tackle next. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and if I can continue to switch our conference agenda around just a little bit, I would like to ask Ms. De Lorenzo for comments regarding OSPAC. Hi.
Council President. So it's that time of year where I get to come in and spend 5 minutes talking to you about the cool things happening at OSPAC. Since I was here in person last, we have some new board members. So I'd like to start by introducing a couple of our new board members. Our entire board is not here, but two of our newest members, Lynette shared. Lynette is a mental health professional by day and jazz expert and jazz singer by night. And Lenore is a huge, Lynette is a huge support in us producing our annual West Orange Jazz Festival.
Thanks.
And Scott Baird is also an educator. He comes to us with many years of education background, and he is a theater director. And he has a little bit of a tie to West Orange, which I learned after we invited him to join our board. Apparently, his family, Joe Fagan will obviously look this up and, get me on my accurateness. But in any case, his family roots are West Orange, and his mother's family are the Vincents. And when they decided they no longer wanted to be farmers, they gave us Vincent Pond. And now we have Vincent Pond. For those of you who don't know, that's the lake in Degnan Park. I grew up, it was Vincent Pond. And that's where I skated. And then I met him. In any case, a little bit of history. Right? Oh, look at that. Well, thank you, Jovi. Very nice. So I sent some photos of some of our events from the past years, and I wanted to share them with you while I speak to you about what's coming up this year. So we just kicked off our 5th summer. It flew by.
Wow.
I feel like I was just here for the first time. It flew by, and we really have figured out this formula, I think. And I really appreciate all your support and your confidence in our ability to make this all work. These are some of the performances that we did year 1 and some of the performances that we did year 2. Now, I don't know if you recall, but year 2 was COVID, and people were really looking to get outside and do some things and gather and shake hands, and they couldn't. So they came to OSPAC, and we provided 5 outdoor live entertainment concerts during COVID. We're really proud of that. And we then continued after that. And one of the things COVID did was it stunted our opportunity to bring our education program to light. So this year, for the first time, we're launching our first summer intensive. It's a 2-week intensive program for students to learn voice, acting, dance, and their 2 weeks will culminate with the performance of Newsies at the end of the 2 weeks.
Nice.
All right, let me get to my program here. So for those of you who aren't aware of who we are Pleasant Valley Productions. We are a volunteer nonprofit theater organization managing the program at the Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center on Boland Drive. We just kicked off our 5th summer at OSPAC with an opening night band and brew. We're planning a season of more than 12 events. We have been in rehearsal since early May and have begun building sets, props, and costumes for our main stage musical presentation of Kinky Boots. We will launch our first summer youth intensive program in July. Students will receive intense training and culminate with a production of Newsies on July 27th. Just a few days later, we will celebrate BIPOC mental health awareness with our 3rd annual BIPOC Messages of Hope event. We will then kick right back into our concert series by co-producing with the rec department an evening of the Grateful Dead, followed by a Rat Pack performance event celebrating Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr. We then invite the West Orange Community Band, and on Labor Day, we will have a movie night for the whole family. And then we kick off September with our West Orange Annual Jazz Festival. We end September with a Billy Joel tribute night starring the New York State of Mind, and we finish up with a play reading in October. Our events are posted on our website, and it's important for you all to know that we work very hard at keeping the costs down. And our admission is either $0 or $5 or $10. And there are no theaters that do that. And I really want to thank you again for your support.
All right, so it is 7:04, which is the end of our conference agenda. I'm going to ask my colleagues if we will yield our liaison announcements until after public comment. And then we will go ahead and open council meeting.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Mayor McCartney. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. And now is the time for us to have public comment. Public comment begins with each person introducing themselves by name and stating their address. Public comment is restricted to a 5-minute time frame. So please, we do have a clock that will monitor your time. Each person has one opportunity to speak during public comment. So please make sure your comments encompass the total of your remarks. We also encourage our residents to contact us in other forms, email, telephone calls, direct, house visits. I'm sure each of my colleagues is more than happy and or willing to accommodate your needs. Just simply ask. We normally start public comment with Mr. Fagan, our Public Information Officer, and we'll do so likewise today. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. If you would just give me a second while I adjust our camera here. Thank you, Council President. I'd like to start this evening with a few things that the chief wanted me to mention. West Orange residents have been receiving a bunch of scam phone calls from people asking for information and even claiming to be representatives of the West Orange Police Department. And the public should be reminded that the West Orange Police Department will never ask for personal information, and most legitimate callers will never ask for personal information. This is an easy fix. If you suspect it to be a scammer, you just need to hang up. You don't need to talk to them. If it's anything really important, they will get in touch with you. Also, the chief wanted me to mention about key fob safety. Throughout the state of New Jersey, including West Orange and surrounding towns, there has been an increase in burglaries into the home, and the purpose is to obtain the key fob. Residents should be reminded to secure the key fob in their house. And this was picked up by News 12 New Jersey. That's the clip that you're seeing there. And it's an important reminder: secure your property and certainly report suspicious activity. Also on for the council's consideration tonight is the motorway cops. This is a successful program in Britain, and it's not like your typical cops program. This is where they focus strictly on traffic stops. And in this case, the film clip running, they're investigating a possible stolen trailer. And this is what I believe is being proposed for the West Orange Police Department. And it's an opportunity to shine law enforcement agencies to show them as the professionals that they are. The chief certainly can comment further on this, but I believe the chief told me that if West Orange enters into this agreement, that they will have the final say on whatever gets shown on TV. Also, the fire department is sponsoring a blood drive through the American Red Cross. And it's important, even though this isn't towards the end of the month, I have this up there because you need to register, and you can do so by going to our website. This slide is on our website. So if you can give blood, please consider doing so. Also, as was mentioned, we have our Juneteenth celebration coming up. This is an important event in town and certainly nationwide. And there's activities begin on Friday, June 16th and Saturday, June 17th. So this is also on our website that you can check this out. And as was mentioned, tomorrow is Flag Day. It also, there's a flag retirement ceremony at fire headquarters. That's our annual ceremony. It begins at 10:30. Also tomorrow, June 14th, 1937 is when Town Hall opened 86 years ago tomorrow. The Department of Senior Services, tomorrow there's going to be a part of the Walk My Way series, West Orange Crystal Lake, walk around Crystal Lake. I will be, hopefully I will be there if we get out of here this evening. I will be there tomorrow to give a tour around the lake, historical tour. And you might also want to put on your calendar swim aerobics. It's an 8-week session beginning the end of the month, and there's 2 time choices, and it has been very popular in the past. It's worth mentioning that the West Orange Public Library has an annex open at 80 Main Street. And I wanted to report on some progress that was being made at the new West Orange Public Library. This is when I was there last week and took these pictures, this is the first time I actually seen the interior. I'm told it's 98, the interior is 98% complete. And what I found impressive about it being there for the first time was that the large open space, the glass-lined staircase connecting 2 floors, and there's most of the space is surrounded by exterior walls, which means that there's a lot of natural light flowing into the area. And one of the most impressive features of the new library will be the circulation desk, and the circulation desk will have historic pictures of West Orange for all to enjoy. Of course, at the old library, Mr. Alper mentioned it earlier, was built in 1959. And these letters here have been there since it opened in 1959. And I was able to make an arrangement with the contractor to secure those letters, and I have them in a safe, undisclosed location. But I have the letters that possibly can be used for future consideration. They date to 1959, and this is the plaque that was on the library. And these are the other 2 plaques of the 1979 edition. And I also have them in a secure, undisclosed location that only me and Mr. Kuby know that, and these will be available at the library. There's the awards dinner for West Orange Chamber of Commerce tomorrow, not tomorrow, on June 14th at the Wilkshire Grand Hotel. And also just wanted to mention briefly, the Cable Lake Grill is now open. And it's the hours are posted on our website. Briefly, it's Wednesday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. That changes in November and December, but it is open year-round for catered events. And the menu can also be previewed on our website. As Council President mentioned before, if anybody has any questions, they can email the council@westorange.org. That goes to all council members. And if anybody has any questions about anything they've seen here tonight, you can certainly email me, jfagan@westorange.org, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that I may. I believe, Council President, that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Just one small correction regarding Juneteenth. The flag raising at West Orange High School was moved to Thursday, the 15th. So please note that that is just one small change. That'll be at the high school on their flagpole located on Pleasant Valley Way.
That's fine.
I'm not certain what time yet, but I'll let everyone know. And now public comment is available to those who would like to come forward. Mr. Kuby.
Dave Kuby, the director of the West Orange Public Library. And there have been people wondering if there will be a summer reading program for the kids, and yes, there will be. Thanks to the cooperation and the help from the West Orange school system. They've been generously provided space for that. The summer reading kickoff will be Tuesday, June 27th from 5 to 7 p.m. with a performance by Ron Albanese. And you can drop in for games, summer reading sign up, music and more. So and that'll be at the Liberty Middle School. And most of the programs out of the 11 programs will be at the Liberty Middle School. There'll be one at the high school, but you'll be able to sign up for the flyer. We'll be putting out a statement through the library's constant contact. And I sent Mr. Fagan a little too late for his slides tonight. All of this, otherwise it would be projected, but you'll be able to project it the next time. But we'll have this up on our website soon. And if you're of the 13,000 people on our constant contact list, you'll also be receiving a notification about that soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Cubey. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, please. Ms. Brill.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Megan Brill, Executive Director with the Downtown Alliance. I know you have a jam-packed schedule, so I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the support and love we felt on Street Fair Day. We had a jam-packed, sold-out event. The weather was a little cold, but I couldn't control that, although I'm trying to figure that out. We had the support from the departments that we had was amazing. Public Works worked, built tents in 90-degree weather on Friday. So we have Public Works, Police and Fire, the internal workings of Town Hall and the support that, you know, we needed stuff moved and golf courts picked up and connections that we needed. I needed Pete and John's help with so much. So I just really, they picked up my call for that whole week, and I appreciate that so much. We also had the most downtown businesses participate in the street, that they actually came out, they took booths, there were sponsors, they amped up the atmosphere. Everybody said that the vibe at the street fair was something different and special, and made me smile. I also know that it's tough getting around on Main Street, and we displaced residents and businesses that need to get people into their stores. So I very much appreciate all the cooperation that we got out of everyone that was in downtown trying to, you know, get from one side of Main Street to the other with the big street fair in the middle. We couldn't have a better partner with the Park Service. We have a national park on our Main Street, and they let us set up the whole band area the day before, which was such a big help to not have to do that at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. So we had a great day. We had tons of volunteers, tons of kids from the high school were able to help us. It ended up being a great day. And next year is June 1st, 2024. But thank you all. I didn't want to take up too much time.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. Yes, anyone else for public comment in the council chambers? Yes, please come forward. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Paul Eberly, and I live on Ronald Terrace. I do apologize if I've taken the wrong time to address this, but I'm here this evening to talk about the street improvement ordinance and voice my support for it. Just to give you some background, I actually did email the council members a commentary yesterday evening. I'm not sure whether all of you have received it or had a chance to read it. My wife and I are residents since 2008. Ronald Terrace, for those of you who may not be familiar with it, is located off Pleasant Valley Way, kind of between the Grand Wilshire and the B'nai Shalom Temple. It's a cul-de-sac. I just wanted to address the council members that PSE&G actually did a rip-up in July of last year to lay some additional gas lines in the area. They kind of left it the way it was. They set up some improved meters to read their readings. And by September, I actually had emailed Public Works here and was answered by Mr. Lepore. My concern was that the potholes were getting very significant. Since we don't have any sidewalks, he responded very quickly. They basically repaired the potholes on the following day, September 13th. But he did advise that at that time, the capital budget had not been approved. I just wanted to point out that during the summer of last year, basically all the surrounding streets we had were all improved. They had their paving done, et cetera, et cetera. That included Bromley, Stevens Terrace, Kent's Terrace. We were just stuck in the middle. The reason I'm here before the group today is not necessarily to ask for full approval, but I implore you to do that, but find some sort of potential resolution with respect to some temporary paving. There are really 6 houses on Ronald Terrace that are most significantly impacted. Those are numbers 4, 6, 8, my own being number 6, and numbers 3, 5, and 7. I did email again Mr. Lepore in April of this year just to get a status checkup, and he responded with an out-of-office message that he was on extended leave till June 1st. But Ms. Carballo was kind enough to answer me mentioning that plans were with a designer and so on and so forth, but in all likelihood, nothing would be done this summer or this fall. I just wanted to draw the attention to the council members here that the conditions really in front of those houses is pretty deplorable. Since we have no sidewalk, pedestrians could potentially wind up injuring themselves. There are children in the neighborhood. And possibly just to leave it with the council for some suggestions. One of my neighbors had asked whether or not PSE&G would be accountable to repair the work that they had done. I don't know the answer to that. Potentially, maybe even if they could just pave a stretch area that's maybe 150 to 200 feet because it is so bad. The rest of the neighborhood appears to be, within reasonable tolerance of its condition. But my biggest concern is if it hinges on the approval of the ordinance for street improvement, we potentially are going to go another year, without any sort of thing being addressed here. So I do actually have a colleague, another neighbor of mine here in the audience, but I'd like to leave that with the council members and just ask whether or not in the general discussion, some possible solutions could be found. Possibly, as I said, maybe even going to PSE&G and saying, look, guys, you've ripped up the streets. They've been left ripped up now for over a year. It looks right now potentially as it may go another year, and we're looking at a potential dangerous situation. I have actually neighbors in those addresses that go to Temple at night. And as the days, now we're fortunate because it's light, but as it gets darker, the concern I have for them as well too, is that they may twist an ankle, blow out a knee, or worse. So just in terms of taking that. So for those of you who haven't read my email, take a look at it. I actually included some pictures of the conditions that are there. And if any of you would like to come take a look-see, by all means. I want to thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Everly. Yes, please come forward.
Thank you very much. My name is Colvin Phillip, and I too reside in Ronald Terrace. Actually, I'm 8 Ronald Terrace. And Mr. Everly has pretty much stated the deplorable condition of that particular street. It wasn't a bad condition before public service came and dug it up. And it is seriously damaged now. And all they did in terms of repair was to throw some sand on and some asphalt and some tar. And as a result of us driving, it has somewhat smoothened what they have done. You simply have to come and see the condition of the street. I must say that I have been a resident on that street for the past 22 years. I've seen the good and the bad. Our children, actually, this is one of the only streets in that area where children actually play on the street. They ride their bikes, their scooters. My granddaughter, she rides, but it's a dangerous situation. I will not have her go on that street without me being there or her grandmother. What can be done? Well, as we look around to the neighboring streets, we see that it has been dug up, resurfaced, and it's very much in conditions that the resident would be happy with. As a matter of fact, some of the streets that were corrected were in a better condition than where we are right now. I'm sorry if I'm raising my voice. But we are here to express our concern about just how deplorable, just how unacceptable the street is. One of our newest residents, elderly lady, I was driving on the street and she said to me, she stopped me and inquired, well, how can you guys live on a street like this? I'm from Brooklyn. And I've never seen a street like this. I'm scared to walk on the street to go to the temple. She asked me, what am I going to do? What can we do about it? You guys have lived here a long time. I said to a lady, with a name like yours, I'm sure if you call, you would get far more satisfaction and action than I would. So we have taken the initiative. Actually, this is my very first time coming to a meeting like this. We have decided to come to address this issue. And I'm hoping, council members, that you would do something that the residents of 8 Ronald Terrace and the entire street would be happy about. We have taken the time to vote for you. I vote in every election. I vote on, except this last one. But I vote. I think my vote is important. And I'm expecting, friends, that something would be done to address this issue. It's important. It's very important to us, to our children, to our community. Once again, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip. We appreciate your time. Yes, Ms. Morelli?
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. Tonight, I want to make a point that sort of tags on to when we went through the whole issue of cannabis and making it legal in the town. Last week after yoga at the Katz building, my friend and I, a senior, after the yoga class, went and sat on the deck. And there were 5 boys sitting down at the bottom in the grass, and they were smoking. They were smoking pot. They were little kids running around in the kiddie park, and they're smoking pot in the park. I don't know if I'm making my point or not. The fact that we declared it's not illegal, these kids are doing this, but I think I was really upset with all the little munchkins running around and these kids passing the cigarette back and forth in the park. So I don't know what we can do about it or what can be done about it, but I think the mere fact that it's legal in this town has a lot to do with it. I could be wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morelli. Anyone else for public comment in council chambers? Yes. Would you like to? Yes, please come forward. Come on.
My name is Phil Litwinoff. I live at Linden Avenue. Good evening, members of the town council and guests and the mayor. I thank you for your dedication to West Orange. I come here this evening, and I'm glad actually that Mayor McCartney is here. I wasn't certain if you would be. But I come here to make my comments about 2 items that Mayor McCartney has decided to distribute over the past few days. Personally, I find each of these actions objectionable. On June 7th, Mayor McCartney issued a letter on official township stationery regarding her position on the $6 million bond ordinance. The letter was addressed, "Hello, resident." The letter had a very selective distribution. It had to. I never received one, and I pay my taxes. I spoke to a number of neighbors. Nobody in my area on Linden Avenue received it. I found out about it only because another concerned resident posted it on Facebook's West Orange 411 with a series of questions about it as what it's going to cost them. That's not an official notice to the town. In the letter, the mayor points out that the $6 million ordinance failed to obtain the votes it needed to pass, and she references the potential loss of $910,000 in Department of Transportation grants if it fails. She, however, made only an opaque reference that a lower commitment would still entitle West Orange to the full amount of the grant. At the May 16th never-ending town council meeting, Councilman Rutherford asked Mr. Gross what the minimum amount we needed to approve in order to receive the full $910,000. Mr. Gross replied, and I quote, "about $3.5 million." You can hear that exchange on the videotape at approximately 4.5 hours into the meeting. The council properly evaluated and discussed the bond, and when compromise could not be achieved, it was voted down. We think that should have been the end of it. But for the mayor to send out selective letters asking town residents to send emails to the town council members to support the original 6 million is wrong. Not to mention who paid for that stationery for that letter to be sent out. My tax dollars weren't designed to do that. My suggestion on the bond thing is that if you as a town council decide to spend the money, keep it at the minimum that we need to spend to get the Department of Transportation funding. Even with the budget increase down from 16 to 6%, it's still money we don't have to spend. Second item, on June 12th, the West Orange Town website was used by the mayor for advancing her desire to continue retaining Richard Trenk. She congratulated him for being named one of the top 100 super lawyers in New Jersey. She then added her full support for him. Knowing that the town council has on its agenda for this evening a no confidence motion to vote on regarding Mr. Trenk makes the mayor's actions a calculating, manipulative, and unethical use of West Orange resources. If you look back at some of the other items in Mr. Trenk's record, in 2008, then Mayor McKeon ordered an investigation into Mr. Trenk's role regarding the sale of the Organon building, in which he was an investor. That report concluded Mr. Trenk made an error in judgment and should not be involved in the balance of the deal. In 2013, Mr. Trenk caused great embarrassment to the township when he wrote an inappropriate cease and desist letter to a software developer who had illegally obtained a domain name that Mr. Trenk felt was too close to West Orange's. That embarrassment made it publicly into NewJersey.com, into another publication called Above the Law, and other publications. Most recently, Mr. Trenk lost a New Jersey Supreme Court case regarding the library sale. And regarding the library, you all know, because you've been discussing it, the fact that Mr. Alpert, who just made his presentation, purchased the property for $1 million. And you know that the township turned around and made a $500,000 loan back to him. Under the rules of Oprah, I obtained the sale agreement and I obtained the mortgage. Article 2 in the mortgage. The obligation evidenced by this note, which we're talking $500,000, shall not accrue interest. In all events, the $500,000 shall be paid in full on December 31, 2068. That's 45 and a half years from now. Mr. Trenk was, as the township attorney, involved.
Your time is up.
Can we make one last comment with this?
One last comment, certainly.
Thank you. The reference to the super lawyers should be noted that this is not the American Bar Association, the New Jersey Bar Association, the Essex County Bar recognizing Mr. Trenk's due diligence. It is from a for-profit corporation called Super Lawyers that is an advertising and referral service that by paying subscription fees, you have the ability to reach out to customers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, please come forward.
Council, Council President, Mayor. My name is Lloyd Rodriguez. I'm a little more than a year here in West Orange from Brooklyn. I enjoy it here.
What's your address, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, for Chestnut Road. I'm sorry, I'm a little tall, so I gotta lift it.
I know that.
I got you, okay. So,
Your address, sir.
can you hear me now? Been here a little more than a year. I really enjoy it. I'm not here to complain much because I haven't been here long enough to complain. I voted for some of the guys I don't know, probably 80% of you guys on the council. So I get to see you and speak to you. One of my welcoming moments was about 12:40 in the morning. My German Shepherd was barking, but I left him alone. I said, I normally pay attention to him. And someone went and tried to get into my car and then my wife's car. Now, my problem wasn't, Brooklyn, it happens on the street, but when you come on the property I think that's a little serious. So now I'm hearing they're coming into the house, which I told my wife and a few of my neighbors, I said, if they could come on the property to the driveway, what's to stop them from coming through the door? So with my strip, it's a half a circle of Chestnut. We had got in touch with the city, and they've been very receptive and helpful. We were requesting lights. There was 2 dark spots because it's like a dead end. So when I have some cars come through, my dog barks, I get up, and sometimes I have cars just sitting on there. So I usually know the neighbors' cars. I'm usually alert because this, you see it in the city. I could see it a lot more easier for me when I'm here. It's a lot slower, so I could actually see things happen. Some things are, my wife says you're not paranoid because you were right. When the guys came to see my car, check out my car, I saw them come by, and I said they're probably going to come back later. For sure enough, somebody came back. So what we were requesting is, as a deterrent, there was 2 dark spots on the little half circle. If we could take the soft lights, I guess the soft white, and like what the city did in Brooklyn, they've changed all soft to pretty much to the white light or daylight. Not so much where it would be a interference in someone's home, but also you can see a little clearer. Because again, I might walk my door at 5 in the morning. I might walk them at 3 in the morning. I'm not concerned, but I am concerned because, listen, the opportunity is right, the opportunity. I don't want to be the opportunity. So with a little extra light, and we also had a problem with the street where we had a gas leak. So we called PSE&G and they came out. And one of my neighbors who they had to make some holes in the ground. So we still have the holes and they're not filled up. They're small holes, but they're open. And my neighbor who has a sick wife, they had some work near his driveway. He got it repaved, but in the street, every once in a while when some heavy trucks come down, it sinks a little bit. So they have to come back and repave it, but it's constantly sinking. So we sent pictures, we sent emails. Again, the city has been receptive to us, responding to us. And we just hope for that little strip, because they're now working on Rock Spring. At the present time, they're doing the sidewalks, and I think they're going to do later on the street. I think we were told that by some time, possibly at the end of the year, Rock Spring will get done. And we also requested for Chestnut, and Chestnut wasn't on the project, but I think they're going to throw us in for the bid. So hopefully, for that little turn, we hope that little piece of Chestnut, if we could get that done with Rock Spring, that would be really nice. Just a little turn. So that's pretty much it. But again, I enjoy West Orange. My hardest adjustment is very quiet for me. My wife is good with it, but I'm getting there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. We appreciate your comments as well. I think I have someone. Yes, please come forward. Mhm.
Hi, I'm Linda Kuchkowski. I live at Thorn Terrace.
Linda,
Kuchkowski.
could you spell that for us? I'm sorry.
Kotchki.
Linda Kuchkowski. Thank you. And your address?
It's Thorn Terrace.
Thorn Terrace. Thank you. And I'm hearing some comments to ask you to speak into the mic a little bit, so you might want to lower it a little bit down. Thank you.
Okay, is that better? Okay, I was here last meeting and to tell you how devastated I was that trees were removed on my property and in my neighborhood. 22 trees to be exact in my neighborhood. My neighborhood looks naked and it's devastating. It's just terrible the way it looks right now. It's no more hometown neighborhood like it was before. The town took down all these trees and they're telling me it's for paving. I'm just curious to see if any follow-up was made about where this got paid from, who got paid to do this, and why was this done? Because I noticed all along in town, there's more and more trees that are being tagged. And I'm not happy about it. I'm sure not too many other people are happy about it, but trees are life for us. Why are we destroying trees? We need trees to live.
But no, you're gonna just take down random trees whenever you want to. I don't think it's the right way to go. Also, you're doing a lot more building in town. That is also gonna result in way more trees and forests to be coming down in our town. We used to be, I told you last time, we used to be tree-friendly West Orange. It is not anymore. With all the building that you're doing, all these extra places that are going up, JT Skate Zone, the wetlands, down on, there's one on, can't think of the other street, Tompkins Street. You're just destroying trees. You should, and I'm waiting to see what the plan is for Mayfair Farms. Wow, there's a lot of old trees there. And I hope that the town council has allowed for the builder to leave those trees. It's a parking lot, which is, that's been there, but around that whole parking lot, there's probably 50 trees that are like 50 years old or more. They should not come down. And I think that you should look into whoever is contracted to take that property over. And the same thing with the Manor. You should, before you approve anything else in town, any other building, you should look into the fact, what kind of trees are you taking down and why do you have to take down trees? At least, or leave the trees. Now, I was told that I'm gonna get more trees, but I don't know what kind of tree I'm gonna get. I'm gonna request a big tree because I don't want a little baby tree to come up on my property. Because in my opinion, when you bring me up a baby tree, when I had a 50-year-old tree as tall as my house, if you bring me a baby tree, in my opinion, that's equivalent to someone bringing back a loyal senior dog to the shelter and traded it in for a puppy because you don't need it anymore, okay? That's how I equate things because I love animals, I love nature, and I love trees. And I don't want to see this anymore. Every time I see it, I'm riding down the street now, whenever I see an orange dot, I'm going to call about it. If I see a tag anywhere, I'm going to call about it. Because you're just doing too much. The town is allowing too much building and too much destruction of trees. You've got to stop it. I mean, you've got to stop it. Plus the building you're doing is going to bring in more families and you're going to put more stress on the school system. Then you're going to have to build another school. Then you're going to have to take down more trees to build another school. Because you're building more apartments that we probably don't even need. There's way more vacant land in the town that you should evaluate first before you look at a forest and decide you're going to take it down. I'm going to take a ride around town and I'm going to look at places that are open spaces right now that are available for someone else to build. And I'm going to come back to the town. I'm going to come back to the council with my report and tell you what places I found in town that are vacant, that you don't need to take down any more trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kukowski. Yes, sir, come forward.
Name is Michael Avram, 5 Coin Place, West Orange. I'd like to go back a few months ago when Mr. Schenk was showing a video and a map about the Rock Spring Golf Course, about all the section that to sell and develop in that section. What I'm concerned about, you were trying to sell this to us. Now, did you have a developer discussing this with you already, or you came up with the idea how to develop this land?
He doesn't answer questions.
doesn't
You just have your statement.
Okay, because if he came up with the idea, fine. So if a developer was talking about it, about taking about 9 acres from the Rock Spring, and Mr. Schenk came and showed the video, tried to sell us this idea, did we pay him for that time or the developer paid him for that time?
We'll answer you later.
Okay, number 2 is, why are we giving away land selling land here to developers with 30 years tax-free. We hardly have any land left in West Orange. People are selling a quarter of an acre house for almost $1 million, a third of an acre for almost $1 million. And we're giving tax-free for 30 years, the building, the library for $1 million. That's ridiculous. That's really crazy. I mean, we selected all of you on the board to help West Orange, not to take the carpet from underneath us. To me, this whole thing stinks. Excuse my language, it just stinks. It smells. It's not right. Our taxes go up. People putting buildings up for 30 years tax-free. How much money is that, 30 years tax? That basically pays for the building completely with that money. And in 30 years, who's gonna buy the building and suddenly you're gonna have from $500,000 in tax to $2 million in taxes in 30 years? Who's gonna buy that building? Yeah, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abram. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? All right, Mr. Fagan.
Yes, Council President, we have Mr. Puglisi on the line.
And how many call-ins do we have on the Zoom?
After Mr. Puglisi, we have 5 hands raised.
How many in total?
In total, I'm sorry, Council President, we have 75.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. This is Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I just have one announcement tonight, and that's about our summer music concert schedule. You should have received if you're on our mailing list, you should have received a postcard in the mail by now. If not, the full concert schedule is on our website, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. We have 26 concerts scheduled from June through August. It includes concerts, fireworks, spectaculars, and festivals. And we do make one stop in West Orange on Friday, August 11th at 7:30 in Eagle Rock Reservation. And that's where the Cape Brown Express will perform. And once again, for the complete schedule, it's on EssexCountyNJ.org in the events schedule, in the events page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. Mr. Fagan?
Tori Shump, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi there. My name's Tori Schnupp. I live on Galloway Court. I want to address a couple of topics tonight. The first being a letter that the mayor recently sent out to select constituents in an attempt to influence the 2 no votes in council to pass road repairs to the tune of $6 million funded by bonds in order to receive $900,000 in grants. What they're not telling us is how much that $6 million will cost the taxpayers over time. My guess is that the amount to fund the $6 million will either exceed the amount of the grant or come very close to the grant amount. I am requesting that this amount be disclosed tonight. And according to the May 16th meeting, only $3.5 million is required to receive the grants, which is not clearly mentioned in this letter. Also, would that $6 million include additional trees being hacked down and repaving and repairing roads that were done within the last few years, as other residents have complained about? We need much more transparency because we cannot trust what the mayor said when there's so much more to the story here. Is this even ethical? These road repairs must wait at least another year unless there is an extreme circumstance due to budget constraints caused by years of poor financial decisions by the administration and previous councils. The second thing I want to address is about the sewage bills. I've been listening in on the discussions in recent budget workshops regarding the increase in sewer bills. This town needs to go on a usage-based model. Guessing based on the number of bedrooms a house has is ridiculous. For instance, like I have 5 bedrooms in my house, only 4 are used. Many people have 3 or 4 bedrooms, but only 1 or 2 of them are used. Some people have 2 bedrooms with 8 people residing there. I'm happy to pay my share, but with the obnoxiously high taxes here, many are not in a position to chip in more than what they use, nor cover those that would pay less based on the number of bedrooms. And the last topic I want to discuss, When I went on the town website earlier today, the first thing I saw was a big announcement about the West Orange attorney Trank, chosen as one of New Jersey's top 100 super lawyers. First off, is he even the town attorney anymore? This is a sorry attempt to undermine the town council's decision not to renew contracts for him and his firm. I find this to be tasteless propaganda that has no place on taxpayer-funded on a taxpayer-funded website. Super Lawyer is a monetized award where lawyers pay roughly $175 a month to have their profile listed among thousands of other lawyer profiles from previous years, making it nowhere near as prestigious as the town's post makes this out to be. Yes, there are other requirements to obtain this recognition, but this is just a pay-to-play scheme that holds zero weight by the Supreme Court of New Jersey. Here is a quote from a 3-page memo that the Supreme Court of New Jersey released to the bar titled Attorney Advertising of Awards, Honors, and Accolades that Compare a Lawyer's Services to Other Lawyers' Services. Reminder from the Committee on Attorney Advertising. And I quote, factors such as the payment of money for the issuance of the award, membership in the organization that will issue the award, and a level of participation on the organization's internet website render such awards suspect. Additionally, the Supreme Court memo requires the use of any advertisement of the award to clearly state, and I quote again, no aspect of this advertisement has been approved by the Supreme Court of New Jersey, end quote, which is of course missing from the town's post. I get that it's difficult when a fellow crony of the administration is no longer has a contract, but it seems like this is a cheap attempt to mislead residents just prior to the no support for town attorney Richard Trank resolution on tonight's agenda to disapprove all payments to Trank and members of his firm. It's time for our administration to put out an RFQ to find a new town attorney instead of attempting to hold over Trank indefinitely against the will of the council. And lastly, please encourage your friends and neighbors to attend these meetings. This town needs as much attention on matters as possible. 150 or so attendees out of 49,000 residents is not nearly enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan?
Vikas Mehta, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record. Vikas Mehta, if I'm saying your name correctly. It's your opportunity to speak to the town council. Please state your name and address for the record. Okay, Council President, I'm going to move on. Cynthia Schwartz, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. And good evening to the town council members. My comments are regarding.
Can you please state your address for the record?
Yes, my name is Cynthia Schwartz on Linden Avenue. My comments are regarding the library. Notwithstanding what the few mentions of the library issues previously or earlier today, we have the problem that the library has effectively been dissolved. And that's not legal according to New Jersey statutes regarding public libraries. It was closed in February without a future opening date, and yet the construction of the affordable housing on the old site of the library, that's moving apace. And the pictures that Mr. Fagan showed notwithstanding, that library is not ready to open. It's now the end of the school year, and there is no indication that that will be ready even another 2 or 3 months from now. The annex is not a replacement for the library. There are no community programs. There's no story hour for preschool. There's no programming for teens. There's nothing for adults. There's no replacement for reference services or any other collaboration. It seems that the current and previous administrations did effectively dissolve this library. And the letters were saved, but also not the public artwork that was destroyed in the construction of this housing. it's a little bit more than a little bit incomprehensible that a town of our size and our stature doesn't have a library because someone decided that the development of housing took precedence over those kinds of community services. There's really just no excuse for this. If there's no supply chain issues, which were mentioned a month ago when I raised the question, something about supply chain issues for the new library. Well, if there's nothing with supply chain issues with the new construction, then there are no supply chain issues with getting the new library together. So to me, all of this, and to other residents, I'm sure as well, the library is the easy thing to get rid of, to kick down the road, and nobody seems to care that that's not permitted. A public library is established by an election, by the residents of the town. That's how we got it in the first place. And closing it temporarily would have made sense had there been an actual opening date available, but it wasn't. It was just summarily done. Even the proposal for packing up the library wasn't due back to the town until after the library was closed. I really don't want to hear comments from the council members about, oh yes, how much you agree with me. I want it taken care of. I want that library open. And if the same developer who's building the affordable housing for seniors is responsible for building the new library, then all of those people who are so close to the developer, and I assume that that's people in the current and previous administrations, think you need to put pressure on that before there's yet another court case that West Orange will lose because the library has been dissolved. There's just no excuse for this whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan, anyone else for public comment?
We have several, Council President. Sally Malanga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. These are the matters that our Green West Orange members are talking about. We are saying no more street paving bonds should be voted on until our budget is under control. So please vote no on the $6 million bond. I heard the Ronald Terrace residents talking about their road problems. I'm not sure if it is connected to this. Sounds like PSE&G has wrecked their road. PSE&G needs to be called and called back in to fix it. Before we go forward with any future paving, say in 2024 or even later when we can actually afford it, we need an updated impenetrable tree ordinance, which prohibits street tree removal completely for the convenience of contractors. My heart goes out to Linda, who spoke earlier in the meeting about losing her tree protection. This administration has heard this before over the years and still continues to attack the trees. With the smoke from forest fires due to climate chaos coming to West Orange from Canada, we see how we can be made to suffer from other areas, and it ricochets back and forth from town to city to country. Yet there is still the foolishness of our administration in cutting our trees. And I'll bring up the other issue, allowing the gas-powered blowers. We need a summer ban on the gas-powered blowers. They're running all day and into the evening with noxious fumes and noise. We need to simply copy the Maplewood ordinance with a summer ban and a permanent ban in 2024. We don't need more legal review of it. Our Green West Orange supports the engagement of new town attorneys to represent residents and the council and requests that the mayor stop clinging to Mr. Trank. We want to bring to your attention the special interests that were in full force, as has long been the case in West Orange, and that people this evening were already talking about at last Wednesday's planning board hearing, where with the support of the mayor, they pushed through a 5-story, 142-unit apartment building in one hearing without any proper evaluation of schools, traffic, and environmental hazards, wetlands, tree removal, and it was a former industrial site where radioactive compounds were created. I mean, this is wrong. Regarding the budget, the tax increase must be reduced even below 6%, and the sewer tax be described as an additional tax on residents. This budget is not acceptable yet. So this council must continue to show courage to right this ship, rejecting the wasteful spending, let go of the town attorneys, and enact the simple solutions of protecting our devastated green infrastructure, which is bringing down our property values, namely, simply protect our trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan?
Sasha Kademi, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the meeting.
Yes, hi, I'm Zas Academy. I live on 4 Dawes Avenue in West Orange. The people, Sally just said a lot of what I wanted to say in people previous. And I thought about maybe not saying it, but I think I should add my voice. I want to know why, when our neighbors, Montclair, South Orange, Maplewood, all can find a way to not add to this crazy pollution, at least in the summer months, why we can't have immediate moratorium on the use of them during the summer. It doesn't sound unreasonable to me. Also, the tree issue, it's a massacre out here, folks. And I don't know why you can't just take a breather on this one until you reevaluate how we're dealing with all the loss of our trees. It is crucial to our life. I drove through Chatham today. You know, they have signs that tell you that trees purify our air. Meanwhile, my town's cutting down all our trees. It's... Oh. And lastly, I just wanted to, I attended the planning board last week. And again, Sally, I had mentioned the same things that I'm concerned about. Why did you push through this development for 142 units without an impact on the environment, environmental impact study? This is a previously radioactive site, and you're going to have people living in it now. So no, they were given a pass for that, a pass for the impact to our schools, and our school board doesn't seem to be at all wanting to weigh in on what kind of impact that would have. But you know, they pushed through. Basically this was pushed through without an ask of anything. Even the traffic, you said, oh, this is the county's. Well, when it came to the Eagle Rock fast food thing, you didn't pass it off to the county, and that's a county road as well. So, and as I heard yesterday or the day before, there was an accident right there at that exact location on Pleasant Valley Way in question. So yes, I wanted to ask about that, but Sally had already mentioned that too. Yeah. So I'm just kind of aghast as to why our planning board, which includes Tammy Williams and our mayor, completely ignored the risks of safety to our future West Orange residents. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fagan.
Yes, we'll try this again. Vikas Mehta, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Sorry, previously
Yes, please continue.
Sure. So hi, everyone. I'm Vikas Mehta from 25 Hooper Avenue. And I have a couple of concerns being a new resident to West Orange from 2019. And I have seen like most of the roads have the speed bumpers, and I have a 1-year-old son. On this Hooper Avenue, I see there's no speed bumper, there's no sign, there's a school zone less than 0.1 mile, West Orange High School and the middle school. But people over here, they go with way faster than the speed limit. I went to the township approximately a couple months back requesting, hey, can we put some signs? Can we put some speed bumpers over there? But all I hear, oh, we don't have funds. Now I see this meeting is in regard to the fund approval. I mean, there are concerns and what people raise, but my concern is at least, paying all these taxes, we should be at least able to add a sign stating that, 25-mile zone, please drive slow or something. I have a disabled kid living right next to my house, 29 Hooper Avenue. And the mother is so concerned, and she always talk about like, why can't, the town do something about it? Now, second concern I have, I think the elderly lady, she raised the concern as well. I have a park right in front of my house. Kids play over there, and parks state that within the rules, no smoking allowed. I see high schoolers smoking over there. I see old people coming over there smoking weed. I call 3 times to the cops, and all I hear back, oh, we cannot do anything, because smoking is legal. I understand smoking is legal, but the state park, right, it's owned by the West Orange right here. So if they have the rules, regulation written, I'm pretty sure that rules apply while you sit in the park. I see people drinking beer. I see they be trashing like the lake in front of it, the natural lake, whatever they call it. And I see nothing from the town. I've never seen no cops sitting over there. I called 3 times to the high school principal, complaining about high schoolers are coming right in front of my house, smoking while the school is on. But no cops, no principal, no teacher. So I do not understand like how I see myself raising my child in this town. I moved to this town because I heard before I moved in how good this town is, how good the school system is. But while looking at it, I feel like I should move out. I don't feel welcome either as well, because I see the town is raising taxes. Within 3 years, I have seen like every year something goes up. So I don't know like why I have to pay taxes so high while others sitting over there don't pay anything. Like one of the example we given over here for that builders coming in and have the tax free for the, I don't know, I think the person mentions couple of years, that's not fair. I work every day, hardworking person, me and my wife, so we can survive. But I don't feel that West Orange welcome us, this as a youngster. I'm only 33, and my wife is 30, but I feel like the town want us to be out of here, the way they are raising taxes and the way they're moving forward. So I just want to request the council member at least take a step forward, and all this concern of the West Orange resident should be taken seriously. And definitely people need to join this call, so that way we can raise our voice, because I see a lot of things which is not right in this town. And I'm definitely going to join this meeting moving forward. And if I personally want to be there, but I have a child, so I have to take him to the park. But next time you guys will see my face, definitely. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mehta, before you go, would you please clarify what park you were talking about?
I think it's called Dengen Park, the name of the park, and there's a community center.
Degnan Park you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have called cops 3-4 times. I'm pretty sure every time you call, the West Orange cops, there might be recorded calls. So you can, go ahead and check the records as well.
For the clarification, sir. Professor Brett Draper Scott, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Good evening. Brent Draper Scott, 75 Nestor Road. I want to address 2 things tonight. First, I would like to thank the town of West Orange and all the people in it for attending the West Orange African Heritage Organization's Men Who Cook fundraiser for the Holcomb Scholarship. Since its inception in 1999, the West Orange African Heritage Organization has hosted forums for candidates and just done so much work and held celebrations for Juneteenth and Black History Month, but also starting in 2006 thereabouts, they started the Men Who Cook annual scholarship fundraiser. This fundraiser raises funds for West Orange high school college-bound students, and the organization has raised nearly $300,000 and given all of that money to students since around 2006. So I just want to thank everyone for that. I want to thank Councilman Rutherford for participating again in the Men Who Cook, and all of the men who cooked, including former Councilman Joe Krakowiak. That's what I want to say on that. I'm very proud to be the vice president of that organization, and it does so much wonderful work, and it's wonderful to be in a town that supports an organization like the West Orange African Heritage Organization. On another matter, I need to address the zoning board, of which I am proudly a member appointed by Councilwoman Scarpa. Despite the best efforts of the de facto chairperson, Phil Neuer, I am still a member. He once jumped up and down trying to turn off my mic so that I couldn't speak. And I was not allowed to serve starting in January of this year when I was appointed, because this individual said, Phil Neuer, "Oh, I've never heard of Brent Draper Scott. I don't know who Councilwoman Scarpa is." Anyway, since then, this individual has been in violation of a town ordinance that says the chair of the zoning board cannot serve consecutive terms. He is violating that term now. He is serving illegally, and he has been enabled by Alice Byrne, the outgoing attorney for the zoning board, who in her wisdom, and I've lost a great deal of respect for her because of this, decided that she and Phil Neuer could overturn an ordinance passed by the town council. Now, this ordinance was passed in 2016. Jerry Garino was chairperson of the council. Susan McCartney was on the council and voted for it. But Phil Neuer said, and I quote in the last meeting, "This was done to get him." And apparently the vote that the council took in March and in January to uphold that law, the chairperson of the zoning board may not serve consecutive terms. That was done to get Phil Neuer. That was personal on your parts. And so Alice Byrne, the zoning board attorney, is somehow a judge putting down an ordinance. Now, I've asked Ms. Byrne in email, and I have the emails to back it up, where in the statute, the state statute, does it read, does it state, does it say that a town council cannot pass term limits for the leadership of the zoning board? Her reply, nowhere. Yet she has decided on her way out as zoning attorney that, the town council, the ordinance passed by the council and signed by Mayor Parisi is invalid. Alice Byrne has decided that on her way out the door as zoning board attorney. And now we have this de facto chairman in Phil Neuer interviewing to hire a new attorney for the zoning board. I encourage this council to put its foot down. You control the purse. That is what the legislative body does. You control the purse. I said during that meeting, this is giving the middle finger to the elected officials of our town. And I meant it and I mean it now. So I encourage this council, do not fund a new zoning board attorney until the de facto chairman, who is serving illegally, Phil Neuer, is removed or has the decency to step down. Years ago, as a college student, I had a literature teacher read a poem by John Donne that begins, "Busy old fool, always rushing about."
Your time is up.
And I just want to finish this, please.
You can finish your last sentence.
Thank you, my last sentence. And every time I'm in a zoning board meeting and Phil Neuer is jumping up and down, trying to shut someone else down, I think, busy old fool, always rushing about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Mel Valdez, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, this is Mel Julie Valdez from Elm Street. Good evening, council members and West Orange residents. I have a few questions. I would like to know, when is our public library going to open? There has been no update on the library website or the township website, but we have the time to write up about Robert Trank's superlawyer status, which is awarded by a for-profit company, Thompson Reuter. This designation is not hard to obtain, as many lawyers pay to be listed as a superlawyer. It is not a prestigious designation and fairly easy to obtain. I would also like to know, why did Mayor McCartney decide to cherry pick and send letters to only certain residents? I live on Elm Street and I didn't receive a letter. This is unacceptable of the mayor to use our tax dollars for these type of shenanigans, and also to not list all of the pertinent information in this letter and only include the information that she wanted certain residents to know. Also, concerning the library, I have not heard any discussion about the jitney that was promised to transport residents who may not have access to a car or other means to make it to the new library. When is this going to be discussed? Lastly, I do not think that we should approve the contract to allow a production company to record and shadow the West Orange Police Department for a cop-related reality show. I think that we have better things to do. Our police officers should not be recorded. And I think that there are better ways for us to focus our time in focusing our efforts with the police department, engaging with our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan?
Albert Wold, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Albert Wold, Lincoln Avenue. And I want to address the council, and I want to thank the council for my time and for the West Orange residents that are listening. I'm here to speak on the library, the fact that a library was torn down and not having another one already in place. We would not do that with a school. We would not do that with a firehouse. We wouldn't do that with any other thing. We had the police department, still had a police department while they were building the new building. All these things were done. But here we have a library that's torn down before the other one is even open or even beginning. It's just unconscionable to me how something that is voted for by the people of this town, the township council does not have the authority to just dismiss it like that. And I think that was unconscionable that was done. The other thing I'm talking about is about the street issue. I live on Lincoln. I've had 4 trees taken down. All 4 were replaced by flowering trees. The trees are owned by the town. I certainly understand where people are coming from about the trees, but unless you're ready to move sidewalks, move curbs out into the street another foot to allow these trees that have been there quite a while and expanded to the space that there was originally planted in. I understand how trees do have a life cycle in the purposes of aligning the street in the town. If you have it on your house, on your property, and you want it to grow forever, that's your business. But with the town, Mr. Pori and the town forester, whose name eludes me at the moment, I want to say Kincaid, but I'm not sure. He explained it to me. Having been a tree climber many, many years ago, I know something about this. So I understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I understand how things have to be done within the life cycle, and there is a good science behind it. The other thing about Lincoln is that every other street in that area has been paved. And when I asked the gentlemen that were working on the job, the contractor, and then the town representative who came out, like a supervisor, to check on how they were doing, I was told that there was a grant of some sort that was paying for 11 or 12 streets that were being paved. I thought that was wonderful. But what I don't understand is why you had Roosevelt repaved and put on Belgian block curbs when it already had Belgian block curbs that were in fine condition. The street itself wasn't even tore up. I don't understand why they'd spend the money to pave a perfectly good street, yet Lincoln hasn't been paved in decades. It's just, and now we're being told again, after being told countless times, oh, we're going to do it in a year, in the next year, in the next year. And here it is again. Now we're being told it's not going to be done again. And the excuse given was that it's too expensive. They got to remove trees and aprons and curbs. Well, that's because the trees have pushed the curbs and destroyed them. Some have disintegrated. There's whole sections of curb missing. And there was a water main break on it that messed up the road. There was PSE&G with new gas lines that messed up the road. None of this has been repaired. And like I said, it's been decades. So I don't know about the bond issue for $6 million, as I heard, and I don't think that's a definitive amount of money. The $3.5 million. I haven't heard confirmation that that's exactly how much needs to be spent in order to get
Time is up.
the full $910,000. That's
Thank
it.
you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wall.
Jacqueline Hendy, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Jacqueline Hendy, 134 Walker Road. Apologies, I am arriving late in this meeting, getting my family business in order. So I'm probably reiterating a lot of what's already been said, probably a lot more efficiently by some of my neighbors. So please forgive me. I just want to address a few things I've heard people say already regarding the library. Number one, I know that it's been a persistent issue every town council meeting. And with the recent postings of all these summer activities happening at every location aside from a library, it just seems like there's no end in sight, no plan, no objective. It seems we're kind of just floating here in the wind, and I find that unacceptable. And I want to hear a date with very soon, and maybe even tonight, about when we can expect our library to be open. The second is I'm really concerned about my future here in West Orange. The taxes and your budget is saying our taxes are going to go up to an unacceptable level. With all of this development happening, it's only a matter of time before we need another school. Our classes are at capacity. My daughter attends Gregory School, and also with the teachers leaving the field and at a credible rate, she's got 20 plus students in every fourth grade class. You know, what's fifth grade going to look like next year? I don't know. So what are we going to do with all of these people who are going to need to be educated in our buildings? I just was visiting the beautiful campus of Liberty. Do you guys have a plan? What are we going to do? How are we going to educate these people, the infrastructure, the environmental impact? I don't think people are taking this seriously enough, because it seems to be broke. And how are we going to pay for another school? And it's inevitable. It's coming for us. We can't expect our children to be educated efficiently in classroom sizes 20, 25, 30. I mean, at what point do we say that we are sacrificing the quality of our children's education by housing them in these overcrowded buildings. I also want to address quickly that letter sent from Susan McCartney, our mayor, regarding this. I want some clarification. I don't quite understand, and I'm hearing a lot of information. So I'd like the town to address it about the $6 million bond so that we can get $900,000. I also didn't get a copy of the letter. I find it curious why it wasn't mailed to everybody. I doubt the mailmen around here are that sloppy. So I'm just curious why I didn't get this letter and wasn't given proper time to ask questions aside for tonight during this public forum. And also, I really want you guys to stay strong regarding our township attorney. It's time for him to go. I don't think that this council, this administration can hold on to any bit of public trust while keeping this person on board. I saw the Rock Spring meeting, and it's the Richard Trank meeting. It's giving me a lot of doubt as to who is really pulling the strings when it comes to our mayor. And I'm fond of our mayor. I like her personally. However, seeing that meeting and hearing him speak publicly, I just feel that we've got our public trust here on the line, and 25 years of service is plenty. It's time for some fresh blood, some new ideas, and somebody who doesn't constantly cost us money by getting sued. Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Elmer Daniels, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record. Elmer Daniels, can you hear us? If so, please state your name and address for the record. Final
Hi,
call?
good evening.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, my name is Elmer Daniels, and I live at on Lincoln Avenue in West Orange. My concern is the repairing of the pavement in the portion of my block. I'm not sure what is happening with the budget and the bond letter that I received in the mail from the mayor. And I'm concerned because I was told that they would repay the road in 2022. We are now in 2023. And now I'm hearing we don't have enough votes for the ordinance. And you're asking us to pay additional taxes to use some bond money for repair work that is well overdue. Every year at the foot of my driveway, they have to come and patch the asphalt. It looks horrible. And all the surrounding streets look beautiful, have been repaid. And I need to understand why this section of Lincoln Avenue has not been beautified and addressed. I urge all of you to please come up with a resolution so that we can keep our neighborhood looking and being as diverse as West Orange is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michaela, welcome to the meeting. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Good evening, Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. Just a few comments. Number one, please finish the job of removing Mr. Trank from the office of Township Council. I know that he's saying that he's lawfully in the position of director of the legal department, but in order to be director of the legal department, he needs to be the township attorney, and he was not renewed. So I'm glad he's not sitting on the dais. I'm glad he's sitting in the cheap seats. Just finish the job, please. Number two, why is Mr. Kaiser resigning? I know it's being passed off as retirement. Just a few months ago, Mr. Kaiser agreed, answered an RFQ, and agreed to be our assistant township attorney. I think it's important to understand why the assistant township attorney is resigning after he just signed a contract for 1 year. I want to address a letter that I didn't receive but had the opportunity to read. Mayor McCartney's letter that mischaracterizes, I don't believe she wrote it. It mischaracterizes what occurred on the May, I think it was 16th meeting. I was at the meeting. I watched Councilman Rutherford raise concerns about us becoming over indebted with bonding more than what was necessary in order to secure the $900,000 grant. He and Councilwoman Scarpa were very eloquent in explaining that they wanted to reduce the amount of that bond to the minimum necessary to secure the $900,000 grant. Every person, every council member wanted to preserve the $900,000 grant. So the misrepresentations within that letter are irresponsible. Publishing that letter, irresponsible. Sending it only to parts of the township, unacceptable. If it's on letterhead and it's written to residents, it should go to all residents. And there should not be any advocacy whatsoever based on misrepresentations of fact. I know who I believe wrote that letter. I've, through Oprah, sought the metadata to determine who wrote that letter. And if I find out who wrote that letter and it wasn't the mayor, I will share with all of you. But we have to stop. We have to stop the political thuggery that is happening in this town. I applaud the three, Councilwoman Scarpa, Councilwoman Gebermichael, and Councilman Rutherford, for doing your very best to do what's right for the people of West Orange. Two resolutions that are on for tonight that I would ask you to not pass. Don't pass the cops show resolution. I know it's not the cops show, but we should not become the subject of that sort of a show. We should not. If there's money involved, we can make money a different way. We do not need to present ourselves into the world in that regard. Any show, any reality police TV show does not represent the township that it's set in well. So please do not pass that resolution. And also, this resolution that's on regarding this legal audit that the law department, listen, Mr. Trank brags about being West Orange's township attorney for upwards of close to 30 years. Name one of those 30 years, 26 years, 28 years, however long it's been, where he is asked for permission to do an audit. Stop it. It's an end run to try to substantiate why he should still be township attorney. You know why he shouldn't? Because he gives bad advice. You nailed it. Just finish the job and get rid of him. Last thing, I would urge you to pass a cannabis ordinance and get the cannabis businesses set up and functioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan?
Council President, I am seeing no more hands raised. There are currently 92 attendees, but no hands. I'm sorry, a hand has just gone up. Two hands have just gone up. Mr. Blayton, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please speak louder, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, because I've raised my hand. I don't know if I'm working the apparatus right, but I've raised my hand in the past and then haven't been acknowledged. So something I must be doing wrong here, but I'll be very brief. Just wanted to say first and foremost that the council has requested on several occasions for.
Mr. Blanton, can you
Yes.
please give us your address for the
my
record?
apologies. John Blanton, Forest Hill Road.
Thank you.
I apologize.
No problem.
Right. The council has asked, the residents to be engaged, that you appreciate it. And as you guys can know, both in person and virtually, you have a large participation of residents. And so I'm calling, I watched the meetings and they last a very long period of time. And I know it got to be very frustrating as well as tiring to you. You guys got some very difficult days ahead of you in regards to all of the challenges that are taking place here in our township. And I just ask again, as many of the other residents have, if there's some way you can find to condense the agenda, because to try to stay up to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with you guys becomes very difficult. You have to rise like you guys have to do early in the morning. So again, just requesting you guys can really look at the agenda and, try to condense it, as well as quite a few citizens make remarks, and many of them covered what I was going to ask tonight. So there's no need of duplicating efforts. Most importantly, please try to condense the agenda. So when you finish responding to the public, that we can hear the other guts and bolts of what's happening here in our town. Thank you so much for your to serve for us. We appreciate it. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you, Mr. Blanton. Mr. Fagan?
Council President, we have one individual with their hand up who has already had an opportunity to speak. Other than that, there are no more hands raised.
All right, thank you. And to the member of the public on the Zoom audience who has already had an opportunity to speak, you will only get one opportunity to speak during public comment. When we go to the part of the meeting where we have public comment regarding resolutions or ordinances, and it's a public comment, then you will have an opportunity to speak to that ordinance on second reading. Yes, Mr. Trent.
Tonight I come before you. My name is Richard Trank, and I'll use my business address, 290 West Mount Pleasant Avenue in Livingston. Tonight I come before you not only as the director of the Department of Law for the Township of West Orange, but as a professional, as an attorney, and most importantly, as a 40-year resident of this great township. I've been honored to serve as township attorney since 1998. In that role, I have served with complete fidelity and integrity. I have sought to provide thoughtful and competent advice to every mayor and every council person and every employee of this town whenever my advice and input have been sought. At no time during my service as township attorney has a township ever been faulted for any ethical or professional transgressions. Unfortunately, proposed resolution 232-23, which is before the council tonight, challenges those facts. As you discuss this resolution, I respectfully request that the following points be considered. 1, Assistant Township Attorney Kaiser, my current firm, and all the hardworking people there, and all other lawyers who provide labor, tax, ABC, bond, and other advice on a daily basis, do so to the best of their ability and based upon the facts and legalities of what is presented at any given time. During my tenure, no attorney working on behalf of the township has engaged in anything that could ever be remotely considered illegal or immoral. Number 2, the resolution uses words like serious concerns, ethical, and professional. Those words mean something of significant gravity. The gravity is especially important to me because I've served as president of the Essex County Bar Association, the second largest bar association in the state. I have served as president of the Community Health Law Project, which provides legal services in 8 different offices throughout the state to people with disabilities pro bono. I've served as president of ACNJ, the Advocates for Children of New Jersey, which is the #1 agency that provides advice to the state with regard to children's issues. I've provided pro bono legal services for decades, and most importantly, the law department, my firm, and so many West Orange lawyers that have been recruited by me have taken hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and West Orange 10th graders to the Essex County Courthouse to see our justice system in action, all pro bono, including trials, meeting judges, county officials, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and others. 3, to the extent I've offended anyone in this dais, I unequivocally apologize. I cannot comment on what I do not know, but I can tell you that I can always try better and I'm always available. Number 4, I have been involved in almost every major policy and other decision over the last 25 years. I'm proud of the results we have achieved for this township, your predecessors and the prior mayors and administration. The law department has always been responsive. Every member of every governing body has had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Kaiser and I when you start, and we have given you our cell phones and been available on a 365-day, 24/7-day-a-week basis. If you choose to move forward with this resolution, I respectfully request that you remove Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Kaiser has more integrity than any other lawyer I've dealt with throughout my 38 years practicing law in New Jersey. He has never taken any action that he does not believe is within the law. He is not influenced by politics, and he should not be part of this. To the extent you want to blame anyone for anything, I am the director and I take full responsibility. Mr. Kaiser has already announced that in the middle of August, he will be departing the state of New Jersey. This is a tremendous loss for this township and the state of New Jersey and the numerous clients he has vigorously and thoughtfully represented. To culminate his career with this resolution is unnecessary, serves no purpose. As everyone in this council knows, I have posted the position of assistant township attorney. I have written to every minority bar association in the state. It's on the League of Municipalities website. And June 30th, and I want everybody listening to know, submit your resumes by June 30th, and there will be a process. Number 6, finally, I am prepared to provide any historical or other information, debate, explanation to any council person and any member of the public in any form, including the individuals that came here tonight. The administration has provided already every page of backup of every legal bill. We've provided it, and on top of that, Mr. Gross went out and got the legal budgets of every one of the other 20 towns in this county so you could compare it. The reason they request to, if you want to do an outside audit, is if you don't want to take the numbers we've given you, if you don't have the time to go through the 780 pages of bills, which I respect, then bring in your auditors. That's why you have auditors. And you should audit and feel comfortable. And we are prepared to show and answer any questions you have, any questions the public has, and any questions an auditor has. So that means, to the extent anyone suggests I'm responsible for the development of 64 housing units for low and moderate senior housing at the old library site, I'm ready to talk about it. To the extent that anyone claims that I'm responsible for not delivering a satellite library in the downtown Carter, I'm ready to discuss that, because if you allocate the funds, we can do it. 7,500 square feet, perpetually available, can be used for any use you want, whether it's senior, whether it's library, or whether it evolves over time. To the extent that anyone blames me for the acquisition of 138 acres and explaining to the public what those properties mean, and saving it from becoming 1,000 homes, I'm ready to discuss that. We got a $14.3 million appraisal for that property before we bought it. We paid $11.3 million, and we were facing over 7 figures in tax bills. To the extent that anyone blames me because we received $1 million that is going towards the new library from the closing across the parking lot, I'm ready to address that issue anytime, any place. To the extent that anyone blames me that the developers fee fund, not taxpayer money, that 500,000 of that went to address the fact that the 9% tax credits were obtained with the help of the lieutenant governor of this state. When they weren't available, we're prepared to discuss that at any time. Finally, I want to thank each and every one of you on the dais, because on January 10th, 2023, Resolution 18-23, you unanimously approved me as the Director of the Department of Law for the new term under Mayor McCartney. I do not know what happened between January 10th and mid-March when these sentiments started to be referenced. Regardless, I am committed to discuss any issue, and I'm always committed and available to evaluate how to provide legal services in as economical and efficient manner as possible. I'm always committed to seeking out and supporting new lawyers and lawyers of all different backgrounds to provide critical legal service to this township. I'm ready, I am energetic, and I'm committed to serve as this township and will so serve as long as the mayor permits me to serve in this capacity. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Trank. Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Council President, council colleagues. I am prepared to make a statement, but there were a couple of comments that were made this evening. Susan McCartney, Mayor McCartney. There were a couple of comments that I wanted to address, and I'm sure you'll do the same. One is with the library. The library, thanks to the director and our Board of Trustees, there were no services that were lost during this time that the library has closed. None whatsoever, even as far as me establishing a computer lab at 80 Main Street. So for a couple of the residents that said that it should have remained open, it was not able to remain open, but none of the services have been lost. Everyone knows that they can use their library card at 8 of our outlying municipalities, so no services have been lost. There was a comment made by my neighbor. We have exchanged emails about Rock Spring. Mr. Trank had everything to do with the previous administration and the purchase of that property. But when the public presentation was made, what I was showing was that we do want to save the 18-hole golf course. But with our planner, we worked out that map that was presented to show 4 non-adjacent developable parcels, and each one is about 4 acres. So what I was presenting to the council and to the public was to let's decide how we can preserve the integrity of not only the neighborhood, the integrity of this historic golf course, and think of something that would generate revenue as we move forward, possibly using one of those parcels. So that wasn't about a developer, that was about me showing the township that there are 4 parcels that could potentially be developed, and let's think of something that we can do with it. And the last, though I'm very sorry to hear about the trees, but I immediately, when I got elected, sat with the engineer, our new town forester, and our Department of Public Works, because I am upset about the trees. We do have a pending tree ordinance that I hope gets on your agenda next meeting, at least by the end of the summer. With all the street improvements that have been proposed, yes, I did send out a letter. It was all of the streets that were listed in the bond ordinance, that's before the council. There is no misrepresentation, as that has been stated, because what is before the council is a $6 million bond ordinance. And though it was presented that to amend the ordinance to be 4 million, that did make a lot of sense, and I probably would have voted for that. The ordinance that's before the council right now is for $6 million. And that was all the streets that were listed were the residents that received the letter to bring to their attention. Talking about the trees, I just do want to, and this goes in hand with the street improvement meeting with the engineer. The first sentence, and I don't think he shared it with everyone, this is from our town forester, because when I met with them, these street improvements, I know that there were so many trees marked. There are hazardous trees. I understand that. I asked him to present a letter to the residents if there was in fact a hazardous tree and explain why it would have to be removed. But some of the healthy trees were removed too, and that was unacceptable to me. So the first sentence after our meeting reads, good afternoon. I performed the tree inspection for the unapproved street improvement projects. We should be able to save all of the healthy trees by moving the sidewalk closer to the curb and still leaving some grass between the curb and the sidewalk. When our engineer returns, we will set up a meeting and go over each tree. And he has listed in this all of the trees that will be saved and replanted. So I was very pleased to receive this letter, and I will share it with everyone. My statement reads, June marks the start of my 6th month of being your mayor, elected by the registered voters here in our community. Although I am motivated to be your mayor, I find myself confronted with an obstructionist-style council, seemingly more politically motivated by a shadow government creating havoc and public confusion, rather than working in a collaborative manner with my administration to help move the township forward to face our challenges together. The public has a right to know that each township director was unanimously sworn in during the January 10th town council meeting. Now, resolution 232-23 is on this agenda titled No Support for Township Attorney Richard Trank and Assistant Town Attorney Ken Kaiser. What happened in 5 months' time? This resolution is merely a statement of a vague opinion. However, I believe it borders on defamation and slander, alleging each attorney of being unethical and unprofessional. Apparently, according to this resolution, the council majority has serious concerns about the performance of their duties, none of which have been presented nor substantiated by facts nor tangible documents. However, at a previous council meeting, I recall an outpouring of testimonies supporting Richard Trank as my choice to direct the township's legal department. One, as you are all well aware, has worked to keep our legal department's budget historically low compared to our outlying municipalities. As this resolution states, it is the duty of the township to ensure that legal services are provided in an ethical and professional manner, and that the interests of the township and its residents are protected. Can any member of this council point to any findings of ethical or professional misconduct by Richard Trank or his firm, or by Mr. Kaiser over the last 5 months that would support such a vote of no support? I would submit that you will not. Our legal department is vital to the day-to-day operations of our town in ways that impact all of our residents, be it coordinating with our local law enforcement and fire departments and first responders in emergency situations on public safety, ensuring quality of life and safety for our residents with regard to property maintenance through code enforcement, overseeing and enforcement contracts with critical vendors for daily operations, defending lawsuits filed against the township and prosecuting claims on behalf of our residents, guarding our right in court while balancing our quality of life. I fully support Ken Kaiser, and I fully support Richard Trank, who has been rated as one of the top attorneys, as you've heard, to head our legal department and to continue to serve as our town attorney. I ask this council to pull this resolution to stop these baseless and unjust attacks on members of the administration, to put politics aside, to work together so we can lead this township forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Council President, council members. Marge Bingham, President of the Library Board of Trustees. It's pretty heartwarming to hear all of the complaints about the library not being open, which means that you're missing it. And that's a good thing. And I can assure you that all of the wait is going to be worth it. Many of our issues that we've had, we've been planning this library for 1.5 years. We have an outline of what everything is being done. And a lot of the difficulties we had have been with supply chain. We have many problems with getting the engineering departments with our contractors and also with our utility companies. So it's not really something that we can change, but I can assure you that when we do get a firm date of opening, we will let you know. And as Mayor McCartney stated, we have not skipped a beat in the services that we have been offering to the community in our 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. We have our 80 Main, where you've got computers that you can access all of our catalog, all of our emails, all of our, just about anything that you need to do is there. We have 2 to 3 employees there all the time. We have our other employees out in other libraries. There are, we are members of Buckles, which are 77 libraries that you can go and access, and you can get your videos, your books, your anything that you need. And we always have reference help. And we are starting our summer reading program June the 27th at Liberty Middle School in their gymnasium. And we've got a full program for the children this summer. And Joe, I think you're going to post that on the township website. And the reason why you're not seeing much on our library website is because we've been moving back and forth our servers, and it's been difficult to get everything up and running. But I can assure West Orange residents that you will be very thrilled when you see the new library. It's very exciting, and we've been working very hard to give you what you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you. This will now be the end of public comment. And so we will take a few moments to respond to public comment. I am going to implore my colleagues to please be mindful of the time and reduce your comments if at all possible, so that we can not have a meeting past the midnight hour. Thank you to Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi for all of your informative announcements. Again, we've heard from our library director regarding the library, so I don't think it necessary to respond to each person who inquired about the library specifically. If you have any additional questions regarding the library, the programs, the opening date, as you have heard, please feel free to reach out to Mr. Cubey, the library director, or Marge, the president or the chairman of the Board of Trustees, for additional information. Indeed, we did have a wonderful street fair with the Downtown Alliance, so I would like to acknowledge Ms. Brill, her team, and all of the departments within West Orange who worked together to put together this annual event. And thankfully, the weather held out and we did not have rain. I appreciate the fact that the temperature was a little cooler because it did not seem too hot to be outside. Regarding the street pavements and the bond for $6 million, I think you have heard a statement from the administration and the mayor regarding that. I don't think it necessary for me to pontificate when you've heard the response from the administration. Certainly, we do need to be mindful of our taxes. We have just worked over the past 40 hours collectively as this body to reduce the municipal tax impact from a 16.2% presentation to us down to 6.5%. And as I indicated when we closed the budget hearing, we still have work to do. 6.5% is still a tremendous increase. On top of that, we do have the increase in the sewer fees. I was very concerned about taxing our residents with both a municipal increase as well as a sewer increase at the same time. However, I do also understand that it is necessary for us to increase revenues in order for us to present a more balanced budget. The options that we have, whether we like them or not, is to either increase fees and revenue or to lay off personnel. I think you have heard commentary from each of my colleagues that none of us are interested in laying off personnel. However, it is much out of our control because in the event that we are not able to increase our revenues and present a budget to you, we will have to make some adjustments, and hopefully it will not be to the sacrifice of those employees who work for the municipality. Wanted to also speak to the trees and cutting down the trees, as well as some of the other concerns presented by some of our activist groups within the town. Certainly trees are important and we are mindful of the trees, and I certainly do not disagree that we have to be creative and find some different alternative ways so that we can continue to protect our trees. But I do want to be realistic and mindful and to remind the residents that we do have a very, very dense tree canopy in West Orange. And yes, we have been characterized as Tree City. However, I am not going to be remiss in reminding us that we did lose a life due to fallen trees just a few months ago in this town. So what we have requested is a complete tree assessment of all of our trees within the town. And I think you have heard some measures from our current forester that he is taking measures to try and protect and preserve our trees. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned in the past, when we do approve the fees or the costs that are associated with repaving, At this time, we have not considered and have been much more cost effective and efficient, trying not to do things that would increase the cost. Certainly bump outs and trying to protect some of those trees would certainly be a more costly method. And then we also have to be mindful that it's not just the bump outs, it's the remaining cost of snow removal, leaf removal, and certainly we just have to be mindful of all these costs, not just what seems sensible. We have to do cost analysis and make sure when we are trying to preserve and protect our environment that we are also balancing costs at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Blanton, for asking us to be mindful of the time that we spend in these meetings. Certainly, we agree. Not only do the residents have a difficult time in maintaining the veracity of our meetings, but we also, as elected officials, don't always make the best decisions or remember the decisions that we have made during the late night hours. So again, just asking our colleagues to be mindful of their commentary as well. The remaining items that I have noted are all regarding ordinances and or resolutions, and I will speak to those when we get to the time in the agenda when we're actually either voting upon or discussing that information. I just wanted to remind the public that we did not get an opportunity to discuss the Pride Proclamation. So at the end of the meeting, I will just ask that we be able to present that proclamation to the public. I do not want to skirt past the fact that it is Pride Month and that we do want to be inclusive of all and everyone. Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. Thank you to all who came, and I really appreciate your coming out and listening and paying attention to what is going on in our township with a critical eye. Mr. Littenoff, thank you very much for coming out, all of your astute comments. You have the financial expertise to understand a lot of the issues that are going on, particularly with the budget and with the bond ordinance. And I am very, very grateful not only to you, but to Michaela Bennett, to Tori Schrump, to Sally Malanga, and the other financially astute residents who understand the issue and realized that there's been mischaracterization of my opinion on this and of Councilman Rutherford's. And I was glad that you clarified that we are very, very willing to work with the administration. And the issues, the way they've been presented with the $6 million bond are not accurate. We did want to see a least amount that we could bond to actually get the $900,000 grant. But what's more important is that we have many astute residents who are financially literate. And in my email, I had many different emails on this from people who wanted to see the street improvements happen and many who understand the financial impact to our budget. And many of them are astute enough as you are to realize that the carrying cost we would have on bonding, almost $6 million, would offset the $900,000 that we would be getting in the bond. We just cannot afford at this time to do this work. And many residents have said to me that they do not want their taxes to continue to escalate at these rates. And as Tori Schrump said, they'd be happy to wait a year or two until our finances are more in order. I ran for this seat, and most of my constituents put me in this seat because they wanted better financial management of our township's resources. So I am not apologetic that I am going to have to vote no to bond $6 million because we just can't afford it. I also want to see better management of our township trees, of our street projects. I have worked very hard to try to get the information that I needed to understand how we were approaching this. When residents were calling me and I was meeting with them at 7 o'clock in the morning, as they've been crying that their trees are coming down and their neighborhoods are being destroyed. It's been very difficult for me to get the information that I needed to address the situation from the administration. It took us several emails and back and forth, and I hope that we can work more collaboratively with our engineering department to, at the appropriate time, to better design from both a financial perspective and from a trees, preserving the trees projective, the work that should be done. But I think we need to slow down and we need to do this right. And I think what's gone on so far has been a bit haphazard. So that's where I want you to understand my thoughts on that. And I want to thank the astute residents who are paying attention, who also get it. Linda, I'm sorry. She's one of those persons who's very upset with the destruction of her trees, and I hope she will be happy to know that I think we're going to be able to slow this down. Mike Afram, thank you for coming out again. Your advocacy for Rock Spring is very much appreciated. As you know, I am not an advocate of any type of residential building on Rock Spring. I think we need to preserve it. I think we need to better manage that property as well. And I think we need to get a really good restaurateur in there who has the capacity and the expertise to run it properly. And I hope that, we can move forward. The Economic Development Committee is looking at this very seriously, and I hope that we can move forward. The sewer bills, Tori Shrub, thank you so much for bringing up the sewer bills. I have been speaking out about usage at every budget meeting. We really need to base this on usage. It's the only fair way. I think that we need to continue to ask Mr. Gross to take another look at this, because a lot of residents have come to me and are not happy with the way we're approaching it. So hopefully we'll be able to do that at some point. I know we've had some problems getting all the information we need to look at this, but hopefully we can take another look at it and do it as quickly as possible. To our new resident, Vera Metha. Thank you for coming out. We haven't heard from you before. I was glad to hear from you on a lot of different issues, and particularly that you shared with Mrs. Morelli. Mrs. Morelli, I'm sorry that you and other seniors have had to deal with the cannabis in the park. I've been concerned about the effect of secondhand smoke on our children and our seniors in our parks and on the sidewalks where our children walk to school. And particularly because Chief Abbott has been very honest with us about it's not easy to police this, and he has very limited ability to police it. And I've had discussions with the Washington school community. I'm a speech pathologist there. I'm a part of that community. And that community is very concerned about having cannabis right there in their neighborhood where the children walk to school, on the sidewalks where their children walk to school. It's a very, very difficult situation. I really would like to support the library who there's something on the agenda for us to approve, to get a letter of support for their new location, which is right on Washington Street in the neighborhood where my students walk to school. And as much as I would love to support them, Park Avenue was a wonderful location, no streets where children walk. I'm not going to be able to support this location based upon the feedback that I've gotten from parents and now what I'm hearing from you. And I would like everyone to understand that my position on the cannabis has often been mischaracterized. I really feel that I want all of our cannabis retailers to be successful. I will support them. I just don't want them to be on the streets where our children walk to school because the secondhand smoke is problematic. Many of you know, my mother died of lung cancer. She grew up in a time when Hollywood glamorized cigarette smoking. It took her years and years to stop, but it was too late. I used to watch my son, Alexander, when in second grade, curl up in bed with her and cry. And now recently, I've not been around for the last couple of weeks, as many of you know, my best friend has been diagnosed with lung cancer. She smoked for a long time. And I've had constituents and friends that have come to me and said, I am so concerned about the secondhand smoke in the high school bathrooms. I am so concerned about my teenager who is vaping. And I sincerely believe that the adults in the room have to stand up and have to educate these kids. And the medical community needs to educate these kids about the hazards of vaping on our respiratory system and some of the hazards of drugs on developing brain. Adults could do whatever they want in their own home and can use it more responsibly. But I think we have to take a more serious look at where we place the cannabis entities. And the streets of Washington School, many have said to me, are just not the place. So everyone, thank you for all that. Let's see. Sachua Kalami, thank you so much for your tuning in to every one of these planning board meetings. I was on the planning board meeting that you referenced. I am really concerned about the overdevelopment of our township as well. I, like you, could not believe that environmental impact study was not something that was requested by the planning board, that traffic studies were not requested. And as a member of the school community, I am very concerned about the impact on our schools of a lot of the overdevelopment in our township. Our schools are overcrowded now. At Washington School, we have a preschool that's dumped in the middle of the parking lot. We want to provide preschool for everyone. It's a wonderful concept, but we have to really look at how we implement some of these things and the effect they have on our community at large. I think, let's see, oh, Paul, on Ronald Terrace. I'm sure your street needs the repairs that you spoke of, and I will come and take a look at them. Unfortunately, I can't vote for the bond, but hopefully maybe our engineering department has some capital resources or can put you on the list as soon as we're able to get to it. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman?
Thank you, Council President. I want to warn everybody. I'm going to respond to my 5 or 6 pages of notes. I will do it as efficiently as I can. I cannot promise you it will be quick. Want to begin by thanking Mr. Fagan, Mr. Puglisi for their timely updates as always. I want to thank Mr. Kuby for reminding us of the summer reading program, as well as Marge for her impassioned advocacy for the library. I think the town has proven that we love the library. I think we've also had fair criticism of the process, how we got here. I want to thank Megan Brill for her street fair recap and her Thanks to everyone involved. It was absolutely an outstanding affair. And I think everyone that went, in spite of the coolness of the day, enjoyed themselves. And I'm sure it was a boost to our downtown businesses. Also, before I get into answering these public comments, I want to just talk about some of the events over the weekend. I would be remiss if I did not congratulate my own fifth grader, Amali, and the rest of the Mount Pleasant fifth grade class in having such a wonderful and successful year. And they had their moving up ceremony yesterday. Want to also congratulate West Orange African Heritage Organization on Sunday's Men Who Cook event. And I just want to reiterate what one of the commenters said. Somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000 in scholarships have been given out to West Orange High School seniors as a result of their efforts. And all of us are deeply appreciative of that. I had the opportunity to stop by O'Connor Park. I was dead dog tired. I did not stay long, but the police PBA had a cornhole fundraiser, and it was very well attended. I mean, it was just a good energy in the air. I really wish I could have stayed. I just couldn't. It was Sunday, and it was difficult for me. And then finally, Unique Performance Arts Center, celebrating 25 years of service in this township of West Orange. They had their dance recital on Saturday, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of that. They have a dad's dance. I have a daughter that still dances there, so we had a great time dancing together. I want to congratulate Lisa Batchelor and the UPAC family on 25 years of outstanding service. All right, Mr. Eberly, I want to thank you for your impassioned comments regarding the street improvements, as well as Mr. Phillip, as he joined us for the first time. I hope it's not his last. I understand that Reinhold Terrace may be in particularly difficult shape or bad shape, exacerbated by, not solely caused by, but exacerbated by PSE&G, which apparently in West Orange has been the subject of similar complaints before. I don't know what, if anything, we can do to require PSE&G to return the streets to the same condition they were in before they ripped them up. I don't know what the agreement they have with our township says. I'm not even sure if all of those streets are covered by an agreement with the town. Some of them may be covered by an agreement with the county or the state. I do not know. But I am grateful that with both of your impassioned comments, you were focused on solutions. And that is exactly what we are trying to do. Find a reasonable solution to the issues that we face. And many of these things, unfortunately, are intertwined. They're tied together. And so we have some budgetary concerns, which force us to evaluate our capital budget last year, as well as this year. We haven't even been presented one yet. We haven't approved our operating budget yet either. So we have to take these budgetary concerns into account when we make these decisions. And they are tough. And we do understand as a body that we won't always agree. But we also, as a body, try to represent the best interest of residents. And so you can count on us to continue that in spite of some of the rhetoric you hear to the contrary. Ms. Morelli, disappointed to hear of the smoking in the park, although that is not an uncommon complaint. We've had this conversation multiple times. The guidance from the State Attorney General with regard to policing cannabis has really taken it out of the police department. And so without having a conversation about how to hire inspectors or where they would properly be located, either Parks and Rec or the Health Department, and also having the funding for them, it is going to be difficult to address that issue effectively. We are working with our Parks Department, our Police Department, to do a better job at the July 4th ceremony this year, should it still go on, and it appears as of tonight it will. I don't know if that'll change or not, but town-wide is a different issue. because cannabis is no longer illegal and we can't treat it as an illegal substance. Mr. Litwinoff, I want to thank you for your detailed comments, specifically with regard to this letter that was sent out by the mayor. I'm going to come back to that. I'm deeply disappointed with the comments the mayor made before she left, so I will address all of that at that time. What I will say is that I'll save my comments until that time. I'll give them all out at the same time. Mr. Rodriguez, and I believe that was his wife that was here with him. We do share your concerns about crimes of opportunity in town. What I can assure you is that, and you attested to it tonight, our police are responsive and they will do the best they can. With regard to lighting, I know that they have done tremendous work in other neighborhoods to make sure that PSE&G does replace the bulbs that are out. And if there are some that are missing, just give us the poll number and we will work to get those fixed. I'm not sure what, if anything, we can do about changing the quality of the light. And I don't know where that stands. Mr. Gross may be able to speak to that in his comments. Ms. Kuchkowski, again, thank you for your comments regarding the trees. What I will say is that at least in this new street improvement plan that is on the agenda tonight, the $6 million bond, they have apparently been able to save all the trees. I am disappointed that it took this level of advocacy and public comment and council involvement to get there. But I'm glad that we're there. Mr. Alvam, thank you again for your comments on Rock Spring. I don't think there isn't a pilot on Rock Spring, but I think you may have been referencing the pilot on Executive Drive. So I just want to be clear, there is no pilot, at least as of today, on Rock Spring. And I agree with you, we should not have sold the library for $1 million. I've said that multiple times. Mr. Litwinoff was clear in his comments regarding the $500,000 that came from the Affordable Housing Fund. It's an interest-free loan for apparently 45 years. I thought it was 40 years or some extended period of time. But whatever it is, $500,000 today is not worth the same as $500,000 30 or 40 years from now. I think if that project could not be done without giving away 25,000 square feet on one of the busiest corners in West Orange for $1 million or $500,000, depends on how you calculate it, then it shouldn't be done. This isn't a slight to Mr. Alpert. This isn't a slight to senior housing or our need for affordable housing, certainly not for our seniors. But we do have a responsibility to the entire township to be diligent when we dispose of property that we own and to get fair value for it. And it's my understanding that we didn't have an appraisal for that property. I heard some commentary to the contrary tonight, so maybe there was one. I've not seen it, and I hadn't heard about an appraisal before tonight. But either way, in my opinion, that property is worth much more than $500,000 or $1 million. Ms. Schnupp responded regarding the letter to the residents from the mayor. I'll address that later. She also referenced the tree plan, the sewage bills, and Mr. Trink. I will address Mr. Trink later as well. I think we are all in agreement as a council that a usage-based model for the sewer bill is more fair. I think our challenge is given the time that we have to make the decision and the lack of complete data to move to that model. So what we've discussed in budget hearings is making a change now and being prepared to move to a usage-based model as soon as possible, which I think the earliest opportunity would be in 2024. Ms. Schwartz, her comments regarding the library struck me. And we've had this conversation in public. I think, one, we know that until tonight, I've said several times that we're not going to have a satellite library. We had no money in the budget for one. It would require a budget. I've spoken to folks at the library about that and what the cost would be. And they were very clear that while they didn't know exactly what it would cost, they knew it would cost something. And unless it's in the budget, it isn't going to happen. So that's actually one of my deepest disappointments, is that around that. And I spoke with Mr. Trink about that in some of the votes we've taken regarding the library. And I've been disappointed in the outcomes, even when we agree on something. Again, I'm going to come back to that at the end. But to her point about poor planning, we didn't wait until we knew we could open the new library before taking down the old one. And I know there was some rush regarding these tax credits, but when you look at the totality of this project, it really speaks well of taking your time and planning things out and not rushing. We've now been hit with multiple change orders that have increased what we expected to be the township's contribution significantly. We have significant delays. We have certainly some disagreement with regard to what we should have done with the old library building. So I think better planning down the road. I think this is an example of why we should take our time and do better planning down the road. And her comment about having senior housing take precedence over having a library, I thought was interesting, especially when she said the supply chain issues didn't affect the building of the senior property, but it does affect the library. So while that could totally be coincidental, when you add up all of these things together, and I'm not saying it isn't coincidental, I'm just saying that there's a confluence of things, of issues with regard to this particular project, and I think we could have done a far better job. Mrs. Malanga, with regard to the street paving bonds, until the budget is under control, we've had multiple comments about that. I just want to say from last year's capital budget, the capital budget that was presented last year was around $16 million. What we settled on was roughly $9 million. And at the time, the reason why I take full responsibility for it, and I know some people aren't going to be happy about it, and it may cost me in an election. And honestly, at this point, I really do not care. The truth is, the reason why I made that request was because we don't have a debt plan, meaning if interest rates go here, this is what we're going to do, because we know it's going to cost us a certain amount more for debt service. So if we have to pay more money for debt service, where else are we going to cut? What will the impact be on our budget? We didn't have one. And we were in the midst of a rising interest rate environment, which we're still in the midst of. And yes, inflation has come down some, but that doesn't mean the cycle is over. I pray it is. But no one has a crystal ball and we can't tell. So we have to be prepared for the worst. So to have that cut out last year, if the streets were such a priority, they could have been done within that $9 million. And if they couldn't have been done within the $9 million from last year, the right thing to do is to come back to a new council, because you have two new council members here that did not vote last year. Come back to this new council and say, look, the last year's council made this decision. This is the impact of that decision. We'd like to discuss it to see if we can do something different, and then compromise and negotiate instead of send out letters trying to drum up support for something that has already been voted on in the council twice. So I think that's indicative of how we're treating each other, and that obviously has to stop. All right. The gas blowers, I think I don't know how my council colleagues feel with regard to that. What I've said about this, both in our open space recreation meetings and in town council meetings in the past, is that if we're going to make a move of that nature, we need to understand the impact to the smallest of landscaping businesses so that we don't negatively impact them inadvertently. And I'll give you an example. There's an outstanding young man right here in West Orange, a junior in high school, who has a landscaping business. And if we were to ban gas-powered equipment, it would negatively impact him. Now, this gentleman already charges far less than the big boys because his parents have made an investment in him and his future. And so he can undercut the competition. But he would be negatively impacted by things like that. So my concern is that we not rush to do what other towns have done, but we take into consideration how we can protect some of our smaller entrepreneurs, certainly those that are fall in Mr. Aguilera's category. Mr. Metha, Vikas Metha, I hope I said your name properly. Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm sorry that this has been your introduction. We are taking into consideration all of your comments with regarding to the cannabis, as well as the speeding issues. I think a part of that, though, is enforcement. And that requires an investment in our police department so that we have enough police on duty all the time to address some of these quality of life issues. That's a larger conversation. It's also a part of the budgetary concerns. That's the reason why we did not cut those open positions out of the police department, because we know how valuable they are. And those are the kinds of positions that can help address your particular concern. Mr. Scott, the zoning board, Mr. Neuer continuing to serve in that position against the will of the council. I just want to be clear how we got here. And this is, I'm going to say it here, I'm going to have to reiterate it a little later. The ordinance that this council was presented with would have changed the prior ordinance. That did not pass, or the resolution would have changed the prior resolution. It did not pass. So the current resolution is still in effect. The current resolution, which happened long before the four of us, with the exception of Councilwoman Castellino, were elected in West Orange, that restricted the ability of the chairman to serve more than 2 consecutive terms. All we did was uphold the existing ordinance. We didn't change a thing. And now that it wants to be changed to accommodate someone who is in the office, Mr. Neuer, and we don't agree, now the original ordinance is no longer valid and no longer good, and we can just do what we want. That is at the heart of the matter with regard to the challenges we have, or at least I have, with Mr. Trink. I can't answer everybody, but I will try to answer every issue. I am saddened to hear your commentary, Mrs. Hindi, about your future in West Orange. Taxes are going up at an unacceptable level. You are spot on when you say we will need a new school soon. Classes are overcrowded. How will we pay for it? We are constantly told that that's not an issue. I can't see how it isn't an issue. And I will just give you anecdotal evidence from one school in town, Mount Pleasant Elementary School. When my oldest children went to Mount Pleasant 13, 14 years ago, you would have drop off in the morning, pick up in the afternoon, and everybody could park legally on one side of the street. One side of the street had no parking. The other side of the street does. Everybody going to drop off or pick up in the morning could find a parking spot to drop their children off. Now people are parking on both sides of the street. Children have to cross in front of people that are trying to rush to drop their children off. People are parking in the teacher's parking lot. People are parking around the corner, on both corners, because there's just not enough room for all of the parents that are dropping children off. That is not because the school has plenty of space. It is because the school is crowded. If we don't get out in front of that, you and I are going to be faced with another large tax increase because schools are not cheap. I understand the mayor's commentary regarding why she mailed the letter to the folks that she mailed it to. I will echo Ms. Hindy's comment that it should have been mailed to everyone. But even more than that, we should have had a conversation between the mayor and the council members before tonight. We should have had an opportunity to negotiate or compromise because we don't see things the same way. And rational, reasonable people who mean well can and often do disagree. That's what we have here, or at least that's what I believe we have here. So it's not that this is an obstructionist council trying to sabotage a new mayor. We disagree. And in that disagreement, we're going to have conversation. I will say that I have tried to have a one-on-one conversation with our mayor, and our mayor has refused. And this is not something that was done without other people watching and witnessing. This was done in public. So it is not the council that's not trying to work with the administration. It is not me. It is not us. The impasse here is on that side of the table. And while that may be an uncomfortable truth, it is the truth. I am happy to negotiate. I am happy to compromise. That is a part of politics. I've lost multiple votes in the 2+ years that I've been on this council. I don't cry about it. I don't moan and groan. I don't hold it against someone. I don't use it as a reason to bash someone later. I represent the people that put me in this seat. And sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. That's how politics works. Then you move on to the next issue. I would encourage everybody to take that same approach. I will agree with Mr. Blanton that our agenda could certainly be improved. It could certainly be more efficient. I will state right out, I am overwhelmed. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it is quite a bit to have all of these battles to address and the actual work of the council and the actual resident concerns and the events around town. So it would be, we may need to have an additional meeting. We may need to have a third meeting. I don't know what the solution is, but in an effort to not have to restrict public comment or restrict our responses to public comment, we may need to do something else. And if it is whittling down the agenda, then that might mean an additional meeting. And I'm happy to have that conversation tonight. All right, now with regard to Mr. Trent.
Can we pause on that until we actually get to the resolution, since we're gonna have to discuss the resolution? Please?
I'm happy to reiterate it. I respectfully decline to accept your request now. And I'm doing this because it was brought up in public comment. What was said is that by our mayor, I don't know what happened in the last 5 months. When this began, I stated clearly what the issues were. It started with the zoning board. An ordinance or a resolution was upheld. We received advice from legal counsel that that ordinance was no longer legal or valid. And then the zoning board attorney instructs the zoning board to ignore the will of the town council. We moved from that to Mr. Trink's contract. Which was voted down. So he doesn't have a contract. And then in that vote, it was a 2-2 vote with 1 abstention. So his contract did not pass. It failed to pass. Wasn't voted down. It failed to pass. And the mayor, under advice of legal counsel, voted to break the tie, which allowed Mr. Trink for that moment to have a contract, only to then, after residents complained, only to then have to come back and rescind that vote because in fact, the mayor is not allowed to vote in the town council with the exception of very, very narrow circumstances. Then we get to the CFOBA contract. After initially being given advice and guidance that it was not only legal, but fiscally prudent to allow our CFO to also serve as BA, after having much discussion about the compensation for that additional role in public, we realize that it is against our municipal code. And I'm grateful that the mayor has finally separated those roles. I'm disappointed that she has named Mr. Gross as her chief of staff, which essentially gives him the same duties minus 1 or 2 as the BA. And it feels like, even if it isn't, it feels like an end run around what the town council has expressed. And again, this is being done under legal cover. Then we move to a special counsel who wanted to present this town council with a rationale for changing our municipal code to accommodate one individual staying in both roles. We rejected that, but we weren't even included in the conversation about hiring special counsel, about awarding the contract for special counsel, about what the special counsel would be paid, about choosing our own to give us what we would consider unbiased advice. So those are the 4 things that I mentioned initially as the reason why we began moving in this direction to remove Mr. Trink as town council, township attorney. The bottom line is, and I'm responding to his assertions now, the bottom line is, he has given us counsel as a town council, not just this one, but others, to vote on issues that were before us with incomplete or inaccurate information. And we've had to either be told by a court that it was not right or by another attorney that it was not right. He said appropriately that Mr. Kaiser is not the blame for the mayor voting. He is, because he is the department head. And what we've said in this council, at least what I've said, is whoever is at the top of that org chart is responsible for whatever happens beneath them. And as a result of that kind of advice and counsel and refusing, I'm glad we have the legal fees now, but it took over 2 years to get them. As a result of that advice, residents have been harmed by providing a legal basis for some of the transactions in town that I feel do not represent the best interest of residents. Selling the library is chief among them. Not putting it out to bid, not getting an appraisal. If we had done that and then still sold it for $1 million fully transparently and allowing folks to make that decision, it would be different. But I'm left to speculate as to why, and the feeling I have is that if we knew all of the facts, the public might not have supported that transaction. It's further harmed residents by providing a legal basis and further public explanation for what we paid for Rock Spring and why we need to sell parcels off for residential development, in spite of the will of the town council. The council has already stated multiple times, we do not want to harm the integrity of the course, nor do we want to put any more residential housing on that property. We refuse to apply for Green Acres funding. We've had it now for 4 or 5 years. We could have done it already. We could have already been receiving payments from Green Acres to help pay the debt service or pay down the debt, but we've not done it. When we bought Main Street, the properties on Main Street, we were told we would own that property for 6 months or less. I stated it publicly at the time. That was why I supported it, because we had a plan to offload that property in the short term. And here we are still owning it. And the primary reason is legal. It's a misreading of the law that created the tax credits. And while that should rightly fall on the part of the developer too, our council has an obligation to understand those transactions and give us sound advice. So I am not willing to pull that resolution, and we're going to come to it. We'll pull it and talk about it, but I'm definitely going to vote on it. And I will further say, I am very disappointed with the mayor's characterization of this council. She cited a parade of support for Mr. Trink at a few council meetings ago. That parade of support was organized. It was filmed by the town attorney's son from the back of this room. Those of you that watch on camera, you could not see it. It was orchestrated. It was planned. And to me, that is not sincere or authentic. I think we need a reset. And I'm happy to have one. There's some things we can negotiate on and compromise on. But to do that, it's going to require us to lower the temperature, name calling, sending out letters, making social media posts, trying to stir up support for one position or the other is not the way to bridge the gap. So I'm happy to have the reset, but it's going to be based on facts, and it's going to be based on what's in the best interest of residents. And when you ask if anyone can point to unethical behavior by Trink, I believe one of our residents did tonight with regard to Organon. And while the Supreme Court did not say his actions were unethical, they were absolutely wrong with regard to how we sold that library. And I also will note that both our mayor and our town attorney left before hearing the response to their comments from this town council. I think that speaks volumes. I'm done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
How do I follow that up?
Hopefully with not as long of a commentary.
So first off, I want to thank everyone for coming out in person, virtually. I appreciate all your advocacy. I say in every meeting that it's really important for community engagement and holding elected officials and administration accountable for our actions. I will keep this brief because Councilman Rutherford said almost everything I was going to say. I echo his sentiments, his statements. I will add though, regarding, I have some notes here that I took. Regarding the summer ban on the gas blowers, I did send an email to Mr. Kaiser requesting that he or the legal department prepare a leaf blower noise, a leaf blower ban, summer ban due to the noise. And he responded back that he notes my requests and that I prepare an ordinance regarding leaf blower noise banning and must point out that such issue was relatively recently debated by the council and the public in one or more public meetings with no consensus being reached. Certainly the debate can be had again and again, but in one or more public meetings with all having the opportunity to participate, any proposed ordinance would then hopefully have sufficient support for support for adoption. So hopefully we can have that debate and discuss this. It's an issue that was brought before me by many environmentally concerned residents who are environmentally concerned. And in regards to the tree ordinance, I am working with an environmental group who provided input and sent an email. I just honestly don't feel comfortable responding back and forth with the legal department, specifically anyone from Trank's firm, considering they don't have a contract, because by me doing so, then I'm justifying them billing hours and doing work. And again, as we've heard from my fellow councilmen, there is no contract. It wasn't approved. So I don't understand how work is getting done, why they're doing work. So I'm hoping to have further discussion about this when we get to, I guess, the resolution. Let me go back to my notes. And regarding the sewer bill, Mr. Gross did explain to us on the record in a budget meeting that he didn't have time, or that the American water representatives have not gotten back to him in time regarding billing by usage, which we all echoed here that that's important to bill based on usage, not by the number of bedrooms. So hopefully we can amend this resolution to include considering usage in the future. I think that's really important. That would be the only way I would be able to support this bill. And then I'll end on this note. I will not be supporting any resolutions or ordinances prepared by anyone from Trank's firm or Trank himself, because again, doesn't have a contract, wasn't approved. And I truly believe that it's important that the Township Council gets an opportunity to select special counsel. An RFQ should go out. I have said this in the past. We need advice. There's clearly a loss of confidence from this governing body with our legal department. And I believe it's important that an RFQ goes out, and we should be able to select special counsel that can advise us and guide us. And I will end there. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President and my colleagues. Okay, so I've been fortunate enough to take some time off the past couple weeks and got to be in a pool in Florida to think about coming to this meeting tonight and what I would say because of all the issues that have been ongoing. And, seeing the mayor come before this evening, frustrated, my colleagues frustrated, Mr. Trank frustrated. We all need to talk to each other, and we need to see everybody's side, because this has been, I feel like a snowball that's turning into an avalanche here. And we have a lot of important business to get done. And to say that we're not going to approve contracts and we're going to not approve streets, which is a big part of our job, and all the things that we've been talking about tonight, and all these poor folks that are, concerned and worried about our community and their streets and their taxes and everything else. We got a real mess on our hands. So, and I blame, there's a lot of blame to go around. And it needs to start with better communication on all sides with everyone sitting in this room. With that being said, I thank all the folks for coming down this evening. If I don't get to your name tonight, I apologize, and everyone that has sent emails. I've been doing this job since 2015, prior 10 years on our school board. It's not a perfect system, but if everyone listens and communicate, it works. I've worked with multiple community elected officials throughout my tenures. And I have to say, I'm really frustrated with our group right now, because we need to put politics aside, and administration too, talking to everybody, and we need to get the people's business done. And with that being said, I'm going to start off with the trees. The trees, and I appreciate the mayor going out that morning. I know Councilman, you ran out too that morning, and poor Linda that was upset on Thorn Terrace. And again, this is our second tree forester that we have. Mr. Linson, there were some, I shouldn't even say his name, and I apologize to him, but there was issues with the public and the advocates in the community, and some things were justified, some things were not. But again, that was taken care of when we have a new forester here. I talked to folks in other towns, and there's been tree diseases, and it kills me too to see trees down, because I've said this multiple times. The one thing I love is driving up and down our hills. The first time there's a snowfall in West Orange, it's the most beautiful town in the state when that snow falls. And not to have the trees on the street, it breaks my heart. But I've also spoken to residents who have trees come down in a storm right through their child's bedroom, and almost, if that child was in that bed, would have killed them. So, there's a lot of things that have to be balanced out. I appreciate all the speakers this evening that talked about the trees, and hopefully that will get worked out. I think everyone's concerned. We want to get it fixed, but it also has to be reasonable. And this job is about balancing everyone's needs and making sure we have great legislation that accomplishes a balancing for everyone. Ms. Morelli, thank you for coming in tonight again with the parks. And no one's more frustrated than Mr. Keogh with Degnan Park. He has on film, we have young people smoking. I'm going to be meeting with our superintendent soon to have some conversation. I'm on the school board liaison, and there's concerns there. So I'm going to report it to them again. I know they keep trying to talk to our students, but that's been my concern with approving so many entities with our new ordinance with the cannabis. A lot of, and the feedback I'm getting from the parents, they feel it's a green light for the young people in the community. And we have to do a better job in education. And again, with the budget, we have a budget crisis. And I appreciate all the hours. They spent more hours than I did in budget meetings, my colleagues, because I was away. But again, we are down to about 6.5%. Hopefully with some revenue, we could get a little bit lower. But we need that patrolling in the parks because it's quality of life issues. And again, we talk about balancing. So we need those patrols, and I hope Mr. Gross could have that work out with the chief and Mr. Keogh in getting that accomplished, because it's going to be a long summer. And I know we tend to get issues up at O'Connor Park as well. So hopefully the chief and Mr. Keogh could work on that for our residents, because quality of life is extremely important. The streets. I've had the privilege of spending many years working with current administration, prior administration, and Mr. Lepore. He was a great source of education for me, learning about streets and how important it is to stay on a schedule. And there's many streets that, we've heard residents tonight, and we're getting a lot of emails that are upset because, they've been off schedule. Last year, there was concerns with the council, and I appreciate my colleague was one of those who had supported to cut some money out of the street repairs that we could have done last year. But again, it throws everything off. And public service, they have to make these repairs. I know sometimes they pay for the streets to be repaved. I know in one section in my neighborhood they did, so I was able to get the streets repaved for whatever reason. Mr. Gross will have to explain that, or unfortunately, I have Ms. Lepore here, and Ms. Corbella is not in this week, but I don't know, exactly. So I appreciate when, if administration's going to speak, Council President, that they explain public, public works, public service, why they do and don't repair the streets. I know the water company has to come in. A lot of times, folks are waiting for the repairs and then wait on the utilities to get done. I know we had a lot of sewer replacements. And with flooding, we had flooding issues. So to hold a lot of this up and not to get these repairs done, I'm going to leave that up to administration. If you think we could cut down and get away with it, I'm going to support that. But the message I received was you wanted to move forward, and I'm fine with that too, because again, there's scheduling, and let's face it, folks, each year, I can't believe how much the costs are going up. So although we're waiting on one end to try to save funding, but yet interest rates, will keep rising and costs keep rising. So again, we need to get these projects done. Big part of our job is to repair these streets. So I will be supporting that this evening, that resolution. So anyone who has a quick resolve, because again, this money takes a year or two to go through. Ronald Terrace, I'm familiar with because I was on Ronald Terrace one night and had called Mr. Lepore about it last year. And so whatever you could do, Mr. Gross, with Mr. Williams and whatnot, let's, see what we could help them out there with that situation. And the soft lights, I hope you wrote down for Mr. Rodriguez. I'm not sure if we're able to switch the soft to the white lights. Again, public service is involved with those street lights. I'm not sure if that's a decision we could make on our own. So that's something that administration would have to answer for us. And I know we've had contacted on some dark streets. A lot of times the lights go out. So if you see a light that is out, let the administration know and report it, because they can get in touch with public service to get those bulbs replaced. So, we don't want anybody to have dark streets and have it unsafe, especially with folks out looking to, rob cars. Sewer bill, I also, I support what my colleagues had said this evening about usage, but again, we have a time crunch. So, because I did not from the very beginning thought it was fair with 4 and 5 bedrooms. I know a lot of our empty nesters do own their properties, and people on fixed incomes that are trying to hold on to their properties. So I do support moving to usage for that. And so hopefully we'll be able to move in that direction. The library, I'm a honored trustee on the Friends of the Library Board. I'm also the only council person that was here that approved that project. A lot of these projects have a lot of moving parts to it. And when we had these projects and we were going through them, the then mayor, Parisi, had public meetings and, would go over these, have these presentations. They are complex transactions that have a lot of moving parts with them. So I encourage the public, if you hear something about them, to call and get your questions answered, and let the administration go over them with you. In regards to that, that was prior to the pandemic when that project commenced with the public library. It had started out with back then a survey. We were trying to accommodate our seniors with senior housing. And the mayor thought at that time it would be a great project, and that council agreed. But it just wasn't the council that approved the project and the sale amount. The library itself, the board themselves voted for it. So it just wasn't the council decision. It was a library board where there are a lot of intelligent people that are finance people that sit on that board. So they had put their seal of approval on those transactions. So it just wasn't the council at the time. It certainly wasn't just Mr. Trank. It was the library board has to prove anything with the library. Had they not want to move, they want to stay there and stay put, we would not be seeing the pictures this evening of Executive Drive. Again, prior to the pandemic, market rates were different back then. So we talk about price, and the pricing was all done through the state of New Jersey. All of this had to get approved, and Mr. Gross administration could talk to that. I want to thank Mr. Smeraldo, who's here this evening, because his involvement with this project has really, has to be mentioned, because you have been a great supervisor up there with this project. There's been a lot of, a lot of unexpected construction issues, and which isn't due to poor planning, which is due to the nature of construction and its projects. And therefore, I don't think it's a fair statement to say there could have been better planning. Every other week, Marge Minion, the board, Mr. Kuby, they have been instrumental in especially our board members. They have been instrumental in donating their time to make sure that every detail is addressed and every item is addressed. The public themselves, we're very fortunate here in West Orange that we have great libraries in our public schools. So I know our students have been taken care of. I know any need, any services has not stopped. Marge was outstanding this evening, as she always is. They just make sure everyone is accommodated. So yeah, it's frustrating. Would they love to be having their summer reading program on the 27th at the Newt site? Of course they would. But it's an old building. We're dealing with old buildings. We bought a bunch of old buildings. And for anyone who, again, to my colleagues, you bought an old building. So these items were discussed when we talked about conversations that we had with the properties on Main Street for the movie studio. There's environmental issues there. So to say that, the attorneys didn't do their due diligence or they didn't share with us, it's not fair, just really, really not fair. And the 6 months turnaround time, did the prior mayor express that he was hoping to stay on that schedule? Yeah, he did. I remember a comment or so, but again, maybe because I'm a real estate professional, and I know any kind of commercial transaction takes much longer than 6 months. I was not expecting that quick turnaround. We also didn't, know with the state, with the film studio credits and whatnot. That wasn't ironed out yet. We were hoping to get it done. And we're not the only town that was disappointed with what's been waiting for our state legislation to get this finalized. Bayonne is another town. I forget, there's 2 others that are in the same situation as us. So again, this was all vetted and information was said, and I heard it. And not that you didn't hear it, not to be disrespectful, but to give the impression that it wasn't said, I can't agree with, and I apologize. But we could debate more about Mr. Trank later. I will be supporting him. I think he has great integrity. I know I know there's been some disappointment on my colleagues' sides, and I've heard you with that, and I understand, but I don't agree on all of it. I think some things don't merit charges, because really this is about charges if you're going to dismiss someone, and I don't see that. I just wish we could move past it. Apparently, that's not what you're looking to do, and we'll have to hammer that out in a little bit. So look forward to that conversation. Rock Spring, again, Rock Spring.
another complex purchase that I was there for, got reelected on overwhelmingly, and had a lot of conversation with a lot of people about Rock Spring that year. Again, another project that started prior to the pandemic. We all forget that pandemic. A lot of things changed with that pandemic. But we did have an appraisal for $4.3 million because we were not selling a golf course. We were in jeopardy of losing that property to development for zoned single houses. So Mayor, her presentation, she meant well. And that was all her. She had Mr. Trank present. She wanted to just be honest. And our mayor, she's having a tough transition, finding her way, but wanted to be honest with the public about those 4 parcels. And I know, sir, you've been concerned about that, and the other gentleman that was here. But there's no developer looking to buy that. And we've had developers come, and it's part of our job to walk the property and to listen, because anyone who comes to develop and we have to vote on, I'm going to listen to it because that's my job. And if I don't listen and it's something that could benefit the public, then I wouldn't be doing my job. So, but with all that being said, we turned that developer away. The one gentleman that wanted to come build an apartment building on there. I am not a fan of apartment buildings in our community. However, the buildings that are being built are geared towards empty nesters, and I've asked for the school numbers, and I'll be getting them again, which I will be sharing with my colleagues coming from the school board and working with the demographics. Right now, our school system, their average class size, and was 16 was the last I heard, which is a great number. When my kids were in the school district, it was about 22, 23. And they were, functioning class sizes, which, were not considered overcrowded. So 16 is actually a really great number, which I'm glad for most of our students. But there's room in those buildings. They may have to be redistricted if there is a crowding issue, but there is rooms in those buildings. And they also need to do, before anyone builds another building, and I think they started to, a full wide re-registration, because as we know, that's always an issue with students from out of district utilizing the West Orange schools. It was policies I put in place years ago, and still an issue. But there are room there, I won't speak for them, but I will work with them and get you better numbers and bring back to this council, because I am the liaison. And I know a lot of questions. I've been involved in the demographic studies with the schools before, so I'm not too concerned. But these buildings that we have been built are geared towards empty nesters. Not to say they can't have students in them. They don't produce a lot. I know Edison Lofts, there was 3 students last I checked. We've had a great turnover with families, new families coming in. Now, it's no secret, all of New Jersey, a lot of people are moving out of state, down south. A lot of migration from families coming from the cities after the pandemic, moving here. And having new young families in town is a good thing. I know it concerns folks, and the scare of that we need new schools and there's no room and your taxes are going to go higher has been something that we've talked about for, has been happening for many, many years. But we're in pretty good shape. I am nervous about, and it's great, the preschool, to offer young families free preschool is a great thing, because as years go on, you hope by addressing needs of students when they're at that age, will help on special needs services as they get older, and with early interventions. But we'll see how that plays out with being a magnet for more families to move into the township. But young families in the township should be a positive thing. I think that's all I'm going to address for now. But yeah,
going to encourage my colleagues and administration to keep talking and having conversations, because we need to be way more productive than we have been doing by not only absorbing a lot of our time, but administration. And one last thing I want to share with the public on this. Mr. Gross, I know you've been getting beat up for a while on some of our meetings, and I'm not one to beat up in public, but I'll challenge you after or before a meeting. But at the same token, it's been a rough couple years. All we had to suffer with the pandemic, losing Mr. Sayers, having a lot of key directors retire recently, hiring new directors, and Mr. Gross having to have the time to spend with them, to get them up and transition to the township. And I really feel, my colleagues, you're not seeing that, and you need to appreciate that a little bit more. And I took enough time. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, everyone, for speaking this evening.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Gross, is there anything that you want to add before I ask you some specific questions regarding public comment?
Oh, excuse me, Council President, I'm sorry. I have one last thing, and could be for Mr. Gross, because again, we had that line from the gentleman, Mr. Avalon, was it? He was sitting next to him, Michael. Yes. That, we are giving away our land for 30 years tax-free. We don't have one tax-free tax abatement project. No, you didn't, the gentleman that was with you. We have pilot programs and Edison lost right now. We're doing great with that project because they're completely filled. But all of our projects all had started out with what they were earning in tax revenue, and just, it goes higher. It doesn't jump way up. It's on a graduated scale. And let's not forget, this property across the driveway here was tax-free to begin with. So anything we earn on that is a plus. And I'll let you talk now, Mr. Gross.
Thank you. Mr. Gross?
Council President, if you want to give me the things you want me to touch on, I can make
Sure.
note of them and try to do this in a organized and hopefully shorter period of time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Just wanted to, Councilwoman Castellino briefly mentioned this, the extra lights on the streets, especially on where PSC&G, Mr. Rodriguez spoke to that. And Chestnut Drive. What is the process? And this isn't just for Mr. Rodriguez, but for anyone who may be living in a place where more lighting might be necessary. How would they go about requesting that?
Okay, can you give me all the points?
Sure.
Because some of these intermingle.
Absolutely.
So-
Wanted to understand the road work that was not completed by PSC&G when they had come in and done some additional work. What is their responsibility to restoration of the roads? Wanted to also go to one of the questions about the bond cost, understanding that we will receive, if this is approved, $900,000 in grants plus $900,000 plus in grants. There was a question that asked, how much will the bond actually cost? So if we could address that. And then finally, if we can have legal discuss the zoning board chair, the position, the information on the legality of the resolution from the previous council in 2016, if that is the correct date. I don't know that to be true, but we're referencing 2016 and a resolution that was made by the governing body indicating that there could not be a secession of the chair. And then if we can also talk about in how that position has now continued to evolve with Mr. Noor continuing to serve as the chair.
You want me to address that now?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank
so my understanding of the drill opinion, and I've mentioned this before, he basically says that the municipal land use law takes precedence over our ordinance, which is correct, and just like the Faulkner Act takes precedence over our ordinances, and that the municipal land use law permits, in fact, a chairman to be repeated again and again and again without any limitation. So basically, what he has said is that our ordinance is ultra virus, not effective, and basically void when it was written. And of course, it is an independent autonomous body, meaning the zoning board. They have their own attorney, as has been pointed out. We don't represent them. In fact, we can't appear before them except on a courtesy application when the sovereign township of West Orange is actually doing construction or doing a job that has to go before them. And I've done that a few times in the course of the last 25 years. But otherwise, we're not allowed to be before them. So the opinion is not ours that counts. It's the one by Mr. Drill given to the zoning board attorney. She conveyed it to the zoning board. They take an oath, just like you take an oath, to follow the law. That's the law that they're instructed on. So what choice do they have? They don't follow the dictates of the council or the mayor. They follow the dictates of the municipal land use law. So hopefully that answers that question.
It certainly answers my question. I've heard you respond to that. It's unfortunate that we have mischaracterization of how the law is applied, as well as speaking to what transpired and whether or not it was legitimate or not. So
Council
thank you.
President, if I may, it's on that issue.
If I can finish, that'll be fine. Can I finish my statement?
I thought you were finished.
I didn't stop talking.
Okay.
Thank you. So again, with the understanding of how we got there and the mischaracterization, I appreciate you taking an opportunity while we may not agree or like the statements that you have made, in fact, we are trying our best to follow the law. Councilman?
Mr. Kaiser, in some instances, the actions of the township can be either more or less restrictive than land use or Faulkner Act or whatever, and it depends on what that particular thing is.
Correct.
Are we allowed to be more restrictive in this regard?
I don't believe so, and Mr. Drill doesn't believe so, and I trust his opinion about it more than mine because I don't practice municipal land use law on a regular basis. I have done some of it, but very little of it. He's an expert, probably the best expert of it in New Jersey, given the book that he writes and edits. So I trust his judgment. I haven't done the research myself. I didn't do that opinion, but I understand where he was coming from, and it makes sense to me. You are correct that there are some instances in which the township can have more restrictive than the state. And I'm not thinking of a quick example, but certainly that can happen. But this is not one of them. This is a structural thing. So you can't have that kind of difference with a structural ordinance.
Would it surprise you if other attorneys differed?
Oh, never surprised me when other attorneys differ because lawyers differ all the time. So, but I think I would trust Mr. Drill's judgment in the long run.
And my last question on that, if that is the case, why wasn't that discussed when the ordinance was originally, or the resolution was originally passed? If when the resolution was originally passed, it was deemed to be ultra virus, why wasn't it discussed
When you
then?
say the resolution, what resolution are you referring to?
With regard to the ordinance or the zoning board chair not being able to serve more than
Wasn't the
two
resolution, you mean the
ordinance, whatever it was.
Look, I mean, I don't remember when that ordinance dated back to. I don't have and I can't get it quickly, but our ordinances go back to at least 1972, and in some instances before that. Remember that our township, I think until 1967, was a commission form of government. Then it transferred in 67, I believe, to a mayor council form of government. We've had multiple township attorneys over the course of that time. They all have different skills, different abilities. I don't know what I can't go back to those ordinances. I don't remember if I asked the clerk to get those ordinances or not, when this issue came up. But I had no reason to disagree with Mr. Drill, and I don't think I was involved in the process at that point.
So my concern is that when this ordinance was originally passed, this conversation was not had. And it's only had now that a change to the ordinance was requested and denied. And that, I'm sure you would agree, seems a little bit out of sorts. Because if the facts have not changed, if the governing law regarding the ability of a town council to limit not the term of someone serving on the zoning board, but the role, the term in which they serve a particular role on the zoning board. If that was not legitimate, if that was not right, that should have been addressed long before a request to make that change was sent to us. And then we didn't make the change. And now we find out, oh, well, the original law is no longer good or wasn't good in the first place.
One would hope that mistakes are discovered early. And in fact, that's what happened to me with respect to my opinion that the mayor could vote to break a tie when she couldn't. I take full responsibility for that mistake. It had nothing to do with Mr. Trank. I understand what you said. We all make mistakes from time to time, unfortunately, and we live with them. I own it. So I don't know what else to say. But remember that for years and years and years, and I don't know how many years, but Mr. Neuer was reelected to be chairperson by the other members of the zoning board. So they must have felt comfortable with him in that position. And they wanted to continue him in that position. Again, I don't appear before the zoning board. I don't know how it operates in detail. I don't know what the feelings or thinking was of those members of the zoning board when they came to those votes. They voted that way. So they must have been happy with him. I know that Mr. Scott has expressed unhappiness with that. And I can't really speak to that. So.
Others have expressed it to me as well, but that's neither here nor there because at this point, Mr. Neuer is still serving, even though our current ordinance says he shouldn't be. That's it for me, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Gross, if you'll comment on the remaining.
Sure. In terms of the questions that came up tonight in reference to the utilities and how they leave the streets, the utilities are responsible to make any repairs, substantial repairs to any damage they do to the streets. So I'm going to check on this particular situation. Now, that's not to say that, for instance, we have a cooperative agreement with the utilities, and sometimes it makes sense. I think over the years, engineering has, for lack of a better term, traded off work where they were doing work in a neighborhood and doing repairs or work that they did in a neighborhood and extended that onto neighboring streets that they didn't do any work on. And it just because they were there and it was easier for them to do it, less expensive for them to do it than it would have been for us and then we've accepted responsibility for other streets. So I think that may have gone on. I'm not saying that's what's going on here. I'm going to find out the answer to that. But generally speaking, the utilities are responsible to do their repairs. In terms of the lighting, I don't think there's really any way that a resident can spur on PSE&G to change lighting. Certainly in terms of reporting lighting that's out or not functioning properly, that's certainly surprisingly, the best way to get a hold of them is through their website. And when we get complaints, that's what we do is we go and enter it into their website. They seem to be pretty responsive for that. However, they are they are doing relighting projects. And certainly we could have the township can have some input into that. Certainly can find out what's on deck. And to the extent that there's some opportunity to look at areas that we'd like them to look at, I think they would be responsive to that. whether or not they could shift gears, that remains to be seen. So those are two things we'll be dealing with tomorrow with these requests that came tonight to try to get some resolution for them. In reference to the bond, I'll do the bond ordinance first. Tonight's agenda, you have a lot of things on the agenda. One of the things that you have is the bond ordinance from last meeting. And without going through the history of how we got here, we are here. And what you have tonight before you is basically an ordinance that is all or none. You can't amend it. You can't adjust it tonight and get it. You would have to start all over again. And that would miss our window of opportunity, as I spoke at the last meeting, of getting the work done that's relative to the grants. So to this ordinance as it's presented to you tonight, now, whether it could have been presented differently, I'm not going to address everything that we addressed at the last meeting. But what you have before you tonight is an all or none. I certainly understand and respect all the different opinions about this ordinance. I will only say that I think it's critical that we not lose $910,000 worth of grants. It's critical. And I don't, the council, to the extent we have a dispute over the $2 million or so, if the council has a dispute over that, if you adopt it as it is, in order to spend that, the council still controls that. So it is certainly, if the council majority's view is that we don't want to spend that $2 million, you can still not spend that $2 million because, we would have to come back to you to do that. So I would, while I'm sure it's not optimum, we're not going to borrow the money right away. We're going to borrow the money when we need it. And if we don't spend it, we're not going to borrow the money. So it may not be optimum in terms of what you'd like, but I would urge the council to adopt it. Understanding that the council still controls whether it's going to be spent or not. So I think that again, we can't afford to lose $910,000.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So when, I think what you need to do is we need to be able to have an in-depth conversation. I know she's not available this week, but with our engineer, because she would be able to tell us what's, where we're at and the need. She put the need on the table, so.
Well, I can tell you what this is about. I mean, this is 3 projects we have grants on, and then there's another $2 million or so in projects that we've been telling residents, it's coming. They call us and it's been, and so we've been promising that it's going to be addressed. When I say promising, we never promised that it's going to happen, but we certainly, we as the administration promised that we're going to put it forward for consideration. So there's a lot of pent up expectations on that. Again, council completely controls that. This is not a question. Tonight's question is, we get to consider this again, right? If it's turned down, we could put an ordinance back up at some point in the future to address whatever points of those issues you want within it, except the grant money is severely at risk. We're going to lose that. And we're not going to get the projects done in the time frame required in order to get the money, because it's going to delay us. So what I'm putting before you tonight with this ordinance is the reality is that you're going to control it anyway. And so voting no is relatively no difference than voting yes, except for the philosophical difference. And I appreciate that. And I respect that. But at the end of the day, no votes will lose grant money. Yes votes does not necessarily put you in any different spot. than you were, except that you won't be losing the grant money.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what the concern is taking on the debt and what it'll do to the budget. And my understanding is when a bond, when we go out to bond, when there's an ordinance to go out to bond, that the supplemental debt statement should be given to us so that we can understand better.
And it was,
It always is. yeah.
and it was.
So that's what I think people are trying to understand, how this affects our debt and how it's going to affect our budget moving.
But what you as the council
What is
have
the
to
cost?
determine, is this a service you're going to give your residents? You know,
Well, they
and-
want to know what it costs.
Well, I'm talking to you, and I appreciate that the public has questions, and we're willing to answer all questions put before us. But you as the council have to determine what services you're going to provide. And to the extent that there's services that are bringing in grant money, the time is now to say yes to that. And because if not, we're going to lose that grant money. And so I'm again, I don't know how to be more clear about it, and maybe I'm being redundant, but you're really no different. A yes and a no vote doesn't change your ability to control whether or not we go further in debt. You're still going to control whether we spend that money or not.
Is the deadline for that grant the end of this year? Is that a block
No,
grant?
it's right now.
No. I know that, but to get the work done, usually I know with the,
End of August.
oh, August, not
End of
even
August.
December. Oh,
Yes.
When did we apply for that grant?
It was for last year. It was part of last year's money that we didn't fund.
So when the capital budget was cut, you made a decision about prioritization of the projects that were included in the capital budget, of which this was one of them. And you decided at that time not to include this potential grant or this $910,000.
In anticipation of, and we discussed it, you and I discussed this when we took it out, that we were anticipated coming back this year to fund it. So that was clearly our anticipation.
Well, so here's what, if this grant money was that critical to us, I understand the other $2.5 million could have been done because we could have had a debate over that, whether we want to take that debt on or not. But the $3.5 million in debt to get the $910,000 in grants, if that was so critical, we should have included that in what was approved last year for the capital
Well,
budget.
you wanted, Councilman, you wanted certain things taken out. You wouldn't.
No, I wanted a dollar
To a
amount.
certain dollar amount, okay? And you and I had the conversation that we were going to take this out and that we would present it back to the council next year.
Well, no, what our conversation was, you are able to, and this was in public too, we approve a certain amount and you're able to pick and choose how you want to use that
No,
amount.
it has to be defined in the ordinance. You're wrong about that. The ordinance that was readopted did not include this. We couldn't spend this on that. It had to be a new ordinance.
All right, so,
And I don't want to argue.
Yeah, I don't
about,
either.
You want to make me at fault? Okay, I'm at fault.
this isn't,
It's not
this,
about fault.
no,
What this tonight is about opportunity and whether or not you're going to allow this opportunity to go by. And I respect your desire to do that and the background of it. But I don't think you're getting anything for doing that. You still can control whether or not we spend that extra $2 million through controlling because we have to come to you to spend it.
yeah, I am hesitant to go down that road. I think we can have a fuller conversation when we get to the.
Okay, thank
So
you.
then there was another issue
Yes.
that I wanted to address.
Certainly.
And that's about the entire agenda tonight. Agenda is very long. A lot of it is because you moved a lot of things from previous agenda to this agenda based on Councilwoman's desire not to vote on anything from the Trink firm. There's a lot of stuff on here for tonight from the Trink firm, including all of the things that we discuss, or a lot of the things that we've discussed in reference to moving the budget forward, all of the ordinances and resolutions to set fees for resolutions, setting it up for the budget. So I'm I'm asking you to take that into consideration tonight, because the longer we delay in getting that work done, the less opportunity we're going to have to raise the revenues that we've been talking about. So I just wanted to make that point.
Council President, I'm sorry, but through you, if I may,
Certainly.
briefly.
Certainly.
And we've discussed this before, but as I see it, at the very least, Mr. Trank is a holdover in his position. And as a holdover in his position, forgetting about the fact that he was approved in January, as a holdover, and even without that approval, he would be a holdover. And he's entitled to be paid for the work that he does, fair amount based on quantum merit. It just seems to me that there is a process for removal. It's a difficult process. I think the law is clear. It's expressed in the Faulkner Act, and I've sent everybody the Faulkner Act section that deals with it. There's no set procedure for it because it doesn't happen very often, and no case sets forth what the procedure is. The statute doesn't set forth what the procedure is other than in general terms. But I think it's a pretty heavy burden. And I haven't heard anything, and I've listened to all of you, I haven't heard anything that to me would amount to the kind of cause that would justify a removal. Ultimately, if you go through that process, a court may speak to it if there's litigation. So it's the notion that you can just say, well, if his firm worked on it, prepared it, you're not going to vote on it. I think that does a disservice to the town and a disservice to all of you. You have to make that decision. I can't do it for you, but that's the way I feel about it.
So I would like to respond to your comment regarding the removal process. My council colleague sent an email to everyone, to the executive staff, regarding the removal of the legal department head / township attorney. And an email was followed by council president stating that it was forwarded to the legal department, which doesn't make sense because it has nothing to do with the legal department shouldn't be reviewing it. It's really between the council and then the clerk, which was stated in the email. The code was there, a copy and paste. I understand, hold on. I understand that
I'm going next.
the
So
cause
just give me a second.
for removal was not indicated in the email, but then someone should have said, Councilman Rutherford, or replied back in the email and stated that your cause for removal was not noted in this email. Why did it take a conversation a week later with you, myself and the councilman, with you on the phone about a different matter to bring it up and say, why hasn't anyone gotten back to him? That doesn't make sense. And regards to Mr. Trank, he's asked me to send him emails about an issue, which I have yet to hear a response from. So again, it's just the lack of communication.
Okay, so I'm going to respond
It's
because you
disheartening.
directly referenced me and my request to have legal counsel weigh in. And so you're not a legal person and I'm the presiding officer. And before I make any more decisions that are ill-advised by counsel, legal counsel, or anyone else, I'm going to go to who our legal representatives are. Your letter of no support that was voted upon and approved to be put on this agenda does not dismiss his legal responsibility to this council or to this administration. So while you don't have to like it or agree with it, as the presiding officer, that was a step that I chose to make. And so I wanted to make sure I covered myself in the process that we're moving forward with. And you have heard an explanation from Mr. Kaiser as to why it took him so long to get back to you or anyone else. I saw an email that Mr. Rutherford had said that it was as simple as a conversation. Mr. Kaiser responded to everyone and indicated that his mail was going to his junk folder and that he did not see the response that I sent to him directly. And he also gave you, as well as all of us, a response as to why things can't be just put on the agenda and to why it needs to go to legal. Now, again, you don't have to agree or like their responses, but they are our legal representation until they are properly removed. And until that time, I, as council president, will continue to ask for guidance and direction. You don't have to like it, you don't have to accept it, but that's how I choose to function.
Council President, if I may, first, let me correct the record. It was not her letter, it was mine.
Whosever letter it was, you responded and I
Excuse
responded.
me, Council President, it is now my turn. The letter was mine. The response, the inquiry that I sent to you was about why had I not received a response at all? And your response, since we are putting this on the record, was I've asked the legal department. I waited some additional time and reached out to you one-on-one without all of the other people on that email chain being included. What's going on? Your response was, I sent it to legal, I'm waiting. And I responded to you very clearly that that's not appropriate, because what we put in the original, what I put in the original email, what all of us read was, here is the process. It may be spelled out generally, but it is spelled out. Notice has to be given to the attorney that he is going to be removed for, or he is seeking to be removed for cause. And at some period of time after that, a hearing has to be scheduled. And that hearing then involves town council hearing the reasons why there's a council person seeking to remove and why others feel that he shouldn't or she shouldn't be removed. My question was, why hadn't we moved forward at all? Because our clerk said to me in the email, I'm waiting for the council president, which at that point put it in your lap. So what we're doing tonight is disappointing and sad. It's still going to happen, and you don't have to like it either. You don't have to agree with it, and you're going to express your will by your vote. But at the end of the day, you're not the only council person here, and while you are the presiding officer, you are still one of 5.
I am.
What Mr. Kaiser mentioned with regard to Mr. Trink and his firm preparing work for the agenda. This is not a new issue. The will of this council has been expressed now for months. And instead of even putting out an RFQ for a new township attorney, even if you want to consider him a holdover, there is absolutely no movement toward replacing him, which forces us to be in this situation. Because this resolution tonight does not remove him as department head. My hope and my expectation was that we wouldn't have to get to that point, that the administration would understand, as was clearly expressed, this is not something I'm willing to compromise on.
Excuse me, Council President.
No, let me finish, please, Councilwoman. I have stated the reasons why. I've stated additional reasons why. I've spoken to how Mr. Trink has given me one set of assurances only to get what he wanted from me in the form of a vote, and then completely ignore whatever those assurances were. Backtrack on them almost immediately. There are other reasons why as well. So this is not unfounded. Now, maybe it won't, to your point, Council President, or to your point, Mr. Kaiser, be enough to convince a supermajority of this town council to remove. And maybe that will be the governing law, and maybe that will be the final outcome. I'm still moving forward in that direction and willing to play it all the way out. And I think at this point, to continue to resist that, to either ignore emails or ignore advice or ignore the will of the council is not going to help us. So while voting on these things, and I've highlighted everything that has anything to do with Mr. Trink's firm, while voting on these things is going to slow down government, and it may have a negative impact on our budget, that is something that we are forced in a position to do because the will of the council has not been honored. And again, this is not the first time.
So
Can
the
I-
will of the
can
council,
I-
but
can I-
I want to respond to the letter first, because again, if we're going to put things on the record, let's be factual in what we put on the record.
Everything I said was
And what
factual.
what you wrote to me was a demand that you have a resolution created to remove our legal department head.
Would you like to read it into the record?
You can read it. You wrote it. I'm just reiterating what and
So
summarizing just like
characterize
you
it
did. And don't
accurately.
interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you.
Change your tone.
I don't have to change
Yes,
my
you do.
tone. No,
Yes,
I
you do.
don't.
Yes, you do.
It's my tone.
You know what?
You
Listen.
can respond how you want to
You are
respond.
absolutely
And I'm responding in the method
degrading
that
the
I want
quality
to
of
Let
the
her
conversation.
finish.
And at the end of the day, what you demanded in your email was that someone create a draft of a resolution to remove the department head and that I put it on the agenda at the next meeting with a hearing. And what I then did was went to our legal department to ask what was the appropriate process. You cannot demand of me a process.
So I'm happy to read it into the
I'm
record.
still talking.
I
How
think
is
the
it
way
that
you speak
How is it that you can
deteriorates the
ask and
quality
not to be
of any
interrupted?
conversation we
Yet
have.
you do
Because
the
look at
same.
how you talk to people. That's
But
why.
I'm talking.
But still,
How
being a,
you
being
talk
a,
to people.
you sit here and berate people.
I am not berating anyone. I
Every
am-
single
I
one of
am
us has been
simply-
berated by you. Every single one of us
You're
has.
entitled to your opinion. You
That's
are
a
not
fact.
entitled to rewrite
That's a
facts.
fact.
Councilman, you
You
should let
are
her speak
not
because you are
entitled to rewrite facts.
Council
Yeah.
President, can we step back a bit here
Yeah,
and just,
let's,
I mean,
let's
I
regroup here.
appreciate, the passion that everybody has. But I want to just mention a couple things. First of all, whenever I got that email, and I frankly can't remember who it came from, but I think you're right, Councilman, I think it came from you, Councilman Rutherford. And the immediate thing that I saw was that it cited the ordinance, provided a copy of the ordinance as opposed to the statute. And that immediately, to me, raised the problem, because I know that whatever that ordinance says, it gets trumped by what the statute says. And that's just a fact that we have. And if you recall, I gave you the case, I think it's of Indic versus Klink, which pretty much stands, and that was part of an opinion that I wrote about some other matter. But it contains that language that when there's an inconsistency between the Faulkner Act and an ordinance, the Faulkner Act controls. And there may be some exceptions to that. I'm not going to argue about that, but this is not one of them. The only other thing I want to mention is that when we talk about the will of the council, we got to be careful and clear. The will of the council is expressed either in a resolution or an ordinance. And those only take place at a public meeting where all 5 council members are involved. And I think we got to remember that constantly, consistently. So whatever the will of some council members may be, it's not the will of the council until the council debates, considers, deliberates, and votes in a public meeting. Because any votes taken outside of a public meeting are in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. So I just want to be clear about those 2 things. I don't know that they solve the problem, but I just do think that we need to be respectful of each other when we conduct our meetings. So,
Council President, I have a question for Mr. Kaiser. So again, I get where you're frustrated because you keep saying the will of the council. But what about the will of the mayor? That she had made her decision and she is holding firm on who she wants for her administration. Can we talk about those rights, Mr. Kaiser?
sure. I mean, it's a mayor-council form of government. It used to be called a strong mayor, weak council form of government. We stopped doing that, but not because the law changed. The mayor is responsible, and there's no separation of powers, even though the courts still sometimes speak in those terms in municipal government in New Jersey. There is a separation of function, and the mayor has the administrative executive function, the council has the investigative and legislative function. It's the mayor's appointment. The township attorney is the mayor's appointment. I understand that the law says that the council has, the legislative body has advice and consent role. There's a question about what advice and consent really means. It's unfortunately not well defined. And it seems to me that You read it, I think, and I say you, meaning certain council members, maybe all of you read it that way, I don't know, that you have an equal, your vote is equal to the mayor's position with respect to this. I don't see it that way. I don't see how it can be that way, because then it's your appointment as much as the mayor's appointment. And maybe it's more your appointment than the mayor's appointment if that's the case. And that just can't be. That's not consistent with the Faulkner Act. That's not consistent with the statutory structure that we have to follow. So to me, it's almost, I don't want to say it's a ministerial, but because I do think there is some judgment involved, but I think that any council, not this council specifically, but any council, a mayor council form of government, if they're not going to give advice and consent to a mayor's requested appointment, they have to have a really good reason. I mean, it's got to be some objective reason. It's got to be a strong reason. And I just don't see that here. You could argue about it, and a court may say I'm wrong and you're right, or I don't know, but that's the way I see it.
So next question, and this goes back to an early comment the mayor made that, my colleagues got upset with. So what I'm hearing again, we have a long agenda this evening because there weren't approvals on the last agenda that got moved again tonight. So now we have double the workload because these things have to get passed. They don't want to move anything from the law firm. What is their legal obligation to get those items moved?
They're on your agenda. I don't, who prepared them? I'm not sure what difference it makes. You got to make decisions here to govern. Plain and simple. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to state is I understand your stance and I respect what you're trying to do, but you either want to move government or not. So you see the mayor getting frustrated thinking that you're obstructing her government. You don't move things, you technically are, so.
Well, not because I've
Well, you are,
tried
but you
multiple
are.
times to work with her.
No, you didn't.
Oh, absolutely have.
Absolutely.
And I have witnesses to those conversations, but.
And I'm one of them.
Here's where we disagree, Council President. June 1st, the first email regarding the removal of Richard Trink as Township Attorney and Department Head. That was the first email. Good evening, I'm reading it. You can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Good evening. And this is addressed to our municipal clerk. I would like to have a resolution drafted and added to the next Township Council meeting agenda on June 13 that removes Richard Trink as Department Head of the Legal Department and as Township Attorney. There is sufficient support on the Township Council to pass this resolution to terminate him in that position for cause. I do not want this added to new business council discussion. I am requesting this resolution be added to the normal portion of the agenda that deals with resolutions. The law governing this request is cited below. There is no demand there. That is perfectly appropriate, proper, diplomatic, professional. It is a request. And then I cite 3-17.2, 3-5. And then I go, it is my understanding that the township clerk must cause Mr. Trink to be served, and we have to have a hearing. I respectfully request that both of those things be done as quickly as possible. I have included the portion of the code that governs these actions below. I'm not demanding anything. I'm not taking a tone with you. I am being a professional and honoring my obligation as a council person. And then I cited the code.
And I professionally
Thank you for
responded.
your prompt attention to this matter. Best, Bill Rutherford, Councilman at Large. That's the email. That's the first. We have
And I
others.
respectfully responded, so read my response.
No, okay. So then the response came from our municipal clerk. I'm sorry. No, before that, good afternoon, clerk. I'm reaching out to follow up on this. Where do we stand with serving Mr. Trink and scheduling a hearing? There is enough time to schedule the hearing for our June 13 council meeting. Please advise. Thank you. That was also on the first. Her response on that same day, good afternoon, Councilman. I don't know. I will defer to the council president. Best. Thank you, clerk. And then that's when I sent you the email. Actually, no, that's when I sent you a text message.
No, that's not true. I responded to the email before you sent me a text message.
The text message was sent at 7:02 on June 1st. Good evening, Council President. I need a response to my Trink email today. We have enough time to add it on the next council meeting agenda. The original request was sent Tuesday night. I respectfully request that it be added and that it be communicated to all interested parties immediately. Thank you. But no response to that.
Okay.
So don't mischaracterize my approach to you. And I think all of us, myself included, need to tone it down. We don't have to agree, but we have to be agreeable in our disagreement. I'm done.
And along those lines, I think if you reread that carefully yourself and thought about it, that was the reason I stated that that email, if I remember and read it correctly, basically indicates that the council had made a decision, but the council hadn't made a decision. You can only make that kind of decision in a meeting, in a public meeting. So that's what took me back. And I said, well, okay, because one option, frankly, would be, do I respond to this at all? My initial inclination was to respond to that and to set forth some of what I've just said. And I stepped back and I thought, is that really something I should do at this point as a lawyer for the municipal corporation? And I wasn't real sure about that. I didn't talk to Mr. Trank about it. I think I may have had a conversation with the clerk about it. You know, I was kind of taken aback and puzzled. But you express in that email, again, if I read it correctly and I'm remembering what you said correctly, that there was the majority of the council had made a decision. And the majority of the council can't make a decision like that except in a public meeting. And then it expresses its decision in a resolution. Something like this would be by resolution because a resolution is something that expresses the council's intent. But you have to have a vote. You have to have everybody participating in getting to that decision. Doesn't mean they couldn't get there, whether it's 3 votes or 4 votes or 5 votes, but you have to have the discussion first in public.
So, Mr. Kaiser, we actually did. We had a discussion on the resolution that's on for tonight in public. That's why I referenced, I didn't want to put in that space. And in that vote, we had a public conversation about it.
4 votes.
And we got 4 votes. So, and my reading of the code, and you've corrected it, and I'm happy to be corrected. That may be the case, but my reading of the code was that we only needed 3 votes. We only needed 3 to remove a department head. Now, that may be wrong, but at that time,
made a mistake.
we had already had a conversation in public about it, as well as a vote.
We had a conversation in public to put something on the agenda, which is the vote of no confidence. And that is it. That's the only discussion we had.
Right.
So,
And we've had these conversations at like 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, our memories are like.
it's not about even my memory. I know what I voted for.
But
I
you didn't know
voted.
what the email said a moment ago.
I do know what the
You
email said.
mischaracterized it.
I did
It's
not
going on
mischaracterize
11. We
anything.
need to get work.
Council President, can I just, I recall that the vote of no confidence was, I don't know who actually wrote that resolution, but it didn't have a number on it. And the agreement was that it would be put on the pending matters for discussion, and it was discussed, and it got 4 votes. That to me, that's a motion that's voted by more than a majority. It goes on the agenda, and it's on tonight's agenda.
Yeah.
And I said at the time, you can pass this, you can go forward with this, but it has no legal force and effect. It doesn't remove anybody from office. So it expresses the will of the council, at least with respect to that resolution. No disagreement there. I don't know what I kind of know what a loss of confidence means. I'm not sure. It depends on the context, but that doesn't remove somebody. You read in the paper a lot of times about police chiefs getting votes of no confidence from the rank and file. Yeah. So, I mean,
We didn't talk about that movie
I
production
read that and
yet.
I scratch my head and say, well, what does that mean? And to me, it usually means, well, they're not getting what they want, so they don't have confidence in you anymore. But the vote of no confidence doesn't have any legal force. In fact, doesn't remove anybody. You have to remove somebody, you have to go through a formal process. You have to tell him what he did wrong, have specific charges, basically, that would amount to good cause under Golane versus Cardinale and other cases that cite it. You have to give him a chance to respond. You have to go through some form of hearing. not necessarily a formal evidentiary hearing, but a hearing. And then you would take your vote and see what happened. But that's.
And all of that is completely understood. What I think, when we voted down his contract, or when his contract did not get enough votes to pass, and then the mayor broke the tie, and then we rescinded that, and then we voted again and he didn't get the votes. If we voted it down, that series of events left Mr. Trink without a contract.
True.
So at that point, Mr. Trink is now, in your terms, a holdover. He doesn't have a contract and he's doing work based on a prior contract. I understand he's the department head. I get it. That was the will of the council. That was the will of the council being expressed, and it doesn't have to be unanimous. It has to be a majority. In that case, you only needed a simple majority, which is 3 votes. The will of the council with regard to Mr. Trink and his firm was expressed. It was ignored and he was held over and continued to do business like nothing had happened. Now, I need us to be clear about how we got here, because that was immediately following the will of the council as expressed in a vote. Let me finish, please, Councilwoman, because, and I think our interaction should be a model, because we don't always agree.
Yeah.
But I've never called her a name. She's never called me a name. I don't think I've ever raised my voice at her, and I don't think she's ever raised hers at me. And we clearly don't agree on this. Well, you raised your voice at me one time, but it's all right. I've got 2 sisters. I get it. That was immediately following a vote where the will of the council was expressed with regard to successive terms for the chairman being served. And that was ignored. And then, and this is also following an executive session where we talked about legal fees. We've talked about it in public too, so it's not necessarily a violation, but we've talked about legal fees. And I didn't put it in writing, but I shouldn't have to. So that was ignored. And it wasn't just me, it was multiple councilmen. So we have multiple things that have been expressed by the council that had been ignored. And so my hope was, in expressing this resolution, that the mayor and the town attorney would be able to conduct themselves in a way that would not require us to go forward with a formal removal, instead of being taken as an olive branch in a way to kind of compromise and do things in a way that's diplomatic and professional and doesn't necessarily embarrass somebody or take someone through a public hearing where all of these things have to be dredged up and discussed, and just quietly move on because the council has expressed itself. The council was then ignored again. So now we have no choice, or at least I have no choice, but to go forward with a formal removal process. And you know what? I don't want to. I don't want to do that to this current mayor. I don't want to do that to you, Mr. Kaiser, or Mr. Trink, or anyone affiliated with his firm. But at some point, the will of the council, as expressed through those votes as I've just discussed, will have to be honored, or we're going to end up in court somewhere and have a judge tell us what we're going to have to do.
And that may be the case.
That may happen.
Councilwoman?
Okay, so hearing you, and again, you tell me, because this is the way I'm hearing it, so you keep saying the will of the council, so your mayor doesn't agree with you, so she's wants to keep her administration intact. So we're at a standstill or an impasse here. So there needs to be conversation. And again, if you want to move forward, I assume he needs 4 votes to move charges or to
No,
get
not to
something
move
else
charges. I
on.
need 4 votes to actually remove them, to move forward, to get it on the agenda. Just as far as I understand it, Mr. Kaiser can correct me if I'm wrong. Once I enumerate what the charges are, the municipal clerk is fully equipped to serve Mr. Trink with those charges, and the council president is able to add the hearing to a future agenda.
So question, who wrote this resolution?
I did.
You wrote this?
Mhm.
So you don't have an attorney that wrote this for you? You wrote
No,
this?
I wrote that.
Okay. I'm just checking. All right, that's all I have. Excuse me, I need a break. I need 2
All right,
minutes to.
so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
To members of the Zoom audience, Town Council is taking a short break and will return shortly.
Okay.
Council President, all microphones are live.
Thank you.
Council President, I have a completely unrelated request.
Certainly.
You stated that we were going to address the Pride proclamation at the end in the interest of time, because that'll be a quick thing. Can we just do it now before we actually get into the?
I'm going to respectfully decline that
Well,
request.
I'm glad to see you smile when you did it.
As you should. Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can go ahead with the agenda.
Certainly. Okay. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, and executive session of May 16th.
Consent.
Report of township officers, West Orange Public Library project.
Mr. Smurl, you're on deck.
Good evening, Council President, members of council. So I think I'm on the agenda for two items, the library project. The first I want to talk about is that the library project is progressing forward. It's not as going to the rate that the public and the council and everybody, including myself, is frustrated that it's not going as quickly as we wanted it to, but it is progressing. We met last week with our architect, our contractors, members of the library, and our construction staff. And we discussed how we're going to get this as quickly as possible. The issue right now, as I've reported to you before, is that the project's about 98% complete with the project itself for the library and in the interior. And right now, we are working on the exterior, which was issues that weren't anticipated when the project first started. And they're coming to almost completion. The gas line has been run. We needed to get hooked up to public service with a meter. That requires our contractor to put some of the piping outside. That is being worked on as we speak. They've installed the 6-inch fire suppression line. Not all of it's hooked up yet because we still have to do some work in an area of what's called the hot box outside near the property line. And they're beginning to install the 2-inch domestic water supply line. So all the utilities are in progress as we speak. They have started work on the exterior patio. And the exterior patio the walls have been completed. They have to put in pavers and things of that nature to complete the exterior aesthetics outside the lower lobby or the lower area of the library, which is going to be deemed as the more the adult section of the library. The children's section is going to be on the main level, and with various different meeting rooms that we saw Mr. Fagan show pictures earlier tonight. So we're getting closer and closer to that date. I cannot promise you a date. We are pushing to stay online with the end of July from perspective of the township so that we can get this up and running. It may be sooner. The issue we have, the two main issues we have, is the rooftop units. which have been promised to us, as I explained before. We ordered them, it's either July or August last year, whatever the time frame was. They still haven't come in. They were supposed to be shipped on June 6th. On June 6th, we got another email saying it's now going to be delivered on June 20th. Now shipped, we're talking shipped, not even delivered. So now we're being told June 20th, which is next Tuesday, these things are anticipated to be shipped again. It's 3 or 4 units. And once they get installed or sent to the site, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to fully install them. And that would be, that would include the installation, the thermal balancing and things of that nature. We can, at that point, permit the interior to start being stocked with shelving and furniture while they're doing the balancing, so that this way we can hopefully get it all completed by that date. So I've communicated that to Mr. Cubey. He's in contact with his distributor for the equipment and the furniture, so that we can start putting that in place. And the reason we want to put the equipment in place and the shelving and the furniture is so that it goes to the plan for fire egress and things of that nature, so it's not precluded. So we don't have to make moves once everything's set up and we want to start bringing in their inventory, soft inventory, books and things of that nature. So we are moving forward. The plans here, we'll see, as I was talking about, you see the staircase. The staircase here, if you look at the lower right picture, that is where primarily, that's going to be where the center desk is, and the view looking out toward the west of the building. And that's going to be more primarily the children's section. The area right above it with the blue and yellowish or grayish blue, whatever, I'm colorblind, so I can't, forgive me for the colors. And the staircase, that is more the adult section, which leads out to the deck. And that's the staircase there also. And that's just another view, the catty corner, it's the same view of the same area, the top left and bottom right. So that's the main focus of the big areas of the library itself. Mr. Fagan showed earlier, there's the desks. That's the centerpiece, the desk, the circulation desk, and that is complete. The only things that and the other item that we're missing right now, which is a supply chain issue, is the main entrance doorway and the exterior doorway to the deck outside. It's a glass issue. I don't know why. We sent letters, we sent emails, we discussed with our contractors. They are actually looking for an alternative source if this particular supplier can't deliver. So we're working on that as well. Once that's completed, we can then turn it over to the library, and then it's going to be up to the library to fully staff it to their needs. There are going to be some issues on the agenda tonight that have nothing to do directly with the project itself of the library, but has to deal with our building that we own. And that's some things that we've identified through this project. That includes the elevators, and it includes the doorways, the entranceway in. I'll talk about the doorways first. The reason that we have the doorways, we're asking for the doorways, is that these doorways cannot be secured properly. They're older. Everything we're replacing is from 1971. So this building is 50 some odd years old. The doorways, they cannot be secured and armed and protected properly for the safety of our occupants and those who are visiting. It also is not going to be ADA compliant. We're trying to make this more ADA compliant for everybody to enjoy the library. Same goes for the elevators. We only have currently one working elevator. Building was purchased with one working elevator. The other elevator car was decommissioned. We don't know when. We can't determine. It was prior to our purchase. I don't know, and many of the people in the building don't know. We're looking to replace both elevator cars because for the ADA compliance, so that if one goes out, one fails, or we have a service problem in the future, we have a secondary backup. They're both in the lobby. Plus one is going to be dedicated to the library primarily, and the other one's going to be dedicated to our tenant up on the top floor, and that's for security purposes. Okay, so that's what the request for those change orders tonight. They're really not change orders. They're actually outside the scope of the project, of the library project, but it encompasses the building itself. So we have those particular issues that we have to deal with.
So there is one other resolution 222, the parking lot itself.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's so we can get our engineers to look at it, to make us a proposal to upgrade the exterior property of the entire 10 Rooney. That's going to include looking for lighting, asphalt, sidewalks, EV stations, things of that nature to make this a much more pleasant experience onto the building.
So
side.
from the very beginning, Mr. Smeraldo, I had stated very early on and even in some meetings, in regards to, no, not even the windows, no, I bought that ship has sailed, but in regards to a drop-off site. So the front there, that middle picture.
Right.
Yeah, the middle picture, the entrance, where are actually the side, but the main entrance. So over in that area, I would assume would be a drop-off site. I just envisioning senior busing, because we were talking about how people are going to get there. We do have the jitney service at our seniors.
Well,
will be
actually,
getting dropped-
Councilwoman, if you look at the center picture where it says West Orange Public
Yeah,
Library,
that
there's
picture
a
there.
cutout that goes toward 1 o'clock of the screen, so to say. That actually is a pathway to the handicap access. If you go out straight out from those doorways, and those are some of the
Okay.
doors we're looking to replace, that's actually a staircase, which would not make it handicap accessible for those. So the drop-off point would have to be on the east side so that people who have challenges can walk in that way.
So, but you're also going to have, and this is what I envision too, especially this being by the shopping center, you'll be having, parents coming to drop off their children. And so I just I've always advocated for a drop-off lane or to create signage or a place to have a safe drop-off.
Mr. Kuby's working on signage.
Yeah.
There was something that was put into the original agreement. I believe I don't quote me, I think it's about $70,000 or $80,000 was dedicated to signage for.
There's $75,000 that's going to come from Essex Green, funded through Essex Green. And so, but that's not, that's certainly going to be helpful. I'm not sure that's going to suffice for all the signage that we need. I think look, we've had this discussion before, and none of us that are involved in this project now, we're here in the very early stages when the decision was made to live within the grant and the grant matches that we got. And at that point in time, there were definitely things that were, the only thing was addressed was the library itself. Nothing of the rest of the building, nothing of the rest of the site. With what we're asking you to approve this evening, we're asking you to approve 2 contracts that are mission critical in terms of making sure that the site is functional, and then to approve the engineering firm to give us the design and cost estimate to finish the outside so that we can come back to you and with an entire picture of where this has got to go. We've already got an analysis done of the rest of the building itself. This is what's left for us necessary to come back to you to talk about where we go from here.
Okay. I just wanted.
Where do the pickleball courts come into play?
Yeah.
They're down
Pickleball
lower
courts are a
end.
separate contract. It's the same company that we're using because they've already done a lot of the work. So we're saving some money because we're using them as opposed to bringing in a whole different firm. But the pickleball courts are to the further end of the parking lot.
Will we get a separate calculation on what that cost is
Yeah,
to
of
restore
course.
those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's going to be located on the west side of the property near the retention pond, closer to the secondary exit for Essex Green for the project there.
And one last question. So in regards to that, excuse me, Mr. If you go back to where the main entrance is to the library, is that this side of the building?
That
Are
is
you-
the south side of the building that faces ShopRite.
Are you going to make it one way to come into the parking lot on the top end and then go one way down that side of the
It's going to be
building?
a 2-way because the east side, there's going to be dedicated handicap spots there. But a majority of the east side is dedicated to our second floor tenant or our top floor tenant, which is for the part of their operations.
Okay, I'm just concerned about dropping.
I think it's going to be two stages. I think we're going to do what we're doing now, and then there'll be a final layout.
And then there will be access in the back. Also, the downstairs are lower in the back. There is a secondary means of egress to get in. And that's part of this change order that we're looking for tonight, so that we have access, which will be handicap accessible if people want to enter from the rear of the building to go to another section.
Yeah.
And they can get to the elevators.
So I just want to be mindful because I just picture
we-
parents pulling up, dropping kids off, picking kids up, and you don't want to have any incidences.
Yeah, and quite frankly, we probably don't want our kids and our parents driving down where our tenant is operating,
No.
because they have equipment and things of that nature
Yeah.
that is probably not conducive to children. So we want to keep them in a different flow, in a different area to get them into the
The
library. get them
signage
out.
will be important.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I
Thank
had
you.
a quick question. I don't need to pull this to ask the question, do I? It was
No.
about the pickleball. I didn't understand where the pickleball came in, and is that a done deal? Are we voting on that, or does that?
So Mr. Gross just advised that it will be something that comes back to us that we
So
vote
they're
on.
doing the plan for it. We're spending the money to have them engineer it, but we haven't voted on it? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yes, it's under, there's a design, it hasn't been awarded yet, but there's a design and.
So we're paying them to do the design.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if we decide we don't want the pickleball? Is that something that we have a
You still have
choice
to pay for
about?
the
or-
design.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's soft cost.
It was awarded.
Okay, thank you. Anything else further with the library, Mr.
I have
Smaraldo?
nothing else for the library unless somebody else has a question.
No. Let's move to affordable housing in West Orange.
Okay, so part of my other responsibilities is that I run the West Orange Public Housing Agency. And the reason I say, make sure I say it's an agency, because we are a federally funded through HUD, the Housing Urban Development arm of the government, where we receive approximately $1.2 something million a year allocated for us to run our low-income housing, our Housing Choice Voucher Program, formerly known as Section 8. They're trying to rebrand, so they call it the name. Most people still refer to it as Section 8 housing. We are the smallest of 7 agencies in the county. There's 7 in the county. Newark, Irvington, East Orange, and Orange are actually housing authorities. They also operate, maintain buildings for rent besides the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Montclair, Bloomfield, and us are the only ones that are an agency. We only administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program. We are the smallest in the county with only 124 vouchers. Montclair and Bloomfield, I believe 250 and 350 respectively, with us. And we are actually still one of the smallest in the state, but yet we still provide. With the 124 vouchers we have, it is very difficult at this point in time to fill a lot of the vouchers. We have openings. I have issued vouchers. And I'll take a step back. Our waiting list is from 2016, which is crazy. But we had a list when I inherited the list in the department of about 200 people at the time that were on the waiting list. Last year, since I've taken over in the last 3 years, we've probably seen a changeover of about 30 different residents for various different reasons. They moved on, passed away, so on and so forth, and administrative reasons were removed from the program. We have provided those numbers. Last year I issued, actually went through the waiting list to see, because the fact that it was so old, to see who was actually interested, to give more people an opportunity. We sent out a letter to everybody on the list. We received, out of the 200, we probably received about 50 returns, maybe less. I issued vouchers of about 15 to 18 from that point, and some since then. And it's very difficult to lease people up. I'm still trying to get people in. Our voucher payment standard, actually, if you show people where on our website where they can see what our voucher payment standards. Yeah, it'll take them a second. But on our webpage, I have posted what our voucher payment standards. When you see what our voucher payment standards are established by HUD, and you see what the fair market rate is in West Orange, that's why I'm having a difficulty of leasing people up. And we're trying our best to do that. And we work with people. I've worked with HUD and, okay. Where we at, Joe? Departments. Departments. Nope, no, I want police. So this is our, so why we still call it Section 8 on here, we have it here as this housing choice voucher program. It's a connotation that they're trying to get away from because most people, I have to leave it on there because most people calling up don't realize we're actually calling it housing choice voucher program. But on here we have all our contact information. And I have down here, this is our fair, this is our fair market rate. We use a small area because of our area in need. But as you can see, a 1-bedroom is $1,570. That's what we pay. That includes utilities. Now I have the liberty to be able to go up a little higher than that, but trying to find a 1-bedroom in West Orange right now for $1,570 is quite challenging for most. And you can see other standards. The other thing I have placed on here is all of our resources that we've had through the years to help our citizens who are trying to get onto our program or need other assistance. So this is what we've done so far. And right now, once I believe I have between the vouchers issued and the remaining on the list, less than 40 people. Once we've exhausted that, we're going to open up again. Our goal is to open up this list again to give more people an opportunity. So that's what we're looking to do at this point.
So one of the other questions that I had was if you are a homeowner in West Orange and you may own a multifamily property, how do you get your home available to someone who may be on the voucher program? What's that process?
How we operate our office here is that our voucher recipients go out and seek housing, and we give them all the documentation to go seek, and then they can provide the voucher and the request for tenancy approval to the homeowner, who can then decide if they want to enter into an agreement. They cannot discriminate on the fact that they are Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. They're permitted, the landlords are permitted to do their own background check and decide whether based on credit and things of history and things of that nature, whether they want to accept or deny. But we will enter into a contract with that particular homeowner, landlord. I have a lot of landlords that want to have multiple properties who enjoy working with the program because they know it's a guaranteed income. They don't have to deal with the fact that if they don't get income, especially during the COVID, they're worried about evictions and things of that nature. It was a steady form of income for them. I've also had a lot of people call recently to look for anybody we have for recipients. And when I do that, get that occasional person, and if I have an applicant who I think may fit, I provide the phone numbers and I let them make the deal. I don't actively do the deals because with the amount of housing we have in this town, I cannot maintain a list of available apartments. And that's how we basically operate it. And typically when I'm able to introduce the tenant and the landlord, probably about 85–90% of the time, we lease them up.
So I think one of my objectives was to make our residents aware that if they do have properties that they would like to rent out and they are interested in perhaps a guaranteed income and assistance, that this is an opportunity where they can reach out to you and perhaps sign up.
And the best thing to do is send me an email, because then they put in your information, your contact, anything I need that goes with the property. Because there is a process. We have to, just so the landlords understand that in the process of, they have to apply for CCO. They have to also go through the HQS, which is the Housing Quality Standards of HUD. They have to pass an inspection, because the goal of HUD, of this program, is to provide safe, decent housing and affordable housing for those who can't take care of, need assistance. So we have to ensure that that place is decent. I've had some places where we've had contracts where we think we're going to go, and our inspectors go and say, and it's just not, it's not fair, because at the end of the day, the way I operate this is that I am paying money for decent, safe housing, and I'm not going to, and if the landlord has to be responsible, and so does the tenant, they have to take care of their property. I advocate for both, because landlords have a business and tenants need a place to live. And that's how we operate the system, or our program itself. So, and if we can get people to come in and offer, I have applicants that we can hook them up with.
Excellent, thank you.
So question, Council President. So tonight's resolution 239 what exactly, that's what I was a little confused with. Like, are you, like, what exactly are you asking from us tonight?
That's not my,
That's not
that
you?
has nothing to do with,
West Orange Housing Rehab Program.
that's for the rehab
Okay.
program.
Yeah, I was interested.
That's not,
That's a
that's,
separate program.
that's a separate
Okay, that's
program.
not you then.
That's
Okay.
outside, yeah, this program.
And
Okay.
this program is also a program, so in addition to the West Orange Housing Rehabilitation Program, the county had come in a couple months ago and they have a grant
Yeah.
program as well. The county program deadline for their grant application was June 9th, unless that has been extended.
Okay.
But this is a separate program.
And this is how many extra applicants, just so we're on it real quick?
Put up on this.
Yeah.
So how many?
We have a backlog of applicants. And we just now got our okay to move forward with the program again, once we got our spending plan approved. So this is, we're basically restarting this program. We're asking, there's a typo in the resolution. We're asking you to set the limit at 25,000 per project instead of 35,000, so that we can get
More applicants.
more people, and we're also asking that there not be a loan forgiveness program, so that property ultimately turns over. The money comes back into the program and we can get more, we can service more.
But is it, you have to hold on to this for 7 years and then a lien or something gets recorded?
It gets recorded right away.
Right away,
It
and
gets
for
recorded
7
right
years,
away.
like you have to own your
And
property
if
for
you
7
end up
years?
selling 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, what we're asking for is the money comes back. So that we can then give
Okay.
it out to new people, so we can increase the number of people. It's one of our biggest problems has always been in the past 10, 12 years. Is that, you know, when the money's gone, we can't help anybody.
Got
else, so.
I have two questions on that, Mr. Gross. I know we're jumping around. I have a question for you, Mr. Smeraldo, as well. But do we prioritize projects based on the level of risk that they pose to either the homeowner or the public? So if someone is deep,
All proper, so it's all done on a lottery system, so that people got, to set they're on the list. They got their by applying, it's a lottery system. The very first thing that has to be dealt with are code violations.
Mhm.
And then once code violations are resolved, then it can be whatever their project that they're looking to do that might not be a code violation. But the code violations come first. So it's all about making the home safe first and then upgrading.
so just so that I'm clear, let's say there were 50 people on the list and we have room for 10, we would go through the list to determine which of those projects would address a code violation? Is that?
You're gonna go through the list, whoever's first. You qualify them. Once they qualify, we go to we send the estimators to their homes and they go through and determine whether or not they have code violations, make sure that gets written up. And then after that, if there's any money left over, after the code violations are cured to other projects. But it's based on lottery.
Got you. All right. So second question I have, and just, I think you explained that clearly. Second question I have is, if a homeowner applied at both the county and locally, so let's say
Fine.
there's no issue there. Okay.
Now, I say we don't care about that.
The county-
there's gonna be an order
Yeah.
of the liens.
Do we
So
subordinate
we
to
would
them?
want to, yeah. But if-
Everybody
but
wants to be
for
first.
second.
I mean, yeah, right. Everybody wants.
But the other thing is to keep in mind with the county program is that they address the same process, code violations first, and it can't be anything that is for beautification purposes.
Mhm.
It has to all be just basic standards, structural issues.
Got it. My question for you, Mr. Smeraldo, is in the case where you have an affordable housing unit occupied, someone has gone through the process and is in the space, it passed the initial inspection, but the individual has complained about issues not being addressed by the landlord, where do they go?
They come to me.
Okay.
And what they do is we send out our inspectors and they're part of our property maintenance division. And if they find violations, they cite them, like as if they would cite them just a normal violation, but they let me know. And then what I do is I send the landlord a letter saying, depending on the severity, whether it's an imminent hazard, so fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, things of that nature, has to be corrected within 24 hours. Typically, most violations have 30 days to get compliance. What motivates the landlord to fix the violation is that I then if they fail to do it, I put them in what's called an abatement status, and I hold up their payment until they comply. The beauty of it is that they do not get back paid. So if it takes 2 months, they lose 2 months rent, and they cannot seek it from the tenant. If they seek it from the tenant, then we can break the lease. Now, the issue is that we do never, HUD, our program, we never evict or have a person evicted from a household. If there's an issue between whether it be the landlord's not doing what he's supposed to do or our tenant's not paying their rent, I can remove them from the program, but they're not evicted from their home. The issue becomes now we have, if it's in the case of the landlord, I have to do an emergency to get them out somewhere else, to the landlord, the tenant. In the case of the tenant not paying, now the tenant is responsible for the whole amount of the rent until they leave. So it's a matter of, we're making sure that people are in compliance. It's a carrot stick, so to speak. We want to make sure that we get compliance because we're paying for that safe, decent housing.
What about the rent leveling board? We disbanded that last year or at the end of the year, maybe the beginning of this year. Is that so?
Well, that was based on the fact that our ordinance needs to be updated, and we haven't appointed anybody to the rent leveling board. So as of right now, and honestly, I still have people calling in to make sure that they register every year in accordance to our most recent. And the main reason is that the courts are required, they're looking for that document. And a lot of cases have been thrown out because the landlord was not in compliance with the township's ordinance, whether it be us or any other municipality that they weren't in compliance with. And if they don't have it filed with us, then they're not in compliance. So we're having more people sending in the documents to make sure they're in compliance.
It's now a good question to ask a question about 239, so I don't have to pull it.
No, we're gonna pull it.
We're gonna pull it. Okay.
So two things I just want to point out real quick before I leave, because I know we're pressed for time. First thing is, there are 2 documents on here. It's called Tenants' Rights in New Jersey, and it was just put out by a law advocacy group. And then there's the Truth in Renting, which is put out in New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. I encourage both the landlords and the tenants to read it because it is the rules of landlord-tenant management. So this way, everybody has an idea what they're supposed to be doing as far as that's concerned. The other thing I would tell our residents, if they cannot get into our system like they are right now, one of the things I found out is that you can actually apply anywhere in the country, because this voucher is good anywhere all over the United States and our territories. If you get into a program somewhere else, you can actually port your voucher back here. I've had people recently, I had one recently that came from Nevada, and I have one that I've recently leased up from Chester, Pennsylvania, that were West Orange residents. One was leased up, one we're in the process, but they are able to apply somewhere else. Sometimes the housing agency or authority will require 12 months of continuous residency in that jurisdiction, and other times will just say, just go where you live and you go. So I would encourage people, if they can't get on our list right now, which they can't, this is an alternative to help them out. Good. That's
good to know. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Again, appreciate all the helpful information, as June is Home Ownership Month. And I want us to just be mindful that we have our residents who may not be able to afford regular housing. And we do have some resources for affordable housing in West Orange. And I wanted to make sure that information is communicated to all. So thank you very much. All right. And now we will go through reading of petitions and communications and bids.
None. Bills, December 31st, 2022, April 26th, May 2nd, May 16th, and June 13th of 2023.
I want to pull the June 13th bill list. Everything else I'm willing to approve. I want to say thank you, Mr. Gross, for scheduling that meeting with Paula Reynolds. She's awesome. She's amazing. She took the time to go through those bill lists with me and answer the questions that I had and had supporting documents. So I really appreciate her. Thank you.
Are there you're welcome. On the 13th, are there specific bills?
Yes.
That
I have questions about.
Okay. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
So the bills are, is that a
We can
consent?
vote on December 13th to May 16th.
No, we do an overall consent vote. So if
Okay, so we're
anything's
just pulling 613.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
But wait, are you paying those bills on 6/13? I mean, you're not holding, I know she's wants that.
Well, right now, this is what the council's gonna do, and then obviously, we're gonna pay bills that need to be paid.
Yeah, because again, you have like
That's
those,
what I do as chief financial officer.
okay, because you have like little.
I mean, I've
bills
got
for other
statutes
people.
I have to meet, so.
Yeah.
There are 4 specific items in the 613 bill list that I have questions about, but I don't know if I can pull those specifically and you pick everything else.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to pull just name those to approve everyone except those, then
Yeah.
that'll work fine. for
Yeah,
us.
That'll work.
Yeah, because the recreation department needs
Yeah,
to pay
yeah.
umpires and things of that nature.
We can do that.
Yeah.
So do you want me to go
If you
through
can
them now or
idea-
wait?
Yeah, if you can idea it, that'd be great.
So on the second page,
Speaking to your microphone, please.
on the second page, Corzio, Bromberg, Newman, $11,000. An invoice for February. Fox Rothschild, an invoice in March for $37,000. Another bill from Fox Rothschild in April for $69,000. That firm alone, $107,000 in 2 months.
The Labor Council.
But again, I would like to,
Yeah.
going forward with any professional services contracts, in order for me to have them approved, I would like a copy of the summary and what it is exactly for, so we know what it is that we're approving. And then I have a question right below per Zio, Bromberg, and Newman. Trank, Isabel, and Siddiqui has an invoice. It just says professional services 2023, it doesn't have the month like all the others.
So if you
do.
give me just the date, the vendor and the
Sure,
amount.
so
that
the
way-
PO date, it states January 1st, 23, invoice 3969.
And that's
and-
for who?
Trank, Isabel, and Siddiqui.
Okay.
It's typing. I just want to know what month this is for. It doesn't state the month like the other firms do.
Okay. And the
I mean-
amount on that?
$905.
Okay.
Zimmer and Murray. Below that invoice, 42633. $3,788. And there's one-
3,000.
I'm sorry, didn't repeat the number?
Yeah,
Hold on.
please.
$3,788.60.
3,788.60. And what was the date of that?
The PO date,
Yeah.
December 31st, 2022.
Okay.
With this, and no month, but the resolution was approved and
Okay. So far I have 2.
And then, well, it should be one. You got Fox, you got the Fox
I
Rothschild?
need that.
Okay.
There's 2 for
Fox
Fox
Rothschild,
Rothschild.
there's 2 invoices, one for April 2023 for 69,000. No, I'm sorry, for $31,501.37. I made a mistake. I apologize. Okay. And then the other one for Fox Rothschild in March is for $37,576.
576.
Yes, the total
Even?
is 69,000. No, 37,576 and 14 cents.
Okay.
You got Zimmer and Murray,
Got Zimmer and Murray.
Porzio, Bromberg, and Newman. February invoice, $11,227.
Sorry, 11,200
$27 even.
and cents
I'm sorry, what did you say?
even?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a question about Phyllis Grigel. I want to confirm that you guys amended the resolution when we voted on the professional services contract. this person is a consultant and not the planning director?
Yes, that was revised.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. And then the last one. The last one is for Pataglia Associates LLC. PO date 3/23/23. The invoice is for April 2023. $17,920.
Even?
Even.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's a total of 6.
1,
Just so we make sure we have the same list.
3, 4, 5, 6. Correct.
Okay. So these are the 6 that are not going to be voted on.
By me, correct.
Okay, great.
The rest, I am
Consenting.
passing consenting, yes.
Okay. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes. 176.
If I can go first, please. Thank you.
Sure.
So I have questions first regarding 221-23. My question was the ratification process, the language in the resolution emphasizes those who have applied for reimbursement. Just a question regarding that. If you don't apply for reimbursement, what's the notification process? How do you know to apply for reimbursement? This is regarding the garbage collection services.
There's only one entity that qualifies, so it's this particular one. And so the
So that
the
language
ones
is-
that, I mean, it's a finite list. It's just that it's their responsibility to, they know that, they're on the list, they've already qualified. As long as they submit it, their bills in a timely manner, they'll get paid. If they do not, then obviously if it goes outside of a budget year, if they skip a year and the money is exhausted, then they've lost it.
Okay. And I had another question regarding 223-23. Resolution authorizing professional services contract to H2M Associates. The not to exceed clause was not included in the resolve clause. The cost is estimated, and if we're going to allow for estimations, then maybe if we insert a not to exceed, then maybe we can also include some type of contingency, but that's just a question. And
My interpretation of this is that it's for 23.5. That's
that's
the
it.
number.
Okay. 225-23.
Can we finish up on that? So are you going to add the not to exceed in 223? Is that
You can add it. As far as I'm concerned, that's the number.
Okay.
You know, it's not even it's not a up to, I mean, that's the number they're going to charge us. So
Right. I mean, so the reason I would want that in there is if for
I don't
some
object.
reason,
I don't object if you want to put it.
thank you. Thank you.
225-23. I know we'll definitely pull that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Question 226.
Oh, I had a question on that too.
Do we OPW employees use the rental equipment? I don't know what I meant. Do our public works employees use the
Yeah,
rental equipment?
this is crucial equipment
Yes.
that we use in leaf and snow season for the DPW. Instead of
Contracting it out.
purchasing the equipment, we borrow it for short, we rent it for a short period of time.
And that's cheaper, right? Purchasing.
And it's our own public works department
Yes.
members. We don't
Yes.
have to contract it out to anyone else for them to use.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Council. So my
Yes.
question is, because if I remember correctly, I didn't support it, but you took out the, I think it went 4-1, the driver that Mr. Pelos needed how's that going to affect this resolution?
Well, we still have to get the work done, so.
Okay.
Okay. Question on 230-23. Or we're pulling that, I'm sorry. Question on 234-23. We talked about that, so I'm okay. What was the other option? And instead of reading it by title only, was to read it line by line?
We can
That's
read
just-
every
yeah.
single line.
Okay, not a problem. I'm clear. I'm very clear. 236, the question on resolution awarding the contract to the elevator, the use of Sourcewell. My question was just simply do they have subcontractors, since the company was based somewhere else? Do they have subcontractors that will continue to service our equipment once it's installed?
I don't know that they will, whether they will or not. I mean, we can make that determination if they're interested, but this is pretty, elevators are pretty standard. So you aren't necessarily locked into an installer for maintenance.
Okay. And then if my council colleagues, I think Deborah Michael may have had some.
I would like to pull 176 through 201. And number 218. I want to pull 222. I have questions. I want to go in detail when
If we have questions, can we ask the questions before we pull it?
I would rather pull it.
You're pulling 222 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay, I'll ask my question. It's regarding pickleball. I understand what you said here, but it's just mentioned in there, so it's just a little confusing. My question is to you, is that this is simply regarding the lights,
No, this is.
lighting improvements in the parking lot,
Yeah, all the exterior.
all the exterior lighting.
Exterior around the roadway, everything.
Okay.
The whole thing needs to be designed, frankly.
I understand. I want
No, yeah,
confirmation.
no,
because
no.
Pickleball is mentioned there and it kind of.
Well, the pickleball is mentioned because they're the same contractor. They've already done a lot of the work because of the pickleball. So we save by, instead of having somebody else coming and starting all over again. And that's the reason that it's mentioned. in there.
Okay, then we don't have to pull it. The reason why is because I don't support the pickleballs right now. I don't think we have it in our budget and it isn't something we should be focusing on with all the expenses and the
Can
library
I-
costing so much
Can I ask
money.
a question, Council President? Since there's so many, I think, are being pulled, can we just kind of review them to get the ones that are being pulled?
Yeah.
And then go back,
I
to
still
talk,
have to
even
pull
do
one, yeah.
questions?
Yeah, I'm not done yet.
Oh.
But just so you know.
Okay.
I also would like to pull. $230.
That was already pulled
Okay.
by Council President.
And 233.
225, 229?
Wait, 233.
So we're doing pulling?
Yes, because I want to,
Okay, but no questions. Well, can you talk about what you have
Okay,
questions
so
for?
my
first?
issue.
The reason I'm asking, because you would, if I'm wrong about this, just tell me. I thought you were looking to pull out everything that came.
Not everything, because there's certain things, like for example, the cannabis entity, the library, I don't think it's fair to penalize him and his
Okay.
company
So you're
because of what's
selectively-
happening
So
here.
then you're
I'm
selectively
selecting.
determining
Yes.
which ones you're going to vote for.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're-
Because
but
he's
we're
on a
doing-
time.
So you're making a stance on anything that legal wrote up except for,
That one in Montclair Country Club, yes, for the
so then
fireworks.
so much for yours, but whatever. Okay.
It is my right, Councilwoman.
I know, but we also have to get the budget done
Well,
and
you know
revenue.
what? We also
Okay,
have
okay,
a
all right.
township
Can we just-
attorney and a
can we-
firm that don't have a contract.
Can we
Uh-huh.
please talk
Okay.
to what you're pulling? Thank you.
So 233, my issue with the introduction of this budget is that we didn't get the supporting documents we requested. We requested a detailed packet with all the updated information that we can review before this meeting, so that way you can introduce it.
I was crystal clear that it would take me a week to finish, to redo that product. This is based on the votes this budget introduced based on the votes that you took. And we will put that to finish, but I've already started. but, it will take a week for us to actually produce it.
So in a few days, we'll have it.
A week.
In addition, I thought it was a week from the last meeting.
No, a week from today. We've already started working on it,
Okay,
but, it's not done. And it will take us a week to produce it.
okay. Then, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, and this isn't to nitpick, but I thought when you said a week, I thought we'd have it today, maybe tomorrow, but because it was Wednesday last week, wasn't it?
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday.
Okay, so my days are off, but I thought we'd have it by today or maybe tomorrow at the latest.
And keep in mind, the introduction is gonna be based on what we discussed. You'll see, you'll see what it is. And if it's not what you want, you can still say, hey, it's not what we wanted. We wanted to make the following change, or John, you didn't listen to us, whatever whatever it is. You still have the opportunity to get it.
Because what I realize is with this budget is since you resigned as BA and the mayor is the interim BA for the next 60 days, we didn't include a budget for a BA.
Well, that is something that
Okay.
you can still do.
Okay, then I am fine with 233.
So you're not going to pull?
No, unless his colleagues will pull it.
Do you want to add to the budget?
Well,
we can discuss
we'll
another
discuss that
time.
at another time, because right now, we're just trying to talk about it.
I also want to pull 240. Uh, 241. That document, we just got it yesterday, and we said that we wouldn't approve anything that we didn't receive in a timely fashion. And that's it with resolutions on my end.
All right, I want to, in addition to 232, I'm pulling 231. I'm pulling 235. I'm pulling. Any other items that need to be removed?
Nope, not for me.
You got 225, right? 225?
Yes, we have 225.
I think I don't want to pull to 229 to vote no. I just would like for the public and my own benefit, I've read 229, but I'd still like the administration to kind of give us an overview.
Yeah, this is, historically, the state has basically been usurping the energy tax receipts as they've gone up year to year, keeping municipal aid level. So this is a resolution. There's some momentum behind trying to convince the state to let us have those receipts back again. So this is an important next step in that process.
Can you give us an estimate of what that looks like financially for us?
It's if last year's any indication, it's, $200,000 to $250,000. It's not insignificant.
Yeah.
231, did I pull 231?
Yes.
Okay.
Just wanted to state for the record, I, like Councilwoman Geber Michael, am hesitant to vote on anything prepared by Trink Isabella Siddiqui. Even though 229 was prepared by them, because it represents, to your estimate, $200,000+, I feel like I have to, right? So I will vote on that. I will not pull it, but I am pulling all of them, or supporting her and pulling all of those that are prepared by that firm, with the exception of those that I deem critical to being done right now, with some financial implication to the township or to stakeholders in town.
Well, I'll just remind you that the budgetary ordinances, need to be adopted and the
Yeah.
resolutions need to be adopted to have a direct financial condition on the township.
I totally understand and would encourage the
No, I just-
administration to find a new attorney, at least begin moving in that direction so that we can.
Because
So a lot
I
of
feel the
attorneys
same
get
way.
paid in
I
March.
don't want to vote for anything.
If we can discuss, I understand the calculation for the estimated tax rate. And we had to get that after Thursday night's meeting, so it wasn't able to be done until over the weekend, and we got it out Monday morning. I would ask that you reconsider that. It is a calculation. If we don't send out the estimated tax bills, then we are, once again, that's a bigger issue of whether or not we're gonna have to borrow money. We got, we need to get those tax bills out.
So you're
So-
claiming that it can't wait 2 more weeks in the next council meeting? when
No,
it's
I mean,
properly-
not without me having to borrow money.
And what's gonna happen in 2 weeks?
And here's
Maybe it'll
why,
be
here's
put on
why.
the ordinance
They're-
meeting
they
on the
take-
agenda
it-
the right way,
they-
right? Just
they-
like you guys block things for us
What do we block?
specifically
What do we block?
when we asked for things to be put on the agenda because it wasn't put on in a timely fashion.
Yeah.
It's been made
Look,
very clear here in this council
hold on a
that we
second,
would
hold
need
on.
to
Look,
get things by.
If you choose not to do it, then.
But if you're saying it's going to impact us financially, then I
Yes.
will rescind it. Thank you for explaining that.
Yes, please make sure you explain to them the repercussions of all that we're doing here.
Absolutely, because if we are going to do the job that we've been elected to do, we need the information, number one. Number two, we need trust. And number three, we need some way of working together. Right now, we're not getting any of those, right? Like it's a very toxic environment in here. And again, I will say it again. If we continue on this pathway, we are at an impasse. If we continue on this pathway, everybody gets hurt, right? I've been elected duly, just as you have. All 5 of us have been put in this position to do the people's work. It has to be done regardless of ego, regardless of personal feelings.
There we go here.
So I think it's important, A, that we understand what the implication is, because we are at an impasse, right? We do want to govern. And we have an obligation to the people that elected us to govern, but we also have an obligation to do the job that we've been elected to do. And when we've expressed ourselves through a vote, and that's not being honored, it's not being acknowledged, it's being ignored, it puts us in a difficult spot, which is why we're here. So please, by all means, if there is something that is going to have a financial impact on the Township of West Orange, let us know. That doesn't mean we're going to vote for it, doesn't mean I'm going to vote for it. But
I don't think I've been shot at.
I agree. I think you have been fair with that.
Okay, so now can we go back to consent agenda? So we have pulled items 176 through 201. Is there room for reconsideration so that we can move forward with our budget process?
No.
No.
Okay. All right, so the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Well, did Councilman
No.
Scarpa? Okay.
Can we review,
Yeah, I think we should.
just so there's no misunderstanding?
Yeah, this is a lot.
Well, right now, I'm only speaking to 176 through
Right, but
201.
there's some mixed in other places that
They pulled 176 through 201.
I understand, and
Correct.
218, it was pulled, and that's also written by the legal department. But what we want to do is make sure that we have everything.
We just want to make sure we understand what the council.
Right, so
wants to vote on
218
consent.
should be included in that.
And 230.
230 was pulled.
It's 225 pulled.
Yes.
Yes. So what was additionally pulled was 225, 229, 230, 231.
229 was pulled?
No,
No.
229 was.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
we
It was
had a question and it was
a
answered.
question. It was answered, okay. So 230, 231, 232, 233,
No.
and 235.
233 was not pulled. That
I-
was.
I'm pulling 233.
Oh.
Wait, resolution, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is being pulled. It is being pulled by me because the date is incorrect. The date on the resolution is July the 11th. And we had said that we were gonna set the date for July 20th.
We were going to discuss that with council.
Yeah, so that's why I'm pulling it.
So,
To be amended.
We can, but we have to pull it to amend it. And then 235.
You can, if you all agree to amend, there's two amendments then.
Yeah.
There's the 25,000 on the resolution for that, and then there's the date on this. So if you all
And
agree
there
to
was
amend
also
it, then
two-
you can do it through the consent.
There was also 223, the not to exceed, that you wanted added, that was not pulled.
Not to exceed.
Right. On
Right, you want to
223.
add the not to exceed.
right, only because it's a roadway
So
thing.
those
and-
three.
Yeah. Now, I just want to be clear, the ones that are being pulled because of the Trink Siddiqui firm is 176 to 201 and 218
Yes.
and 230.
Well, yeah,
230 has other reasons too.
correct, yes.
But,
On 225, but for other reasons as well.
Right.
well, so.
They're not,
225, though, I think requires a separate standalone vote. Like, we
Well,
could
everything You're
go,
pulling
everything
is either going to,
has a
you're going to come back
standalone.
later and say, okay, these we want to table, and these we want to standalone vote for.
that's right, okay, as long as we're clear on that. Because we don't have to do a vote for each 176, 177,
Oh,
178.
let's hope not.
Yeah, right.
Madam Clerk, did somebody pull 222? I circled it. I don't know if I,
No,
No, it was just a question.
okay.
So is there
yeah,
a motion to make those three amendments?
no,
Yeah, so moved. I
Right,
move
wait,
to
I
make
need
the,
to know
well,
which
let's do them
ones.
individually so that we're
Yeah.
clear. Let's not do them all together. So the one amendment on two 23 was to insert a not to exceed clause
correct.
of 23,500.
Correct.
Then there is
We just do individual votes to make it easier.
yeah, sure.
Okay, so is there a motion to make the amendment to not to exceed?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes,
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
and that was 223.
Correct. To amend.
Correct, got it.
What was the next one?
The next one would be. Well, 233 is changing, amending the hearing date for the municipal budget
To July 20th.
to July 20th.
Are you available on July 20th for a hearing for the budget?
It's a Thursday night.
I'm not sure yet. I may be away that week on
You
vacation.
can't go anywhere anymore. You've been away. That's enough.
Like 10 weddings this year and no one gets,
Congratulations.
they're all like destination weddings. It's crazy.
Okay, so we're gonna set the
I'll-
date for
I'll
July
let-
20th.
Yeah, leave it now and I'll let you know.
Okay.
I think it's.
Yeah, it should have read July 20th. It says 11.
Is there a motion to make
So
that
moved.
amendment?
I second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes. And then there was,
The last one is
Excuse me.
239, 23, and that's an amendment to make the rehab program maximum $25,000.
So moved.
Wait,
I-
can you repeat that?
yeah, changing the program max to 25,000.
From
Okay,
35.
right, but
Yeah, it's going to lower the amount each person gets, but we'll get more people in.
I understand that, but once you start doing repairs, $25,000
Yeah,
is not
goes
a lot of
quick.
money.
Just changing the limit.
And
I'd
I
rather
also
go
have
over
some
more.
concern. Okay, so we're pulling that now just to do the limit, but we're gonna pull this and then discuss further, correct?
Yeah.
We're amending the
Oh,
amount.
no, I didn't have that one as pulled, but I can pull it.
Okay. And
Okay.
that's 239.
Right, so I need a second on the amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
No.
That was only amendment. So are we ready to take a vote on the consent agenda and then we'll go back to?
So
the
moved.
polls?
So wait, so
Second.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure. So what's been pulled?
Okay,
that
I'll
were-
go over the list.
Yeah, just double check it for the last time.
Okay, so we have 176 through 201,
Okay,
218,
okay,
225,
okay,
230, 231, 232, 233, 235, 239, 240, and 241.
233 was resolved.
It was?
It was.
yeah.
233 is,
Oh, okay.
It's July 20th. We amended the date.
Okay, so
Oh,
that's
right, right, right,
okay.
234 is not the.
Correct.
And 232 you did pull.
Yes.
Okay, good.
230,
232 was pulled by President.
Okay,
239, 240, 241.
okay.
You have 229?
The doorways for the library being pulled?
Yes.
No, I didn't pull 229.
Okay.
So can we start from the beginning? Because now I'm confused. Right, so,
176 through 201.
okay.
Two-
Hold on, I just want to highlight
Right.
all this pen. Okay, next.
218,
Mm-hmm.
225,
Right.
230,
Right.
231, 232, 235, 239,
231.
But then we resolved 239?
I don't know.
239.
The West Orange Housing Rehab, that was
239.
Council President.
You just voted on that.
But we,
We voted on the amendment.
right.
Oh,
They
She has
wanted to
other
have a
questions.
separate vote on the
okay.
resolution.
Okay, 240.
And 241. There's-
240 and,
Yes, and 241.
okay.
I was fine with not pulling 241.
I pulled it.
Oh, you, okay.
Okay. Right, so is that good, everybody? Before we take a vote. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. So for 176 through 201, we're not gonna,
This is the, just for the record, this is the second time we are postponing these fees that have been set forth by resolution, which inhibits our ability to recoup additional funds so that we can offset budgetary constraints and restrictions for the 2023 budget year.
So this affects our revenue.
This affects our revenue.
It does.
Yep.
Okay, and
This
you're
affects
and you're
our
okay
revenue.
with
I
that?
also said in the last meeting, let Ken do it. Ken has a contract.
Ken is also on this exact same resolution.
I'm happy to
of no
remove. You
support.
pulled it.
Well, we
can
are
amend it.
I'm considering what Mr. Trank had said about removing Ken's name on the resolution and amending
I
it.
heard Mr. Rutherford say that he was not pulling his resolution on the record.
Well, it was pulled, and so when we
He
got
was
to
not
that,
changing his resolution. is
I'm
what he
speaking
said.
for myself that
Okay,
when,
but he said that he was not changing the
All right. It
resolution.
has been pulled, right? And we're happy to discuss it. Let's discuss it.
so during discussion, I was gonna mention, because Mr. Kaiser is retiring and we do need to semi-function, he did publicly apologize to me in the way he treated me and how he was in the last few meetings. So I am willing to reconsider and remove his name from, amend the resolution per Mr. Trank's recommendation. And I was gonna say this when we actually got to it because it was pulled by someone.
So.
All right.
So I'm fine amending too.
Okay, so if we're gonna amend the resolution, the number of the resolution is
232.
232. Let's go to the resolution and amend the language, please.
Remove any reference to King Kaiser.
Okay, let's just go to the resolution and amend the language. So on the first line, on the whereas clause, we're striking Kenneth Kaiser. On the second whereas line, we're striking Kenneth Kaiser. On the fourth whereas clause, we are striking Kenneth Kaiser. On the now therefore it be resolved, on the next paragraph, we are striking Kenneth Kaiser. And then it continues to state, or any other firm that are members or contracted with for any legal work done for the Township of West Orange. All of our other legal persons are contracted with for legal work.
I have a special request to remove that.
So it says no payment shall be made to,
It's already having a chilling effect on whether the people you've already appointed, whether their interpretation is that somehow or another it impacts them even though they've already been appointed.
so here is, we can clarify. So the they is not clear there, right? That is the issue, right? And the they originally referred to Mr. Trink or Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Kaiser is being removed, so it can be he referring solely to Mr. Trink, meaning any other firm he may be a member of or contracted with. That does not mean bond counsel, he's the, you understand, right?
As long as it clarifies that
I second
that
his.
it's limited. The clearer you make that, the better
I'm happy to do
it
that.
is.
And I second the changes.
Okay, I haven't gone through all the changes yet, so
Okay.
if you'll let me
I
continue to go
I
through
would,
the
matter of
changes.
fact, rather than even using surname.
Mr. Trink.
Use name.
Yeah.
Be specific.
Yeah, or any other firm Mr. Trink is a member of or contracted with. Now, Mr. Kaiser can help me understand if that's going to have some unintended consequence. What I mean by that is Mr. Trink is actually contracted with that firm to do work for that firm, or a member of that firm should he change, from Trink Siddiqui.
I don't know about the contract is big. I don't know what that.
I don't have the
I'm not
language
sure what
in
that.
front of me, but I mean, I can tell you this, realistically, I don't have the capacity to prepare all these ordinances and resolutions. So, but,
That's different motion.
yeah, different question. I know, but. Okay, what's the resolution number here?
232.
230. Second page?
No, the first page, it's only one page.
Okay, what,
It's after no payment shall be made to Richard Trink. We're striking Kenneth Kaiser.
okay, no payment shall be made,
To Richard Trink or the Trink firm,
right?
or any other firm Mr. Trink is a member of or contracted with.
Well, I mean,
Shouldn't we name?
I don't
the
know of
firm?
any other firm. It's only got one firm as far as I know.
Right, so the intention there was if Mr. Trink decided a month from now to have a new firm, since I've been around, I think this is the third firm he's had. He decided to have a new firm. I didn't want it to be I want to be very clear that if he comes back in a different iteration, that this would still apply.
Well, it has a name on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't, again, my view is that this resolution has no legal force or effect, so I don't know. But but putting that aside, I think that the language, if it were to have legal force and effect, he couldn't form another firm and get paid under this, but based on the language.
All right, so I'm fine with it as is, changing they. The language should now read, or any other firm Mr. Trink is a member of or contracted with.
Okay, going on to the next paragraph, striking Kenneth Kaiser.
Same language there. Or any other firm Mr. Trink may be a member of or contracted with.
Isn't that redundant? One is payments, one is legal work, okay.
This resolution was submitted a while ago. It would be interesting to understand why these comments weren't made in email and done before now. If you had an issue with it, you should have done it then.
I can take issue with.
I know you can, and you
anything
do,
at this
and you're
point,
very
and I
selective with
am.
where you take your issue.
But I don't have to provide.
And I know
an
you don't,
issue.
so don't.
So,
Right,
but
just
I
go ahead
can
on,
now.
because it's already
I
been
can
said.
at
Go
this
ahead,
point.
with your smiling self, go
At
ahead.
this point, I can make
You
whatever
can do
comments I
whatever you
choose
want,
to.
Council President. You are unilateral.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Now we're going on to the last paragraph. I don't see any reference to. Then to the last paragraph in this section. Then we go to the resolution shall take effect immediately, and we're going to again strike Kenneth Kaiser. And so are we going to continue? Okay.
So I would like to take a vote on that as amended, because it was pulled.
Right, I have some questions for discussion.
Well, we could just vote on the amendment, but because
I'd rather do it all at once, so.
Well, no, we have to
no,
vote on the
because
amendments first.
Yeah.
No, if you have an agreement, you should vote on that, and then if there's more discussion, there's more discussion.
Because I'm not going to support the resolution, but I'll support the amendment.
Okay, all right, so hold on one sec. Okay, so to amend, is there a motion to make those amendments?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
For the amendment, yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, is there discussion regarding the resolution of no support for Township Attorney Richard Trink?
You know, I'm just, again, it's late. I'm just disappointed in the way this whole thing's playing out, where we're at. I'm going to recommend to my colleagues to sit with administration. I don't want to hear that you did already. I think it needs to be done again. I'm going to recommend to administration to sit with my colleagues. And I think when you put together your charges, I don't think they warrant how you feel. I understand why you feel the way you do. And I also think, how could I put it? I don't know. I understand, but I don't agree, I guess is what not that I don't agree that you felt bad, or I just think there was other circumstances to make you come to the way you felt about certain things. I also don't appreciate some of the facts that aren't always included, especially we're talking about some of the items you weren't part of the council at the time. I was there. I heard different things. I saw different things, and there were public presentations. There was transparency. And so again, I'm not going to belabor this all night. I don't agree. I appreciate all the years of 25 years of hard work Mr. Trink put into this for the township. A lot of projects that we wouldn't have Liberty Middle School without him. A lot of great projects done through the years. And I appreciate that you decided not to bring Mr. Kaiser into this, because he has served this community so well. And I'm glad you decided at this moment in time to take him off this resolution. But I am encouraging you to sit with administration and straighten this out, because we should not be here. And everyone could take blame in that, just not one side or the other. So that's about how I'm going to leave it.
So, see, we can learn how to compromise, right? We removed Mr. Kaiser. In regards to the removal of Mr. Trank, it is Councilman Rutherford's right by our municipal code to remove him. He just has to list the cause, and then after that, it is up to our municipal clerk to then serve Mr. Trank with that cause. And then after he is served, within 10 to 15 days, our clerk must schedule a hearing where he then has an opportunity to defend himself, and then a vote is taken. That is the process. So it is his right. It's in the code. Any council person with cause can remove him, go through the process of removing a municipal officer.
So we're talking about
I
the resolution of no
understand,
support
but
right
I'm
now?
responding to her, to the councilwoman, which I have every right to do so.
Well, let's stay
And in
focused on the
terms-
resolution that
again, I
we're
have every
reviewing.
right, Council President, to respond to the councilwoman and to what she was saying. So thank you very much. And back to the resolution of no support of township attorney. I support this resolution. There's clearly loss of confidence. He is, I guess he's the director, although again, he doesn't have a contract. There is a huge loss of confidence in the majority of this council with our legal department. And as I reiterated during public comment, I strongly believe that there is cause for this council to be able to select their own special counsel through an RFQ process and interview folks so we can get guided counsel, because it's the water's too muddied. Is that the term right now with getting advice from our legal department? So I'm gonna stand by that.
Okay. So as far as the resolution of no support is concerned, I have issues with some of the language that has been provided in the resolution, an ethical and professional manner to ensure that the legal services, I don't see that there has been anything unethical or unprofessional. So I certainly have issue with the language that has been represented in this resolution, and I do not agree with it.
So let's just read it, because it doesn't say what you just said. It says, whereas serious concerns have been raised regarding the conduct of Richard Trink.
It's so
Council President,
interesting
really?
that
Interrupted her. You
It's
interrupted.
so interesting that when I interrupt you
Is it
and or
interesting?
Susan Scarpa,
Is it?
that you are very quick to call me out on it. So I'm just gonna ask for the same courtesy that you ask of me. I would appreciate
Just to
that.
correct the record, you've interrupted me countless times that I've not. I just sat here and ate it, and I did it for the greater
But
good
you're
of the body.
interrupting
But
me
go ahead,
now,
go
as
ahead.
I'm trying to identify
Go
what
right
my
ahead.
concerns are and why I am not in agreement with this resolution.
Okay, just be accurate though. That's the point. Like if you say something that's not
It
accurate,
clearly says here
read it.
that the duty of the township to ensure that legal services are provided in an ethical and professional manner. And I do not agree that the services have not been provided in an ethical and professional manner.
You're well within your rights
I
to disagree.
understand.
That's not what it says. It doesn't say that.
That's exactly
No.
what it says.
So
I'm
let
sorry.
me,
But I'm still being interrupted and I really don't understand why. I can't. be
because we're
afforded
dealing
the
with a
same
particular
courtesy
issue.
that you asked to be
Okay.
afforded.
Okay.
I'm just simply reading what is here.
Okay.
And whether you like it or not, agree
It's not
with
about
it
liking it or not. It's about
I
being
would
accurate.
appreciate not being interrupted.
So do
though.
I.
There's oftentimes
Okay.
when you may
Will you
say
continue
something and I
then?
don't agree with
Since
it,
you want
I'm
to go
still
through it,
speaking. I'm
go
still
right ahead,
speaking.
Council
I'm
President.
still speaking and
Go
I
ahead.
don't need your
Okay.
permission because I'm being interrupted.
I've
And whether
acquiesced
you
multiple
like it or
times.
not, whatever it is I'm saying, it is still respectful and the responsibility of how we should treat each other for you not to just overtalk me. And you are doing that and you have continued to do that this evening. So again, These are the reasons why I do not agree with the resolution. In addition to what I just stated, it says that in continuing to engage the services of Richard Trink may not be in the best interest of the township. Quite frankly, that's an opinion and I don't agree with it. So unfortunately, I cannot support this resolution of no support for Township Attorney Richard Trink. I have nothing more to say. I'm sure you have some things you'd like to add.
So the first clause that you cited, you clearly didn't understand what it says. It says, whereas it is the duty of the township to ensure that legal services are provided in an ethical and professional manner, and that the interests of the township and its residents are protected, does not say you can interpret it how you'd like. It does not say they haven't been done in an ethical and professional manner. Now, we can go through a list of things, and at least two were brought up tonight, that at least call into question the ethics. But what that specifically says is our duty is to ensure that, right? The next clause, whereas it has been determined that continuing to engage the services of Richard Trink and the Trink firm may not be in the best interest of the township. You don't have to agree. If you don't agree, vote no. But that's what it says. I think they are not. I was going to put, it is not in the best interest of the township, but I also recognize that there's some disagreement with that on the council. So I softened the language for that purpose. And I also recognize, and I'm going to get back to the whole point, this was done hopefully to get the administration, after private conversations that have been had and public conversations, to switch gears. They didn't take that opportunity. So now we'll vote on this, and then we'll vote on, at some future point, the removal. I hope that clarifies it for you, Council President.
I didn't need clarification.
Yes, you did. You were
from
wrong. It's okay.
I didn't need
Nobody's
clarification
perfect.
from you. I
Everybody
know
makes
nobody's
mistakes.
perfect, including you.
Mhm.
But
I have no problem
I
with that.
can read. I do have some
Barely.
degrees and I am knowledgeable and can read.
Mhm.
And again, as I stated, I don't agree with the language, which is why I won't be supporting this resolution. Now, we can call for the vote.
Okay. Is there a motion? I'm sorry.
So
is there a-
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino? No. Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
No. So the motion does pass. And what else do we have on? here?
Just for the record, I understand, Mr. Gross, you have a responsibility to pay the bills. Bills being presented to this council for Mr. Trink or the Trink firm, Siddiqui, Shadanian, will be pulled every single time from this point forward, and they will not be approved for payment. Thank you, sir.
What else have we pulled? 235-22. I pulled that because it also doesn't have a not to exceed clause. We can insert that language.
I'll second it.
This is 235.
Yes.
I just, for the record, want to say, the not to exceed was requested with regard to professional services contracts. I requested it with regard to the road work because we've seen multiple times with road work that the costs end up being more than what we initially estimated. From my perspective, and I think from my perspective, I won't speak for anyone else. I think it's important to have a not to exceed clause when you're in professional services in particular. With stuff like this, I'm not sure that that's going to serve the same purpose.
I'm sorry.
We're on 235. Fiber optic
Fiber
network.
optic network contract.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
my
think-
recollection that we were asked to include a not to exceed clause in any professional services contract, as well as anything that
Well,
had a
this
dollar
is, but this is
value.
construction, right?
And anything that had a dollar value attached
There was
to
no
it.
and in it.
This is
Just professional
construction.
services. Yeah. So I don't think we need a not to exceed on that. I mean, we understand the normal process with that stuff, and while it may be possible, generally speaking, unless there's an unforeseen experience once they get started, generally speaking, that's going to be the price, which is what you said with regard to the other one that we talked about. The only reason I wanted it there is sometimes, and relatively with enough frequency, they can go over. So I'm fine with not having a not to exceed in that one.
Okay, well then vote no. I asked for it, so.
Okay, so is there a motion to amend?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Sure, why not?
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes. Why did we just waste 5 minutes and you
Because
don't
I
vote for
wanted
it?
you to understand the purpose behind not to exceed. I don't think you understand that.
It's 12.
I like that you think I don't understand.
12:37, folks. Let's keep it moving.
Right, that vote was only to amend. We need to take a vote to approve.
So, yeah.
All right,
okay.
so is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes. 239. 23, resolution amending the West Orange Housing Rehabilitation Program. I just have some concerns. I did not support reducing the amount to $25,000 because we are in an inflationary time period. Costs are increased. Supply chain demands have caused prices to increase. And if anybody is doing any type of rehab or construction to their home, $25,000 goes extremely quickly. So that was my concern there. But I also wanted to discuss the payback situation. I would like to have for consideration that if the homeowner lives in the home for a certain period of time, that maybe we not seek restitution. I know the county program, it's a grant. I realize that we're not the county and that we don't have the same amount of access to resources, but I don't want to have a program where we penalize perhaps the homeowner. These improvements that we're authorizing, clearly we've identified that they are bringing the property up to code. So it's not like we're beautifying anyone's property. We're just making sure that they are compliant with the construction codes that we have in existence. So I would like for us to consider perhaps a certain period of time where it's just gifted to that person.
Okay. Council President, completely, certainly valid viewpoint. It was the program was not originally designed that way, but over the past 12 years, the mayor, when we sat and talked about this, one of the concerns was the fact that this process does move slowly in terms of the next phase and getting approvals. And so the idea, her view on this was two things. Number one, try to figure out some way to get more money back into the program, either by not spending as much or by getting money back in, so that we don't run into a period of time like we did with the last 3 or 4 years where we couldn't do any projects. So that's what generated this request. If you don't pass anything at all, it'll go back to the original, which was like, I think 12, after 12 years, it gets forgiven, and it's at $35,000. So, that's what is in place right now. Again, the mayor's just trying to expand the program, make sure that more people get to see some of the use of this money. So.
Mr. Gross, is that an accurate capturing, reflection, characterization of the program, that it is not to beautify anybody's property?
This program could be, if you had more money. If you had more money in it, you could. In other words, if someone applied for the house and applied for the program and they qualified financially and their home had no
Code
code
violation.
violations, then the money could be used for a new kitchen.
Right, or if they had $5,000 worth of code violations, they could use 20,000 on beautifying the property.
So how do you define beautifying? Because when
Well,
I say.
I'm not using that word.
That was the word you used.
Right, so
I'm-
beautifying based on the county means, for instance, if you just want a brand new door and the door is functioning and you want a nicer door, a higher end door, that's not something that the program would pay for. And that's through the county. So our program.
I'm not sure that a door would meet our standards as well, but certainly improvements that would enhance the value of your property would meet our program. So, if you didn't have any violations, any code violations, and you wanted to
So put no windows.
put in new windows, or if you wanted to add a porch, or I'm making stuff up. The bottom line is it's really kind of open-ended as long as it adds value to your property.
And are there income requirements for this
Yes.
grant program?
Yes.
So, not, at the end of the day, when you're talking about income restrictions, can you disclose what that income amount is? Is it because the county has specific income requirements?
Quite frankly, it's probably exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the way the county came in and explained this program to us was that typically because of the conditions of the home, you're not coming in, again, beautifying the property. You're coming in and addressing the needs of the homeowner so that the home can meet standards.
I gotta say the vast majority, and I've been involved in these programs through my entire career. So I would say that the vast majority of the applicants have homes with some level of code violations, but they're not necessarily all a mess. Some are. And frankly, those are the ones we can't do because we can't put money in and not solve all the code violations. So if it's really a mess, we can't do it. So there is a sweet spot, if you will. And if there's very little, then we can actually spend the money on a project that the homeowner wants. I don't know about the county program. And I kind of think maybe they're speaking in generalities too, because I think for the most part, what they see are homes with a lot of problems.
And so again, just to further exemplify the county program, for instance, if you have a regular standard size window, you can't come in and say, I want a bay window, and then the program pay for the bay window. What the program is going to do is replace or repair what is already existing and bring that up to.
Ours might in a living room renovation, might put in the bay window.
Yeah. Ours has more
We might.
flexibility.
I mean, not to hang on, but my point is, it's not as, there's a lot of subjectivity that goes into that. And I don't know how the county does it. And I'm not suggesting they're being subjective. But as what you're describing, we don't have that limitation.
Okay.
In
It's not
our,
as
we
restrictive.
have a limitation, we have limitations, but our limitations are first solve the code problems and then spend the money in a way that is satisfactory to the property owner and advantageous to the property value.
So at the end of the day, you want that home on that street to,
Be competitive with all the other
Yeah,
homes.
to upgrade and to bring the value. for the
I
rest of the-
still have some concern with everyone having to pay back if they particularly live in their home for, I think the program as it is for another 12 years. Maybe if we want to consider not forgiving the entire loan amount, if it's going to be 25,000, maybe having them pay back a percentage or 50%. I just feel that in some situations, again, with us not understanding where the market might go, someone might have a home that might be worth, and I'm just throwing out an even number, $300,000. Let's just say $100,000. If you have $100,000 home and it's in need of repair, and then you get a grant opportunity from West Orange to do $25,000 worth of work, but then you can't sell your house for that much. I'm not trying to penalize a homeowner because West Orange came in and did some improvements to your home to bring it up to code. So at some point, I'm trying to take into consideration that that might be a real factor. And so at that point, then what would the homeowner do? Not be able to sell their home because they can't pay back the lien that they have with the municipality?
But I don't think that's no different than somebody taking a refinance to make upgrades to their own home.
Mr. Yeah, I
It's a
don't,
grant.
so
I mean, look, the administration, I mean, this is absolutely a debatable issue. So it's not, this isn't like we're saying our way is the way this needs to be done. This is what the mayor is suggesting. We'll defer to the will of the council.
Mr. Gross, in that example, Council President just put out, as long as they were selling the property after the period of time where they were restricted from selling it, they would, if they got an amount less than what they owed, we would end up taking a loss. We wouldn't stop them from selling it once it was after that period of time. Is that accurate?
Assuming there's a mortgage in front of us to that
Yeah,
amount.
Right.
that's subordinated.
Right. That's the risk we take, and that's why we would rather be in second position than third position.
And
Right.
We will move to
Count-
second position.
in that,
Well, the
in
county
that
may-
situation, which,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not saying it's never happened, but there's only a few times in our history
Right.
when over a 12-year period that might have happened. Council could act on that. You know, the council could decide, you know what, we're in a particular moment.
Right.
Let's
What
decide.
do you want
not
to
to-
do? Do you want to make a motion?
I want to move that. So the program as it exists now, 12 years, it's forgiven, completely forgiven.
Mhm.
I'd like to recommend that, and if I have support for that, that after 12 years, we forgive 50%, maybe not the whole, and that way we can continue to regenerate monies back into the program. But I just, where does the money, how does the money source?
I'm sorry,
How is the money sourced?
how's it sourced?
Yes, where does it come
It's all,
from?
it's all from our developer. It comes out of the developers funds we get.
Right, so it's not money from our taxpayers, that's my point. It's not money from our taxpayers, it's money from a dedicated fund. And as long as a portion of it could possibly be replenished, I'd like to make that recommendation, that after 12 years, 50% be required to be paid. If the homeowner stays in the property for 12 years, that 50% have to.
I can vote that. I'll second it.
Well, can we have a little further conversation before we vote? I think if we're going to consider that the forgiveness or not forgiveness should be tied to income levels at that time. You may have, someone who qualifies now over the course of the next 12 years. Circumstances change, they no longer qualify, but they qualified today. And 12 years from now, they're in a different situation. They sell the property, we get the money back, we can then give it to somebody that then does qualify today. So if we're going to consider the forgiveness rules, I think there should be some income qualification based on where they are at that time.
Well, right now, there's no income qualifications, period. It's just forgiven after 12 years. So
We're changing it.
Well, it's been moved and properly seconded that we forgive 50% after 12 years.
So just so we're clear about that, someone who qualifies today with an income of $50,000, 12 years from now has put themselves through a new program and is earning $200,000. We want to forgive that money. Yeah.
My suggestion is that we forgive half. And the
Or any
likelihood,
of it.
let's look at, if we, that's a hypothetical.
I think we're all
Let's-
overthinking it.
Yeah, let's look at the
just-
program. When people have entered into this program, does case history support that 12 years from now, they're in a completely different financial bracket?
I think it's all over the place. I think there's probably examples of people who've done well, and there's examples of it have done worse. So I don't know that there's a.
Formula.
But the whole idea of the program has always
It does
been
complicate
to-
things if we're gonna requalify.
Yeah,
I thought there's a
think that's
cost
necessary.
to do that, so let's talk about.
But you want to
who's-
encourage people. to fix
Who's
their
gonna pay
homes.
that cost?
No, I hear you. I think it's worth the conversation, that's all. And I think, part of the problem is people don't want to have a conversation anymore. It's an income-based program. And so if it's an income-based program to get in, if we're going to continue to forgive, I think, because the problem for me, and this is my hesitancy, and I applaud the mayor for her effort. I think it was a good recommendation to lower the amount to get more people in. Something is better than nothing. So we're going to help or be able to help more people. I applaud that effort. Since we're considering it, I think we should consider how the fund is able to continue to help the people that need it the most. And if her analysis and yours is that we need to reconsider the forgiveness portion of it and have some mechanism to give it back, I'm not opposed to people that can afford to paying it back. I just don't want people that can't afford to pay it back or are still in a difficult financial position to then have to. So if we're going to deal with the forgiveness piece, I think it should be fair, which would be if you still need the help, you get the help, and if you don't, then you don't.
But they're only paying it back if they sell.
When they sell.
When they sell.
Just to be clear, the mayor and the administration position is as per the resolution that we put up there, but we obviously we understand that council has, everybody has a different view on this, and we're coming from a different view today. So it's not really whatever the council decides is what the administration will.
I have one more thing with this, Mr. Gross, and just being being a title person. When they apply for these loans, they need to understand if they down the road go to refinance, if they have to get a subordination agreement from the township, because so many times folks are going to the closing table and they don't realize this is a recorded document and it holds up their closing. And sometimes they've lost their rates.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right.
So. All right, so we have a vote on the floor for this amendment.
Okay, so this is to amend Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa, no, Council President Williams.
Yes.
Amendment doesn't pass.
No, failed.
So that we're clear, as it is now, it's 25,000 per, and has to be repaid after 12 years whenever you sell, or 7
Well,
years
no.
after you,
No, it's repaid
when you sell.
when you sell.
But, so I
There's no
can't just.
timeline. It's when
Okay.
you sell.
It's whenever you sell, okay.
So that also means if someone fixes their house with the loan and it doesn't appraise, or they don't make the 25,000 extra, then they're stuck. And you're saying, but they can come back to the council.
Council, yeah, I mean, again, it's after some period of time, if you look throughout history, there's only been a couple, maybe 3 times, maybe 4, in our history that was an issue, and that's certainly something the council could consider.
And I think it would be helpful down the road for future councils to know a little bit more information about that so that they can be informed whether they want to forgive or not. But that's not tonight. It's already 2 in the morning.
Okay, now we have
one
to
in the
take a vote on the resolution itself.
All
That was
right,
on the amendment.
I'll move to vote for the resolution.
I second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No. And then I think we skipped,
We did skip.
huh?
We didn't do 225.
Yeah, we didn't do 225 and we didn't do 230.
230.
And we didn't do 231.
Okay, so 225, updated resolution of local support of proposed cannabis-related business, the Library of New Jersey Incorporated. There were some additional questions from my colleagues, and we need to ratify this resolution. We provided the local support pending, letter of local support pending approval this evening.
Okay. So, would you want to start it?
No, I don't, I'm supporting this. I don't have any questions.
Okay, so I'm gonna wind up abstaining because I ironically did the closing for this property. So I'm gonna abstain. My comments tonight are, I'm disappointed that, and if this happens again, the applicant should come forward to the council to interview, for the council to ask questions on the new site. So for example, security plan should be addressed and discussed as you do with the regular applications that were done in the initial interviews. Where just basic information. Are there other tenants in the building? Like, there's multiple questions that should have been asked and should be asked when they asked to change their address. So I'm not going to get into this site because I'm going to abstain, but I'm disappointed. Like, so if this happens in the future, you can't just do a vote. The applicant needs to come in, even though it's, they were approved for another site. And I think we may have 2 more or 3 more may possibly came in because they're switching their locations. They need to come into council chambers. And I apologize that, well, I voiced my concern in an email after the last meeting, because again, we go to 3 o'clock in the morning and my brain starts going, but didn't think to say anything then. Because I didn't realize we walked away from the table that this was going to be a straw vote before the meeting. So, yeah, just you need to interview these applicants when they come back in for their new location.
Duly
That's
noted.
it.
I make a motion to introduce this
Well,
resolution.
before we do that, can I just say, I think you're exactly right, and I don't know what we can do in this moment to do that. I know we've got a time constraint for this particular individual, but if there is something that we can do or include in the language that we're doing right now, I don't know, but if there is, we should, because I think what we've done is set a precedent for how to handle these kinds of issues that come up in between meetings. And we want to be clear about what that means for us, what our liability is, and what our obligation to the potential licensee is.
We have a cannabis hearing on the 15th, so we can certainly discuss any additional language changes at that time.
You could vet it out, but at the end of the day, the person changed, any applicant changes the location, you got to have conversation.
Changes all the
It
variables.
should have happened. So again, I'll go ahead.
I make a motion to
Yeah,
introduce this resolution. To approve the library at this new location.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino, you're abstaining.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Council President Williams?
Yes. Okay. Did we do 2:30?
No.
Okay, so resolution authorizing execution of access agreement with Objective Media Group Limited. Legal from Moon. This is the filming of the police department. Is there any discussion?
I certainly would like to know how the chief feels about that. We've heard from other constituents, but I'd like to hear the chief.
Thank you. Madam President, council members, excuse me. We're one of probably only 2 that I'm aware of, police departments in the entire state that use a medical doctor for our training, hands-on, present, when we do our defensive tactics training. Our School Resource Officer Program was the national model program for the entire country. Our Community Services Unit is the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs model program. We're the first police department in the state to have a 24/7 domestic violence response team. We're the first police department in the state to have a 24/7 opioid prevention heroin effort. We were the first to have a co-responder program. Last night I was at the, excuse me, the Police Clergy Alliance, and the representative from Essex County Prosecutor's Office was there and spoke, and Council President was there. He said, we are the model for the state. They're using us in Patterson right now, which is under the Attorney General's direction, and several other police departments throughout the state. And he said, West Orange is the model that we're using. We are the first police department to take in surrendered drugs from an afflicted member or family member who wants to turn drugs over. I went and testified before the state legislature. That law was changed, and we were the first one to implement it. Currently working with Senator Ruiz's office for DACA to get, we have a individual who's interested in being a police officer in West Orange, that because he's an undocumented young man, he can't be a police officer. I didn't even know that. I thought that was insane, but so Senator Ruiz is trying to change that law, and I'll be in further contact with her. I was a state commissioner on the Death Penalty Study Commission. I voted to abolish the death penalty. Not every police chief agreed with that, and sometimes some still remind me of that, but I thought it was the right thing to do. I am currently the New Jersey State Chiefs Association Commissioner to the Police Training Commission. That brings us to kind of how we got here. Fairfield first became involved with this filming program, and they said, West Orange is the department that you really want. And they stayed in it, but they sent us because of all these great things we do. And that was our first meeting, virtual meeting we had on Zoom with the people from Advanced Media. Clifton and Fairfield are both on board. Their council members seem to think it's good. Their chiefs seem to think it's good. Attorneys seem to think it's good. I did hear from some of you about this, and I spoke to you, and you wanted to know how the PBA president felt about it. So I reached out to him today, met with him face to face. He said he had heard about it, but he hadn't heard anything in opposition to it. He didn't have any personal opposition to it, but he said, I'd like to just go ask around, talk to everybody. Call me. That was just, this morning, 5 o'clock at night, he calls me, tells me he talked to everybody he could find. The people that volunteered want to do this. It's not like they don't want to do it. So I would just hope that your differences with the Trank firm don't impede this. If you have other reasons to not do it, I mean, that's something we can debate and discuss, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, but I don't think that should impede this. This is for the people who are doing it, the volunteer. Nobody's forced to do this. I asked for volunteers. Excuse me, I'm still under the weather. I have Black officers, Hispanic officers, white officers, male and female, all volunteers. I think it's a great cross-section for us to use as a recruitment tool. Because this is shown overseas, nobody's probably even really going to watch it here unless they want to make a point of going on and making an account, streaming it. But we can use the content for recruitment purposes. So when we go to a job fair, we can have a monitor and show these things and say, this is what we do in West Orange, And there's nothing, this is not like a cops thing. This is not a reality. They're not chasing people down, tackling them, putting handcuffs on them. It's not about that. It's all about feel-good policing. And we have all final right of review. Nothing can be aired without our consent. So I think it's a good thing. I'm hoping that you think it's a good thing, and we can move forward with it.
I did have some concerns with the language in the contract. I realize that we keep saying that we have final editing rights, but in the contract itself, it basically says that we do get an opportunity to do a final look, but that they have all rights and editing privileges in perpetuity.
I'm not sure if you got the right contract, but I know Mark specifically, and the other two attorneys, there were 3 attorneys involved because there's one from each community, but they specifically indicated to me and the other 2 chiefs that we have final right of review, that nothing gets released.
Because this is what I will have to sign. So I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure what I sign off on behalf of my colleagues is actually what, and it's conflictual. It clearly says here, so I'll go to it so I can point it out. And maybe, I don't know if Mark Moon can do some editing changes. If we're all in agreement to get this language in accord with what you're indicating,
I'm just curious
so I'm gonna
about
pull
the
it up.
show. Have you seen the actual show itself?
I watched some snippets of it and, Joe Fagan put a little bit up tonight. It's hard to watch on on your phone, but I have looked at it just to see what it's like. So in Britain, where this is such a popular show that they renewed them for new seasons, it's mostly motor vehicle stops. And it's drunk drivers, things like that. Somebody pointed out to me, it's like, anybody can get this just by filing an OPA request for a body worn camera. So they're not really getting anything that they couldn't get anyway, but.
Is there privacy concerns for the people that are being stopped?
So I was not on the initial meeting because we weren't in the loop on this yet, but Fairfield initially met with the county prosecutor and he's, tentatively on board. There would have to be a follow-up meeting too, to make sure that we're good with this. That is actually, I believe, scheduled for next week. I don't know the date and time, but Fairfield is handling that. So all the body worn camera footage, everything else that they would be reviewing, looking at, that's all subject to the state policies and the prosecutor's imprimatur. So it's all been addressed.
So my concerns are in paragraph 5 under ownership. Probably about the 9th or 10th line down. The rights granted hereunder shall include the perpetual, irrevocable, universal right of producer and its licensee or assigns to edit, broadcast, rerun, record, publish, reproduce, use, license, print, distribute, or otherwise exploit, which gives me pause, in any manner and in any medium or form, whether now known or hereafter devised. To me, that means they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and they can't.
So I'm not, again, I'm not the attorney, so I didn't sign off on this myself. I understand why you would take pause with that. Maybe we can, if this is something you're inclined to go along with, if the language meets with your imprimatur, then maybe we can have Mark move on that. If it's something you're totally disinclined to agree to, then it's silly to have him do that first.
I'm not disinclined to agree to it. My other question was, is there any compensation to the municipality for us
It's
participating?
just slightly above the normal filming permit fee. All three communities agreed on, I think it's $2,000. I think it would have
And
been
that
like
was gonna be my
1,500
next
and
question.
350 would have been, so it's almost right there.
That, my next question was, is it gonna be with the increased fees, which unfortunately we were unable to approve this evening, or was it gonna be with the standard fees as they are written?
In between.
Okay. All right, but I do have issue with that language here, under confidentiality. There's also a few things that I highlighted. So I'm not in opposition to the proposal. I am in opposition to us not having a little more leverage as it comes to the rights of the footage. So if we could have Mr. Moon address any of those concerns.
Yeah, can you get me like a highlighted copy or something that I can
Yeah, sure.
definitely get to him?
Okay. So can we table this until our next meeting? Is there a second?
With all due respect, Mr. Moon shouldn't be doing any work for this based on the resolution that was passed, so I'm voting no on this.
Mr. Kaiser, can you handle that?
Yep. Probably not, but I can talk about it, but.
Well, I was planning on voting no too, so I don't know how many votes there were, if it's worth it.
Well, I'm gonna know if Mr. Moon has to do the work. So if Mr. Kaiser can do the work to make sure that we do not have footage used that is not approved by.
Understand that the work means make changes and run.
It's a negotiation.
It's a negotiation
I mean-
with, it may be simple, but they've
That's
already,
exactly what I mean.
they've already established a relationship.
Right.
It's, bringing someone else in at this point in time.
There are other attorneys we've approved in March.
I'm just pointing out that
This is
that's
a
an
contract in
obstacle.
process.
That's an obstacle.
Well,
Mr.
we've been
Moon
saying
is-
this, I think the majority of the council has been very clear about our position with anyone doing work with the Trank firm for quite some time now. So this shouldn't come as a surprise for you guys from
Okay, so
us.
that we don't highlight our
And-
police department. That's fine. Okay.
All I can point out is they're still a town attorney, so.
And I try to I try to maintain a good relationship with all five of you and my boss, the mayor. But, you know, this is going to affect other issues down the road. I mean, this is, I don't know where they are at the pipeline, so please don't take this as some kind of a veiled threat. It's not, but like, we run bus trips for the kids to Yankee games. That requires hold harmless agreements and things like that. Like, the mayor's going to tell me to go to Richard Trank's law firm. And if I'm not going to sit here till 1 in the morning to have you're telling me up front, you're not going to vote for it. I'm not going to do it. I mean, if it's already approved and it's part of the grant, it's done, well, then they'll happen. But if they're not, I mean, I'm going to tell the school we're canceling them.
And the mayor should respect the will of the majority of the council. And it's at the end of the day, the legal department's not just her attorney, it's our attorney too, which was mentioned in meetings. And there is no confidence. by the
Councilwoman,
majority of
I have no
council.
dog in this fight.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to point
Just
out.
reiterating
I
for
think
the
Ken did a little
Okay,
more
well, as long as
eloquently
you know
earlier.
the consequences to your actions, that's great. So go ahead. Tell the.
Council-
I just
I
So
wanna say
it is-
commentary is not necessary.
It is
Don't-
not just our
Everybody
action.
is entitled to make whatever commentary they want, and
Right.
whether we
Yeah.
agree with their commentary or not, I
You have
take
to govern,
issue.
folks.
I
Gotta
take
govern.
issue with when you're not in agreement, you're saying that commentary isn't necessary. There have been times where I thought your commentary wasn't necessary and she wasn't speaking directly to you. So I don't think it's fair and appropriate for one side to decide when it's okay and the other side to decide when it's not okay.
Thank you, Council President.
Council President, all I'm going to say is our obligation is to follow the law.
Yeah.
That's simple. So.
I'd just like to say one thing to the chief. My vote has absolutely nothing to do with who wrote it. My vote has to do with the response that I've gotten from the community and also people who understand law enforcement and also my own privacy concerns. I would not want to be a person who was pulled over for a traffic stop and be put on national TV anywhere.
It can
So,
happen.
but I
It
know-
can happen without
It would
this.
happen, but I wouldn't be advertised. I mean,
Well,
it's
you
not
could
as,
be.
it was not
We've
as.
seen it.
I mean,
We've seen
it's-
it.
It's not as.
We've seen it here in
likely
West Orange.
That it's gonna be in a movie. I'm gonna be in a movie. I just, the whole thing.
Well, just
and I-
social media.
And I don't think I just don't think our. puts
It's
our
amazing. Some of the
police
same
force in a
people who object to
professional
this have no problem throwing it on social media. So
I know, but I want you to know
There's
that my
50,000 people
vote
in
has
town. I don't know how many are.
nothing to do with that. It has to do with my
And as far
own
as your-
reservations about this.
And as
And
far
I
as your,
feel
you
that
know, your-
people could be too easily exploited.
I understand as far as your law
You
enforcement
are coming
contacts,
to show
I'm
sometimes,
happy to put my resume up against anybody in the county.
I think my objection is based on who's doing the work. So it looks like we have,
Okay, so we'll call for the vote.
Yeah,
Let's not
let's-
speculate on
Yeah.
how people are gonna vote. Let's just call for the vote.
Yeah, call for the vote.
Well, I need a motion to approve.
I move
20 seconds.
to approve this.
Okay, is there a second?
Well, no, not in this current form. There's no second.
Okay.
Okay.
The motion fails.
Now, question, so if Mr. Kaiser amends this document, it could come back to us?
I'm
Well,
fine.
I can't amend it. I'd have to negotiate with the
Right.
Phone
with
company.
this body. So. I mean, I-
We will talk to the mayor and decide what to do next.
Okay,
What a mess. All right.
all right, and then,
231-23.
okay, for 231-23, resolution to award a contract, rebid, repair, and maintenance of buses for the West Orange Public Works. I wanted to understand why this was a rebid.
Oh,
There was I remember now. It's getting late.
It is.
there was questions. I remember I had a question.
There
on
was,
it.
well, but there was, but the rebid, I honest with you, I don't remember. I gotta tell you, I just don't remember.
Maybe this
Why,
is
but I mean, it
something
was, we had to come back before you and cancel it and then go. So we'll have to go back and look at the history of it.
And then for an amendment, I think we, in the language is for a 2-year contract. Is it possible for us to amend that to a 1-year contract with an option to renew?
I mean, it's a bid document, so it's set. That's in the bid itself. So
So what happens if the person that we've selected goes, is it assignable, I guess is my next question. Is
No.
this contract assignable?
No. It's for 3 entities. So, we have enough work that we can rotate through those entities.
No, this is for one entity, not all three.
You're talking,
That's all three.
oh, it's all 3.
Okay.
I think who decides, the Public Works, who's ever available, or how do they?
Yeah, based on, will be done on a rotation basis. And to some extent, maybe expertise, depending on what it is.
So this is one of those contracts where I looked at the award recipients, and it was my opinion, okay, so now it even furthers the information that we received today about from the Sustainable New Jersey trustee member on the board, where she talked about the opportunity to award smaller contracts if they may not have the capacity, and to be, selective and intentional about how you award those to maybe your veterans or minority groups and organizations. So
I was interested when she said that. I'm going to contact her to find out on what basis in the local public contracting law she was referring to. There are some that we've investigated, but frankly, they're usually bigger contracts than this. But in terms of moving forward, certainly looking to see how we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, and on that note, is she able to do that? Because.
I don't know the answer.
No, I'm saying because, because she's not government. We're government, so we have to by the.
You're talking about.
The agency,
I certainly can ask her a couple
Yeah.
questions. So,
Yeah.
yeah. She can point me in direction if there's a particular statute that she's, or set of codes that she's
Yeah.
relying on. I'm sure she could point me in
I
that
think
direction.
her organization could act differently than what the guidelines were under.
Yes, from what I heard, that's the case.
So
But I'm open, I'm open
Yeah,
to the idea,
I
because I
know.
know it's a desirable,
great idea,
it's a desirable outcome.
Yeah.
If there's some way we can pull that off.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to move this resolution forward?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? The vote, Madam?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think we have 240.
Did you do
Resolution.
235? Didn't you pull 235?
No.
235 was already voted on.
Oh.
You went out of order.
Got it.
Yeah, we were all over the place.
240. Resolution authorizing the auditor to review the legal budget. That was pulled. Any commentary? I didn't pull that.
Councilwoman Geber Michael pulled that.
Yeah, I pulled it because I don't support it, so.
Okay, so you just wanted to take a vote. I
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
What to
240-23.
authorizing auditor review the legal budget?
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, you have all the bills, are you?
I don't know why this was.
I don't know why it's even on
Doesn't
here.
Make sense.
I'm voting no.
Well, I understand.
If we don't get a second, it fails.
Yeah, I don't think. it's
Okay, let's
necessary.
keep moving. We don't have a second. So
Yeah.
241-23, resolution authorizing the Township of West Orange tax collector to prepare and mail estimated tax bills in accordance with PL 1994 C72. Is there comment?
Council President, you pulled that.
Yeah, you did that.
Okay, I move for the resolution to go forward.
I
Okay,
second it.
okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Now we're on ordinances on second and final reading. So 2741-23, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 25(9)(c) of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, massage businesses.
I recommend that all that, I think we
Yeah.
should table all these, not all of them, but like 2742 is fine.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
highlighted certain ones.
I think there are two
2771.
that I've identified.
No.
Yeah.
There are two on here that I'm okay with.
There's three, 27,
No,
77.
yeah, two,
There's two on second.
right, two on second.
2742,
2742 and 2771-23.
Yeah, I'm fine with those.
well, 2771 is the bond.
Correct.
2771,
So
yeah.
is there, you're gonna, are you tabling those?
Yeah, they're all.
All the ones from-
What's your?
So I'm for tabling all of them except 2742.
2771.
And no floodplain then.
20, the floodplain one is the first reading, right?
First reading.
Yeah,
Floodplain is first reading.
That's 2805.
that's first reading.
Oh, that's, okay.
2742 is one to vote on,
Correct.
Yes, and 2771.
and 2771,
Correct.
You guys want to vote on it?
and you're tabling. Oh, by the way, are you tabling those other resolutions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, was there a vote to table?
I offer a motion to table
I second.
all of them except 2742 and 71.
Okay.
Okay, and what?
Hold on, I want to take a vote.
Until when?
Huh?
Until when?
So a different attorney handles it
Well, you got to pick a date.
at the next meeting. Kaiser, if your name's there, I'll vote on it.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but,
Well, then, you got until August, right?
Florida next
And you
You got
gotta
until August.
put together an RFQ.
the reason I'm suggesting a specific date is because these have been advertised and.
Right.
we have to-
You need.
This is second
from a
reading, it's a
legal-
hearing.
You need to set a date, even if you
How long does it
continue to move them.
How long does it take to put together an RFQ for a new township attorney?
We can't put together an RFQ for a new township attorney until we remove the township attorney.
The mayor could do it if she wanted to.
Well,
And I just asked the
Obviously, she
question,
doesn't want to.
she's
How
made
long
her
does it
position
take?
clear, just like you've made your position
We don't
clear.
want to.
how
so-
long does it take?
How long does it take to,
Put together an RFQ for a new township attorney.
until
Because it
the
depends.
township attorney is
I think there's a
removed?
lot of factors that go into that.
How long does it take to prepare
Like the
an
process.
RFQ for a new township attorney?
To prepare one,
Yes.
a day.
So it takes a day to prepare it?
Okay, first you gotta get your charges together before you start talking. Oh, guys, come on, let's get this done. Let's get this.
Let's
done.
not pretend that I don't have sound reason and it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, I
And I've
know.
had enough.
I know.
I've had enough. I've
You've
had enough of the
enough.
disrespect.
You've
I've had enough of the slighting, enough of the shade. Let's not pretend I don't have sound reason to want Mr. Trink removed.
Okay, Councilman.
You asked for a date,
You have to do a date.
so can we do the next meeting in 2
Yes,
weeks?
That's fine.
That's what I
Okay,
asked.
but how much does it cost?
So is that
to-
enough time for Mr. Kaiser to add his name to all of these?
Advertise all
Well,
these
that's
articles?
a different
Re-advertising.
topic. But by law, otherwise we have to start all over. And re-advertise is
Mr. Kaiser,
gonna
is that
cost
enough
us
time
money.
for you? Or do you prefer to do it in the July meeting?
But Mr.
It's really-
Mr. Gross is right. It's irrelevant because if you have to give it a date because the public has been noticed that there's to be a hearing on this on second reading. So they have to, in order to continue that
Twice.
notice, you have to set a date.
And-
Whether it's,
I'm not disputing that. I'm asking you, if we do this notice for 2 weeks from now in the next meeting, is that enough time for you? If not, we can select the July date.
With all due respect to Mr. Kaiser, this is something that a decision that the mayor is gonna have to
Right.
make.
Okay.
And therefore, we're not prepared to answer that question tonight. I would recommend it go to the next meeting. But
You guys
The next
remember
meeting
the
then.
mayor, right? She's the one that won the race. You guys remember her?
So
Yeah,
that's
and you
exactly
remember
what I'm
two
talking
council
about.
colleagues And
right?
everyone here who also
Do
won?
you remember when we
Michelle?
voted down Mr. Trink's contract? Do you remember that?
Lower your tone,
No,
sir.
I'm not gonna lower anything.
Oh,
You
why
get to talk how you
not?
want to.
Why not?
You guys get to say what you want and do what you want, and then somebody says something back and you get upset.
Councilman, I'm just shooting a few off now because I'm tired.
Me too.
And let's move on.
I'm tired too.
All right.
We're all elected
You made-
officials here.
Yes, you made
okay?
your point. We
So
understand what
is
you
there a
want. Let's
motion,
just get this agenda over
is
with.
there a motion to move these to the next meeting?
Yes, I make a motion to move these ordinances,
them.
to table them till the next meeting, provided that it's a different attorney, not from the Trank firm or Mr.
Well,
Trank.
that stipulation can't be because the public, you're telling the public you're going to postpone
We
it till
just
then.
voted on a resolution that states that, so I just want to just reiterate it, because if
Okay.
not, we're going to be in the
So
same
as long as
situation
it's not a
again.
contingency.
You voted on a
of
resolution.
moving.
I'm sorry.
Thank
You
you.
voted on a resolution to do what?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gross.
I'm sorry. You made an incorrect comment, so I'm just trying to correct your comment
It's
for the
okay, Mr.
record.
Gross, I made a motion to carry all this to the next council meeting.
Is there a second?
Yeah,
Wait a minute. I already, whoa.
Hold on a minute. I have a motion from Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Geber Michael to table.
But
To
it
the
didn't
next
have a date
meeting?
in it.
It didn't have a date. So
Right.
can we just go with that and then put to six
Sure, the date can
twenty-seven?
be the 27th.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to take a vote. Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No.
Okay.
Now, we need to go back to the resolutions that you did, that you took off of the consent agenda, and they need to be tabled until the next meeting.
But before we do that, I just want to clarify that the comment that was made on the record indicated that we've already done a removal of Mr. Trank. And I just want to correct for the record that that has not been done.
I make a motion to move all those resolutions that you just indicated to the next meeting as well. Mr.
176 to
Gross.
201
And 218.
And 218.
and 218, correct.
Correct.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank
It's
you.
been moved and properly seconded that we table the resolutions until the next meeting.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
No. 2742-23, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-7.3, temporary parking prohibition for snow plowing and removal, subsection 7-12, parking prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance, 7-13, no parking anytime, and 7-14, night parking prohibited of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay, this is the time for a public hearing.
Is there any comments from the public regarding ordinance 2742-23? Any members of the Zoom audience want to make public comment?
Yes, Council President, there is an individual.
Oh, God bless.
Eileen Majek, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, Eileen Macheyak, 10 Undercliff Terrace South. I just wanted to thank you. We've had a problem. It's a dead end with 7 houses, a very wide dead end. 4 of our properties only have single lane driveways that hold 2 cars. So this is really easier than us having to call every night the police department to get permission to park on the street. All of the residents on the street appreciate all your help in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying awake too.
Any other comments from the Zoom audience? Public comment is now closed.
Okay, is there any?
Is there any comments, colleagues?
No. Nope.
No, okay. Is there a motion to approve 2742-20?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I think 2777.
No, 71.
2771. All right, bond ordinance providing for various 2023 capital improvements by and in the township of West Orange in the county of Essex, state of New Jersey, appropriating $6 million thereof and authorizing the issuance of 5,714,285 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Is there a motion to introduce?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Council President Williams?
Yes. The motion for the bond ordinance does not pass.
No, it does.
No.
No, that's to
This is-
introduce.
that's
I'm
to
sorry, to introduce.
Now, this is a time for public hearing.
All right, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on 2771-23? Capital improvements for $6 million.
Seeing none in the Zoom audience, Council President.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, someone just raised their hand.
Okay, sure.
The individual just raised their hand.
Hi, good evening.
Tisha McKenza, welcome to
Good
the
morning.
meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Certainly. And I reside on Hepworth Place in West Orange. I just really wanted to say that.
Can you repeat your name, please? I'm sorry.
No problem. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Tisha McKenzie.
Thank you.
No problem. I reside at Hepworth Place in West Orange. And I just really wanted to say that given all the things that are occurring in terms of economics and shortfalls, certainly for the township, but also how it would affect the residents relating to taxes, I think that it's prudent, in my opinion, that that some time is given real weight to whether or not this type in that amount of a bond issue or a bond amount rather is approved. And I have to honestly say, my hope is that will allow some more information and at the lowest point possible, then maybe move forward after documentation, the appropriate documentation that that amount is consistent with the amount that has been given or have been provided in terms of information. And that's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so very much. And we appreciate you hanging in there with us at 1:36 in the morning, 1:37 in the morning. So thank you for being engaged and making sure that what we do is important enough for you to stay awake. Thank you. Colleagues, is there any additional comment regarding this? I think we heard a tremendous
Mr. Gross,
amount
how much
earlier.
in long-term debt do we have? Or in
Sorry?
debt, how much do we have in debt right now? It's 150 million?
We're carrying about 100 million. Our total debt is higher than that. But what we have in terms of our borrowings, right around 100 million.
What is our total debt? Approximately.
To go back and look at I had sent that to you at the last meeting. I don't trust my memory this time of night.
You have it right online.
Apologize. Total debt with this issuance is 155 million. Like I said, we're not carrying all that debt, but that's how much we're authorized. And that is, in terms of our limit, that's at 2.296%. And we're allowed to go to 3.5%. So we're a good point and a quarter away from the top. So it's,
Now, excuse me, does that include your other capital that you'll be introducing for?
no, this
That's
is,
in your
this is
budget?
right now. This is with this, as we stand right at this moment.
Okay, so but what did you budget? How much?
Well, this says,
We haven't done the capital budget yet, right? Like, do you even have an estimate of what that might be?
That's gonna be.
well, I mean,
I think that's what the
historically,
councilwoman-
historically, we've done $8 to $9 million a year. So I mean, that's the,
Well, now you just took a chunk of that.
Well, last year was 16, was at least their initial request.
Yeah. So,
we did 8 to 9. We did not.
so do you have any idea of what you're looking for this year? Because obviously you're just taking 6 here, which is all street improvements. I assume street improvements wouldn't be in what you're gonna ask for.
These would be the street improvements for this year.
Yeah,
The other improvements, obviously, we would want to try to stay certainly less than 10. But I can't tell you for sure where we're, in terms of,
I think you're gonna have to. if we- yeah.
okay, so don't bait me.
Yeah.
You're asking me where it could be.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying that, obviously, I mean, I read tea leaves pretty well. I don't know if I'm gonna ask for any, I mean, I that's things, right now, I understand the lay of the land here.
Yeah.
Well, there are a couple of things that I think could be done that would allow some room for a capital budget this year, even if they weren't completed. Main Street, Rock Spring,
Yeah.
those two in particular. If we were making progress on getting those off of our books, even if,
We don't disagree with.
yeah, so
that
it's
that's a priority.
possible.
So-
It's possible to do a capital budget, but I think what the councilwoman's getting at, and you read tea leaves well, I think, if we're asked to do 6 million now, right? We're proposing a 6.5 or 6.7% property tax increase from our side. The school board has their side. The county's gonna give us their side. We've got a revaluation of properties that we're undergoing right now. That's gonna be finalized in another year and a half. And then we're gonna be asked for another capital budget at the end of this year. We're still in a high inflationary environment and interest rates are still high, which is gonna impact next year. So with all of that, which is why West Orange, this is a tough decision. And this is why we have to be able to talk to each other, right? Because this is a tough decision. There's no right or wrong. It's a difference in perspective. If we approve 6 million now, it would be almost impossible to approve a capital budget at the end of the year.
Can I tell you that I don't have one in my back pocket that I'm ready, once you pass this, okay, now this is for this.
No, I know.
Sir, I understand. No one other than me understands this as well as you do, right?
Yeah.
We've been living this, right? So I get it and I understand it. And to the extent that we're going to come back with additional capital, it's going to be must-haves. It's not going to be, we'd like this or we want this. It's going to be, here's what we must have. And so that's the flavor of which I will look at whatever
Needs versus
requests we
wants.
have. And to whatever extent that I make that case, you can decide what to do with that. So having said that, I think this is a must-have. You cannot let $910,000 go away. And again, if you're worried about the extra $2 million, as I said before, you have complete control over that. So voting no really doesn't give you anything other than losing $910,000 that you don't get.
Well,
For
you know,
voting yes.
part of the challenge for me in particular is that, you know, something will be presented down the road and I've got to go and double and triple check to make sure that it's that $2 million versus a different $2 million.
Well, maybe you'll get to the point, I think at this point you probably should, but maybe you'll get to the point where if you ask me if this is part of that $2 million and I say yes or no, that you'll have some ability to have some faith in that. I'm not asking you to answer that, but I certainly think that we've been down enough roads together already for you to know the answer to that question. But at the same time, we have a big sewer break somewhere and something goes really crazy. Yeah, I may come back to you and say, hey, we had a big sewer break that's going crazy and I don't have any money for it. We may need to use this money. So I'm making it up. My point is, we don't know what the future holds.
No, and I think that's a part of the issue, right? Because, you know, we just came out of this forest fire thing. We know that there are effects from global warming right here in West Orange. And we don't know, and we just had the flooding at Ida. We had so we know that those things are going to happen. We just don't know when. It might not be this year. It might not be next year. It might not be for 10 years.
Roll the dice.
But if it is this year, right, and we need money, and we've already spent the 3.5 out of this or the 6 out of this, like at some point, we're going to hit a tipping point, especially if inflation doesn't come down and interest rates don't come down.
You know, I know this.
I know.
And you
This
know
is for
that-
public
you know
consumption,
that I'm
but also for
sensitive
the
to this,
debate.
and I'm not going to come back to you with as I said 3 minutes ago. If I'm coming back to you for something, it's going to be something we have to do. It's not going to be coming back, you know, oh, we want to do this or oh, we want to do that. It's
So
going to be
the must-haves, I think some of the angst for me is when we evaluate our must-haves versus our needs and wants. Pickleball courts aren't a must-have for me. They're one.
Yeah, they're one.
They're one.
Or maybe.
So when I'm looking at how the administration looks at this, again, we just have a difference of opinion on what's critical versus non-critical. So that for me is the concern.
when we bring contracts to you, I mean, we're staff, okay? And, you know, we have a mayor who leads us and we had a mayor that led us. So we're gonna come to you with contracts and you're gonna say, yeah, that's a priority or no, that's not a priority.
Okay,
You know, I mean, that
I'm comfortable with that, and as long as.
that's
we
why,
have an opportunity.
that goes back to my voting no you get no more out of voting no
Yeah.
than you do out of voting yes, because at the end of the day, you can say no when we bring contracts to you.
Okay.
But the no now, right? So the issue, and help me understand this. So if we vote yes now, then you come back and say, okay, well, now you've authorized us to do this. Now here's where we're actually executing on that authorization. We're going to spend $3.5 million on these roads. That only takes 3 votes. Is that right?
No. We need 4 votes.
Even at the execution stage,
Oh, you mean in the next stage?
right?
The next stage, that's correct.
It's 3 votes,
That's correct.
right?
Yep.
That's the difference for me.
Wow.
And if we had just
I
made this 3.5,
that should make you feel,
If we made this.
make you feel comfortable.
no, it doesn't. Not for this vote. So I know that there's this perception that we vote lockstep,
No.
but you see, we, in some votes tonight, we don't vote together. We don't
I
agree.
support this
No,
ordinance.
and
I
at
support bonding the 6
3.5, I
million
would have had.
for the roads.
Well, my point is that whatever tension there is going on amongst the council, there is a council majority. Let's not, it doesn't mean you're in lockstep, but there is a council majority. And so, that's something for you to figure out how to deal with. I get it.
So, I just want to say, I don't tell anybody what to do. Nobody tells me what to do. In this particular case,
I wasn't trying to insinuate.
I got a lot of
that you were-
constituents that tell
that
me
you
what
were
to do.
controlling anything. That wasn't my.
in this particular case, right, Councilwoman Scarpa and I are a no, and the council majority is a yes. And so if either one of us was to vote yes tonight to allow it to go forward, then we would not have the ability to stop that additional 2 million because you've got 3 votes for it, right? And that's where the rub is. Had we just put this at the 3.5 that you stated last time, that was the minimum needed to get the 910 in grants, we'd be done. I'd vote for it. It'd be over. But we didn't, and I don't know why, but we didn't. And so now we're stuck with an all or none.
Didn't have support, that's why. We didn't support that. So we supported
well-
the 6 million. And now, because we know we want the grant and the roads are on a schedule. And we are off kilter from schedule from last year, deferring that money to this year. Now, here it is this year, and you want to cut it again, which I get. I totally get. But at the same token, you're jeopardizing the 910. So I think I get you. I understand why you want to be principled. I respect that. But I think you're doing a lot of harm by not supporting this. You have control. If there's something that comes forward, you want to make that point at that time. I mean, you can't pick and choose at this point in time which roads aren't going to get done and which roads are going to get done. So
I think Mr. Gross is clear about that. I think the 910 is attached to a particular road program. Is that not right? Is that not what you said earlier?
for the 3.5 million, yes, but you
Yeah.
still have the other
So
roads that
those are
need to
gonna
get
go.
done.
If you voted it, I'm telling you right now, we're coming back to you with those right away, whatever we need to do to preserve those grants. That we're coming back on.
So here's what we did, right? And I just want to be
Excuse me,
clear.
Councilman, just one last point,
Sure.
but the rest of the roads aren't going to get done. So that's what I'm saying, like you're going to throw everything off schedule.
I have a question. Mr. Gross just said, though, if this is voted down tonight, he's gonna come back.
No. If you vote for it, you're gonna see, we're gonna act
Oh, okay.
on the
I was
ones that are related to the
confused.
grant.
I thought you meant you're gonna come back with a new ordinance to
No,
preserve the
no. I don't know.
910.
Because it's got to
You
get
voted down,
passed.
I don't know
That's what I
what.
thought. That's why I was
Yeah.
confused. I heard something else.
We
So
gotta get
so
done by
there's
August.
Yeah, I understand that.
there was
I'm calling the county and say, well, I guess you give that CDBG money to somebody else because we're not gonna make it. That's what I'm doing.
no, I get it. And that's the issue, right? This is the lack of compromise, and it puts us in a position where I've got to vote for either 6 million or 0, where we could have compromised.
But there was no compromise because the
then-
majority of
all
the
right, then let's
council
call for
wasn't
the vote.
willing to compromise.
All right, we
Okay,
call for the vote.
Councilwoman, Madam Clerk.
Okay, is there a motion to approve
I
2771?
make a motion to approve this ordinance.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so ordinances on first reading.
2774, an ordinance amending chapter 5, section 32.1 and 32.11 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange.
Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Council, does anyone mind if I just do it all in favor? Any opposed? And
No,
look at
we
that
don't
way?
mind.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion's carried.
2775-23, an ordinance amended section. Sorry.
I was gonna ask a question about that.
about what I'm reading?
Yeah.
Can I finish reading?
Yes, that's why I said go ahead.
Thank you. 2775-23, an ordinance amending chapter 19, section 10 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, annual sewer charges.
So I would like to amend this ordinance. Can we do that? Can we amend an ordinance or does it just fail and then we have to start over? Okay, can we amend this to include some kind of language that states that next year we're going to charge what the actual sewer fee is based on use?
No.
I would
because-
recommend it because we just don't know what we don't
information
know
we're
about
gonna
that. So I don't want to put language in here that ties your hands to do something. I think, you're
I think
gonna
we
get
all
to set,
agree.
you're gonna get to set it next year anyway.
Okay.
You have the separate action.
I think we all agreed and Mr. Gross consented that we're going to try and move to a user-based model, but
And by the
there's-
way, this ordinance gives you the ability to do that by resolution. So
Mhm.
what we're doing here gives you the ability at the next meeting and then next year to change it however you want.
Right.
So it really is this is the best way to do it anyway, because this is not lined up in any fashion yet. That's what, at the next meeting, we'll do a resolution for this year that lines it up with it. When you do the resolution next year, you'll line it up the way that we end up come to after doing all of our research. So this is
Right.
consistent.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion to introduce?
So
20
moved.
Okay. Second, okay.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. 2776-23, an ordinance.
Wait, can we just, for the record state, because there's people in the general public who are very upset about this ordinance, and explain to them that we're not just increasing these fees and using them towards revenue. The fees for the sewer bill surpass what we are already collecting.
Okay,
Like,
so-
can you explain that for the general public?
Yeah, I
please?
mean,
Because people think-
it's basically what we're looking at, that our day-to-day costs and the cost to maintain and amortize the cost to actually build our system into such a manner so that the users are paying for those costs. So taking those costs away from the property taxpayers and transferring them to the users. This is the simplest way. There are more complicated ways to do that, but that's what we're doing. And this is really truly putting the true cost of operating our sewer system into the hands of the users. And so that they.
And currently, some of that cost is subsidized by property taxpayers across the board.
It's absolutely true, and we've never, and we probably won't get there exact, we'll get close with this, but we've always been substantially away from that number. This is gonna get us close to it, and someday, hopefully, we'll just calculate that every year, and that'll kind of set the fee, and we won't go through this angst.
Thank you, Mr. Gross.
All those in favor?
We did that already.
We already did that.
Okay, so we're on
Yeah.
2776-23.
Yes.
An ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 732-1.1, handicap parking on streets, and subsection 732.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
2777-23, an ordinance creating a reclassification and salary schedule of certain Township of West Orange employees, setting forth their titles, classification, and salary ranges, and adopting a salary guide and establishing the employee status as a township employee. And under the guidelines of the New Jersey Department of Personnel, new grant positions, social, family service, worker trainee. And my question is, do all other salary schedules remain the same?
Yes, the only thing that changed, just as a refresher, or just whenever we do these salaries, there's a page, the second page of the ordinance, which talks about the intentions of the ordinance, and all the changes are always listed there. This is the only change that we're doing on this.
What is the only change?
The new grant.
This is a new position. I mentioned at the last budget hearing, we had a discussion about there was two people that were hired by the county.
No, I remember that.
Right.
And thank you for asking for clarification, Council President. The way it reads, it makes it seem like we are creating a reclassification and salary schedule for certain township employees. And that I don't agree to, because
Well, you're redoing everybody else's. You're redoing everybody else's, because what used to happen, well, let's explain what we do. What used to happen is there would all be one-offs. And then we would go back to try to see what somebody made. And then we had to understand the versions, and what year was it done and all that type of thing. So what we started doing is whenever we make these changes, we change the entire schedule. Now, we're not changing the entire schedule. We're only changing this one thing, but we're renewing it so that we have one document to go back to that has all of our salaries in it.
So I just want to confirm that the salary schedule has already been set. The increments that I saw, 8,000, 10,000 per year for certain people have already been set. That's
I'm
not what we're
representing
voting
to
on
you
tonight.
that this does not change anything other than what is identified here.
Okay, I just wanted confirmation because it doesn't read that way.
Well, it definitely reads that way, but I understand that, I mean, if you sit down with it, this one compared to the old one, it's identical, except for this one thing.
And so my further question is, does this have to be a full-time position with benefits as opposed to a part-time position?
This was a full-time position. And it doesn't, as a full-time position, the answer is yes. Now, when the grant money runs out, then that can be, obviously you can have a reduction in force. So.
Well,
Didn't we say part-time for this position
Yeah,
because
that's-
of benefits? I don't remember ever us saying. this.
Part-time positions do not get benefits.
I understand. That's what we had agreed to in the meeting. We never agreed to
Well, no, we
full-time.
thought that was, okay, look, we have a grant for an individual that was working for us in a full-time position under a grant.
We are aware.
We have a grant that will pay for that for this individual.
And their benefits as well?
Yes.
For how long? Yeah.
This is
What
one of
happens when the
those
grant
three.
falls?
1 year, it's 1 year. The grant is what it is.
And what happens after that 1 year? The grant?
If the grant money goes away, then you can make a decision to keep her or get rid of the
But if
position.
we keep her, then we have to keep her as a full-time employee.
If you decide to do that next year, then you,
But the whole purpose is not to inundate our budget and take on a full-time employee with paying for pensions and benefits.
it's a decision you can
Get rid of
make.
the position.
It's a decision for you to make.
But then that department needs the help. So I thought, my understanding of that budget meeting when we discussed this was that this person would become part-time.
That's my understanding.
I mean,
that's what we talked about.
That's what we
Mr.
talked
Gross,
about.
because-
We had that discussion about the other position.
Well.
We had that discussion about the other position.
And
That
that's
is a
Only one
part-time
position
position.
that we were able to get a grant. There were like three positions, if I recall correctly, it was like three positions, but only one of them had a grant that would allow that
That's
person
correct.
to.
That's what this
So
position
that,
is.
isn't that the one that we were talking about turning into a part-time?
No.
I mean, it is 2 in the
No.
morning, so it's possible.
No. You were talking about at that time, you were talking about reallocating $70,000 of the savings that we did from yet another grant.
That's correct.
And putting that into the senior livability coordinator position, to make that a full-time position. And council did not want to
No, we
make
were
that
gonna
a full.
keep it as a part.
No, you decided not to make that a full-time
Right.
position.
You,
We really didn't talk much about this, other than it was moving in kind as it was from this grant to another grant.
so is this person already hired or no?
been working with us?
Yes.
This person will be hired.
This person is not currently employed with the
No.
municipality.
Oh, that's a I didn't I misunderstood that. I thought this was an
This person
existing.
worked in our grant program for
Essex.
Essex
whatever.
Regional.
Yeah,
Yes. So this is a July 1.
right.
This, as of July 1.
I mean,
the
okay,
person-
so the employer was Essex Regional, but she was working here.
No, she doesn't work here.
No. So can I ask you something? I'm a little confused. So wait, I'm a little confused here because I was.
They don't work in the building necessarily. She didn't work in the building.
So we're hired, which, listen, it has nothing to do with the person, because I fully support the person. So the county, so if the county had the position and it's the same position.
We had a grant. We had a grant. We contracted with the county to administer that grant. They hired basically 4 people, 1 full-time person, another full-time person, and then there was some part-time money for a couple of our employees. The county has said, we're out. We're not doing this anymore. They're out of that. So the state gave us money then to allow us to use to support the health department.
Okay.
A different grant, another
is a
grant.
different
We got a
grant.
different grant
Okay,
that's willing to pick up this position here,
but not the other position.
but not the other positions. So then that we kind of just, because it was grant to grant, we really didn't have a deep conversation about that. Where we had the deep conversation was on the other position, which someone who formerly worked for us in the senior livability position, trying to do something there. And the debate was whether or not to take $70,000 and make that into a full-time position or not. The council decided not to do that.
Okay,
So I
now, do you
recall
still
that.
have the senior livabilities position in the budget?
It's still there, part-time.
So you'll need to fill that.
Yeah.
Okay, got it, because you need that.
Assuming there's no change tonight, I suspect that we'll be looking at.
Got it. Now I found it. Okay.
And then at the end of the day, if this grant is not renewed next year, we have the ability to terminate the position.
Yeah.
And we
The
would
reason you
be,
couldn't do it with the other is because it wasn't grant supported. Because we were hawking it when we had that discussion,
Mhm.
that position is not substantively granted.
and there's no one, so the person that worked for Essex Regional is the same person that's going to have this role, social family service worker trainee.
One of those people, not the one that we were talking about.
No, I get it.
Okay, yes,
But
yes. Yeah, we were able to support that with this other grant.
so I don't understand how that person doesn't work in West Orange.
I didn't say they didn't work in West Orange. I thought you were saying they worked in this building. They don't work in this building. They work in the senior
Brent
health
House.
center. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant by
Okay,
here is West
I-
Orange.
It's 208.
I get it. All right, so I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a motion to
Wait.
approve on first reading?
I just want to confirm, I'm sorry, because I stepped out to use the restroom. If we approve this as is, after the 1 year, we don't have to pay health benefits. Can we transition this person from full-time grant
It's a
to?
grant position. If the grant goes away, the person goes away.
Just want to confirm, okay?
And that person's under the understanding
And
of that we're not gonna be able to sustain. it,
1-year
get the
job.
grant.
Perhaps. You never know what
Okay.
next year holds. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve 2777-23?
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
2778-23, an ordinance authorizing the revision of the West Orange Municipal Code requiring businesses to obtain a mercantile license and certain liability insurance.
So moved.
Hey, I have a question about that. Okay, on the second page, 33-11, enforcement by the zoning official.
Proper enforcement provisions of this chapter and related ordinances dealing with regulation of business shall be a proper concern of the Director of Planning and Development zoning official of the township and any other designees. Who's, for the general benefit of the public, who's considered the Director of Planning?
We only have one, and that's Denise.
I just wanted to confirm. Thank you so much, because I wanted to make sure it wasn't Paul Greigel, because I thought, okay, that's all.
Paul Greigel has never been the planning director, ever.
I understand that, but there was
No,
a resolution where it said that he was a planning director and that was a mistake. So I just want to make sure that this wasn't a mistake and wanted clarification. Thank you so much. Okay.
Is there a second? I have a first.
I second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford? Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, I thought we were just doing A or nay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Two and one, right?
I'm gonna fall asleep.
All right, so we just finished 2777,
No,
2778, we finished.
2778,
Right.
2779-23. An ordinance amending chapter 7, section 4.1 of the revised general ordinances of the township of West Orange on street regulations, school zones.
So move.
I just want to say from 2779 all the way through
2805
Yeah, 2805
and 2807.
and 2807.
right now, I have some different questions about 2805, but the rest of them, it's, same issue, Chingaro.
You're gonna make a motion.
So you're going to make a
table?
motion to table them to the
I
next meeting?
offer a motion.
Before we do
yeah.
that, there's some changes that I need to see. So in 2794, that's the wrong ordinance, so we need to pull that completely. The language is not correct. So
And I have,
it's not the only one. It's 2774. I'm sorry, 2794, 2796 is also a duplication. So 2774 says police requested towing and
No,
storage.
2795
I'm
and
sorry.
2796 are two different.
Yeah.
One's 9.9, one's 9.20.
Okay, so 2794.
Right. That may have just been a mistake on the title, not the actual ordinance.
It's privy vault, cesspools and septic tanks.
no,
Well, what I'm saying is I may have duplicated it on the agenda, but the correct information was given to each council member. So it's the title that's incorrect, not the ordinance itself.
I'll go to the website.
See that. That's the problem with giving me 30.
What's the,
2793 and 2794 have the same title.
So 2793 actually speaks to the tobacco and nicotine delivery products.
2793, yeah.
Is correct.
It is correct on, that's the walls.
right here. So what about 2794?
That's the nicotine.
Oh, so 2793 is the wrong title?
No, 2793 is the right title.
Right.
2794 is the wrong title.
That's the vaults.
Oh, the vault. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. The title was wrong, but the information given to the council was correct.
Well,
And I'll fix that.
okay.
It's just a matter of changing the title.
Okay. Same for 2796.
No, 2795 and 2796 are two different sections of the
See,
chapter.
right.
Okay, so 2795 is body piercing,
For permit fees
and then 20,
is for violations and penalties.
okay.
and I have 279798.
Same thing, licensing fee and penalties.
Correct.
Well, so for 27, 97, and 98. So we had, so e-cigarettes, you have e-cigarettes, and now you have these cannabis vaping mechanisms. Are they?
Well, we haven't done anything with cannabis yet.
Right.
These are different.
But you have, I'm not sure how close, we have two stores, retails that are gonna open.
Point is, we can't do anything with cannabis yet because we don't know what we're allowed to do. State really hasn't told us and given us the
That we
guidance.
can't charge for e-cigarette for them because they have all these vapes. The
I think
two
those-
stores
I
open
think
and have
those
30%
fees-
of their products be vapes.
The question is whether those fees are controlled by us or controlled by the state. We don't know the answer to that.
Oh, we don't know the answer to that? I'm surprised.
You're not right. You're not surprised by that. They,
No, they didn't have half the answers I asked about cannabis, so.
2797, May 31st is the expiration date. Does that mean that everyone who has e-cigarettes is now going to be
Yeah,
required to?
and we're not gonna get the extra revenue, guys.
Is they're gonna be required to resubmit and we're gonna lose that income and fees?
We were bumping that up significantly, but they don't have.
I suspect they've already renewed.
Yeah.
Okay. 27, okay, so what are we doing now
So you have to
again?
make a motion to table 2779 through 2805 and 2807.
2804. 2805 is.
2805.
Is,
It's still,
that's still on. That's
floodplain,
on.
yeah. It is, but that one in particular has some, this is the difficulty that we're in right now.
So 2804 and then 2807. So is there a motion to table until the 27th?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to table.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I oppose too.
Okay, oh, okay, so sorry. Hold on. All right.
Didn't you second it?
No.
No, I,
Oh, okay.
And as long as I'm not the maker of the motion, I can oppose it. If I make the motion.
It's fine. It's not that it wasn't, it's just bad optics, but it's okay. We don't have to discuss. Are we on 2805?
Yes.
So 2805, an ordinance by the mayor and township council amending the township of West Orange revised general ordinances to repeal chapter 24 flood damage prevention, to adopt a new chapter 24 floodplain management regulations, to adopt flood hazard maps, to designate a floodplain administrator, and providing for severability and an effective date. My concern was who will be assigned as the administrator? Do we have an answer to that?
Council President, if I can interject here, this was a mandate from the state of New Jersey, and from the DEP and FEMA. We are mandated to get this ordinance to FEMA by July 17th. It's a letter we received back in January. This has to deal with the floodplain management and the construction codes of the construction codes of the state of New Jersey from DCA. And what it's going to do is put into effect that all our building codes will now be in compliance with the floodplain. The administrator will be the construction official, Mr. Biondi. We've identified him as that. And also just so for the record here, it says the county has actually selected this as a mandatory countywide adoption.
Where are you reading?
This is from a letter from the state.
Oh,
Okay, this is from the state. I can make, if you want, I can get you copies or whatever. But it basically, in essence, every municipality in the state of New Jersey has to, this is for the flood insurance program through FEMA in conjunction with the DCA construction codes, so the building codes. And we've been mandated to get this to them by July 17th in order to be participating. So if we pass this tonight at first reading and we pass on the second reading, that we will be in compliance with the state of New Jersey.
So in essence, if we don't do it, we won't be able to participate in flood insurance.
Totally understood that, and that's why we have a separate, conversation about this one. You mentioned Mr. Biondi is the point person for this.
Yes.
The language in here, to me, there's a couple of places where it references that he would have to coordinate with other folks. So if you turn to page 7, section 24-5, duties and powers of the floodplain administrator. The construction official is designated as the floodplain administrator. Then you go down to 24-5.3 coordination. The floodplain administrator shall coordinate with the construction official. He's going to coordinate with himself?
Yeah.
We don't
I mean,
need separate eyes? Is
it's
that's not what the?
no, I don't see a problem with it. Frankly, the construction official has always been the person that maintained the flood maps, or, people went to for that. So it's consistent. That doesn't necessarily have to be the same person, obviously, but I don't think that's an issue.
And just for the record, this was approved. We actually submitted twice to the DEP. They've approved this and we adopted it amongst our committee. So this was prior to us introducing this to you. The DEP signed off on this.
Okay. All right. That's satisfactory to me.
We're not aware anywhere in our code where that's going.
And then my next question was, what impact will this have on the Highlands Development Project?
Well, we're gonna have to wait for the floodplain. The DEP to provide us the information.
they have to prove it.
Where it's identified.
So what we
But the construction
understood-
code- Construction code will be based on, the construction will be based on whatever this is.
So what we understood from the Highlands meeting that we had was that they're grandfathered in and they don't have to meet our new regulations. This is state mandated. So my question, and I'm just curious, is that going to continue to apply, or shouldn't now they be mandated to comply because they're in wetlands and some other concerns?
I don't know that we know the answer to that question.
Well, I think that's a valid question, and I think we should know the answer to that. So one, it's not just the fact that it's wetlands. It's also in that same settlement agreement, it wasn't grandfathered. They were in the settlement agreement allowed not to have to comply with the steep slope ordinance. Would this then allow us the opportunity to revisit that?
Again, I think this is something that we're required to do and that we're required to enforce. If they have an exemption from this, that's for them to prove that they do. And so it is certainly something that we should raise with them and will raise with them. But if they're exempt, they've got to prove it. It's not up to us to prove they're not exempt. We need to expect them to comply with all of our ordinances, and until they show us that they don't have to.
All right, so, but specifically, I know this doesn't address it, the steep slope ordinance, but I know that was a part of the settlement agreement. And really what I'm asking, and I'm sincerely curious, does anything in here allow us to revisit their exemption from the steep slope ordinance? They are on wetlands, and the wetlands, there is an argument, and I haven't seen the map. I mean, I have seen the map, but I don't read them like that. There's an argument that it goes to the end of the slope. If that is the case, if that entire shelf is considered wetlands, would this allow us to revisit?
We'll raise that with legal.
Mr. Kaiser, raise that with Mr. Kaiser.
Which legal?
Mr. Kaiser.
I'll talk to the mayor.
I have a question also, just in here, it talks about persons. So like on page 3, 24-3.8, midway down, it says, any person who violates this ordinance or fails to comply with any of its requirements. I didn't see definitions of a person in here. Does that include companies? And there are multiple references to persons.
I mean, a corporation is a fictitious person, so it could, I'm not following.
24-3.8.
No.
I'm sorry, Council, which one?
Page 3, 24-3.8.
Violations and penalties.
Yes. Almost at the last sentence, or maybe the last sentence. Any person. At the bottom on 24.
Well,
Yeah. There are multiple references.
I hesitate to give you a firm answer, but at 2:24 in the morning.
I understand and sympathize.
Beat the 3 o'clock hour we had the last meeting.
It's, So I would like it to include, and I don't think that's a substantive change. That should not, that's just a clarification. I mean, I think it's fair to read it based on Mr. Kaiser's definition just a moment ago of what a person is. A company is a fictitious person. I think if we just clarify that a person includes, you know, companies, I think that should not throw our schedule off. But I wouldn't want a company to be able to argue that they don't have to comply because they're not a person.
This was actually approved by the state. This was from the state legal team that sent it to us. This was a model ordinance that we incorporated to West Orange. So
Can we just add a definition to it?
the only thing is that it was approved without, we approved it with the changes that is. We would probably have to send it back to them for approval.
Right, just as by way of example, the noise ordinance. If you don't match almost exactly the state model, you have an unenforceable ordinance. So I don't know if this would be similar type of thing here, but it's conceivable. So
What we will do is go back to the state and try to get them to commit to us in writing that person means
company,
as far as they're concerned.
Right.
Because we're in this with the state. So we've got the, you know, the 800-pound gorilla behind us. As long as they'll tell us that's what it means, and I think that should be satisfactory.
And Councilman, this is the first reading, so we can get that information for you for the second reading.
Got it. This may be the last thing. On page 5, table 24-4.2 parentheses 2. We don't have any.
Page 5, I'm sorry, Councilman, I was
So-
highlighting the other page. Can you tell me again which one?
It's on page 5. If you look at the top of the page,
Federal best available?
correct. Township West Orange shall utilize federal flood information as listed in the table below that provides more detailed hazard information, higher flood elevations, larger flood hazard areas, and results in more restrictive regulations. This information may include, but is not limited to, preliminary flood elevation guidance from FEMA, such as advisory flood hazard area maps, work maps, or preliminary FIS and firm. Additional federal best available studies issued after the date of this ordinance must also be considered. These studies are listed on FEMA's Map Service Center. This information shall be used for floodplain regulation purposes only. It says we have none that fit that criteria at all.
This is identified by the DEP. These tables were furnished by the DEP. We did not do this. When they sent us the ordinance, they sent us with all this information. So it was already programmed in.
Okay, I can accept that too. On page 8, it says in 24, at the bottom of the page, 24-5.7. Number 1, it says obtain, review, and reasonably utilize data available from a federal, state, or other source. I don't understand how we could say other source without naming it. Is it me? Like, how do we?
It's almost similar to the police chief or designate, similar to that, where you're getting, if there's another source that, whether it be, let's say the DCA or something to that effect.
I agree with you, though. It would have to be another source that, I mean, this is intended to be a long-term fix. So if 5-10 years from now, they come up with a different standard that's going to be the source.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I get it now.
That's what it means to me when I read it.
All right,
Because you're right, you would have to identify, you couldn't just say, Google, I'm gonna use this source now. Yeah, you couldn't do that.
That allows people.
Someone else with the authority to do that would have to do it.
All right, so can we also get clarification from the state on that?
Sure.
I think that might be it, hopefully. Some of these I already know the answer to.
And just for the record, if the state agrees with that, you want us to have this change, we can bring that back to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they don't agree to it, I'll provide you.
Well,
I'll provide you.
There may be, let's make sure that we don't think that's gonna be a substantive change. First thing is to find out what the meaning is and whether that's acceptable.
Right.
think that's it for me.
All those in favor?
I didn't get an emotion yet.
Oh, I thought we made a motion.
No, I need a
Oh, so
motion.
moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, so.
The motion carries.
25 to.
2806-23.
Calendar year 2023, ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank.
Mr. Gross.
Yes,
For
this
the
is,
benefit of the general public, please explain for people who don't understand finance or municipal
Right.
budgets.
this is what we consider a housekeeping item. Whatever we don't use of the banks that we have, and there's a couple of different types. We have a bank when it comes to the 2% tax cap. And this one is the spending cap, which is basically a 2.5 to 3.5% spending cap. And this particular one's on certain items within the budget that the Division of Local Government Services has either already indicated through rule or by statute, or from time to time on an annual basis, they'll put out a local finance notice and they'll say, this year, certain things are not within the cap. For instance, this year, pensions aren't within the cap because they know that pensions went sky high. So this is something that's managed mostly by them. This ordinance is an ordinance that allows us to take advantage of that cap, the bank cap. And to the extent that we don't use it, we get to keep it for when we might need it in the future. So this is, like I said, pretty much housekeeping.
I make the motion to introduce this ordinance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay. Pending matters, new matters,
No,
council.
no. Did we do 2807? Oh, yeah, we took that one out?
Yep.
Yeah, we took, okay.
So just a
Pending.
quick question, on 237,
Yeah.
resolution permitting display of fireworks at the Montclair Golf Club, written by Mr. Moon. That one got approved?
Yeah.
On consent.
Yeah, that was not.
So you guys are okay with that one?
It's affecting another municipality, another property. I mean, like,
All right, very nice of you. Okay, go ahead.
ABC hearing, pending matters, new matters, council discussion. We had a new matter where we talked about perhaps having a second meeting so that we could get through the agenda. Obviously, we're at the end of the agenda and it is 2:32. And we just have left the ABC hearing, but I'm willing to entertain conversation regarding, and it doesn't have to be extensive conversation, but just for your consideration, we should not be going past 12 o'clock for our council meetings.
I agree. I think starting this conversation though at 2:30 in the morning is probably not
Again,
productive.
I indicated that we don't have to entertain a lot of discussion, but I want to put it out in the universe for our consideration.
Just stating my
So that at
position
the
on
next
that.
meeting, we are not at a meeting past 12 o'clock. And if it requires that we have a secondary meeting so that we can complete our council agenda and handle the business of the public, then I think we should do so. Interestingly enough, the fact that we had half of the items on our agenda that we didn't get to and that we're still here at 2:30 in the morning is just non-comprehensible. Meanwhile, ABC hearing.
Wait, I have a new matter question. I think it's time sensitive regarding the summer ban on leaf blowers.
Okay, that has to go to the legal department for them to create it, but if
I
you.
sent it to Mr. Kaiser.
So,
He said we have to
do we
introduce and
have
have a
to-
conversation.
Do we have the support for a summer leaf ban?
No,
I don't know, do we? Can we?
I
No.
don't support that.
I would support that. No, and that came up a couple times, and I am not gonna put small business owners at risk, especially because electric mowers, where they plugging them in.
This is just.
This
That
is
is-
just a leaf blower summer
Yeah, well, that's
ban.
what I mean, blowers, again, 3 o'clock in the morning. The battery packed, I have a whole conversation on where the batteries come from, how environmentally friendly they are. So again, I have no interest in putting landscapers out of business now, just so the public knows, if anybody is up and listening, is there is a noise ordinance that that if they're past a certain hour, that, you could call it in. So I do agree they shouldn't be out there all hours of the night. I forget, was it cut off 5 o'clock? I can't remember offhand. There is something in place and even on Sunday mornings. So there's something in place. So it's not like, and we could always change that time, which I'm not opposed to, but to put these people out of business, I think
One of
is
the things we
ridiculous.
talked about when we discussed this in the past was that we don't have a registration mechanism for the small businesses that do maintain the yards in West Orange. And so we have no comprehension of how this would impact any of the people who do business in this municipality. And until we can have a real understanding of what harm this might cause, I don't think that's something that can really be considered. We just heard Councilman Rutherford speak to a high school student who has a small business. One of the other things I think that's important for consideration is these are lithium batteries, the same batteries that are exploding and causing fires. And so, again, you have to weigh the pluses and the minuses. It's not a one fixed solution. And I think there's a lot of small business owners who do lawn work in West Orange. It's not just the big companies that come in. And I think that would be harmful to them. That means that they have to reinvest in all new equipment in order for them to continue to maintain their business.
Well, this is only for the blowers, but I do think if we can protect the small businesses, let's figure out what that number is, 5 employees or less. That might provide enough cover for me to support it. And I think because it's just over the summertime and, the issue, we had this conversation in Open Space Rec too. Part of the problem with at least what the landscapers have said to us is a lot of the battery powered things are not strong enough to handle the wet leaves. So, and then they run out and then they got to recharge or they have to have multiple batteries. And then that, but because it's a summertime only ban, it may give us an opportunity to kind of test things out, perhaps protect a portion of the market, certainly 5 employees or less. I mean, the gentleman that I'm speaking.
How do you administer that?
I don't know. How you administer.
Council President, if I can, I read there was a South Orange ordinance, if I recall correctly, that was provided, and the South Orange ordinance appears to be sort of a compromise in that this begins, I think, on May 1st. So it would, the period that's heavy with use of those machines in March and April for spring cleanup wouldn't be affected. There would be a ban during the summer, and I think it would start, go until September 1st or 30th.
And in my email to you, I requested that it actually start June 1st versus May 1st.
But if you own a property and they blow everything out, it's not just leaves. It's the grass clippings on your patio. There's people, they blow out everything on the patio. There are leaves that still fall. And again, you're impeding on someone's livelihood. And I totally get it with the noise. A lot of people working from home and I get all that, but you work from home. So
I think the issue with the noise though.
But the electric blowers are just as loud. So
I don't know.
They're not just as loud, but they're not silent either. They do make an impact. And the other issue that we're not considering is that also impacts actual homeowners right now who do their own lawn and who have their own gas powered blowers. That means that not only are business owners impacted, but you're also impacting every resident who does their own yard. And again, we just don't have the information to capture the impact of what that really would cause. And until we can get some type of impact study, I just don't think it's random legislation that we need to implement because our neighboring communities have done what may be required to get them to that point.
I think the other issue with the noise ordinance is also enforceability. Don't we have to have particular equipment to measure.
Yeah,
Well, that's why
our ordinance is not enforceable as a practical matter because it does not match it does require equipment. The model ordinance that the state has requires special equipment, people trained to use it, annual calibration, if not more often. We only have, I think only Michael Fonzino is now certified to handle that equipment or do those measurements. You have to set it up in the right place at the right time. It's just, the benefit of the noise ordinance we have is, which is a nuisance ordinance, is it allows the police department to respond to a complaint, and sometimes that can resolve the problem. But that's not going to work with respect to blowers. I mean, it's just.
Right. Because we can't send cops to every
That's why
single one of those
regulating-
spots.
That's why regulating the equipment, that's not subjective. The equipment, if it's electric, then it's fine.
Just in the interest
But
of
the
time,
problem
can we
is,
resume this
going back to
conversation?
to try to segregate small businesses from large businesses, it's impossible to enforce.
All right, so we'll continue
in
this
the field.
conversation at the next meeting if there's a desire to do so, just at the late hour. Let's move to the ABC hearing, 709-23.
Well, we have to close out and then go into it. We have to close out our regular meeting and then go into ABC, don't we?
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry about that. Motion to adjourn as council and enter into
So
ABC.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Only
Okay.
one opposed. The motion carries. ABC hearing, 709-23.
Good night, West Orange.
Hearing on renewal for plenary